Other headlines in Bangladesh, where Nobel laureate Muhammad Yunus has been selected to lead that country's new interim government until new elections can take place. The 84-year-old microfinance pioneer is widely respected in Bangladesh. His appointment comes a day after longtime Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina resigned and fled the country following...
Well, that was a quick, a very, very quick appointment. That's probably good.
Weeks of protest.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like that's a pretty quick.
Oh yeah, they were appointing intern governments the day she left.
Oh, okay.
Which is
because we were saying that the military taking over could be an issue, but that seems fine.
Well, I mean the military. That's the thing, is the military still technically is the people in charge right now.
Tests that left nearly 300 people dead. On the streets of the capital today, a sense of calm returned to the once violent streets. Students stepped in to direct traffic while police went on strike to protest violence against officers during the unrest. An Israeli military raid today.
These motherfuckers, they go around executing students, then cry because they were mistreated. Fuck you. How about that? Fuck you. You're lucky you didn't get fucking chased out of the country too, to be completely honest. I'm surprised that there haven't been more retributions against cops.
In the occupied West Bank killed 10 Palestinians amid increasing fears of a larger war in the region. 10 others were wounded. Meantime, to the...
What should their punishment be?
Naked march through the streets.
Wow, you want that to happen to the Palestinians?
Palestinians?
Yeah, we're talking about the Palestinians, obviously.
What are you talking about? We're talking about the police.
Oh, well, the story is
Bangladesh?
This is about the Palestinians.
What the fuck are you talking about?
The story's changed, Jack. I set it up, you see.
Sirens blared and smoke billowed near Israel's northern border with Lebanon as Hezbollah launched a barrage of drones for a second day.
Can we talk about the
Israel fired
the two that have been seen launched, right? Why would China make that? Because like people are gonna see a bird and they're gonna be like, "Oh, that's the bird drone."
And now the conspiracy is real. Birds don't exist.
But like, there's no birds in the sky already. Why would you make your drone look like a bird to disguise it?
They should make their birds look like drones to disguise them.
There is no birds.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Disguise their few birds as drones.
The drone birds that they made should then be disguised as
nothing
birds
happens.
Who are disguised as drones.
Rockets in response. At least 19 people were hurt. In a
nothing happens.
19
people got injured.
Hurt.
Televised address.
Oh, did you get all concussy, Westy?
Nasrallah vowed more violence against Israel for its recent strike in Beirut that killed a top commander.
It has been an interesting few days with Sheikh Hasina resigning. There has been some strikes coming from Iran, and also Ukraine took back historic Ukrainian territory that always belonged to the Ukraine, is in the sovereign territory of Ukraine.
After the assassination of the martyr leader,
this guy sounds like an asshole.
Also sees itself obligated to respond, and Iran will respond, and Hezbollah will respond. Our response, God willing, will be strong, influential, and effective.
Separately, Hamas has named its leader in Gaza, Yahya Sinwar.
If they're always going, our attack will be good, God willing, right? How come they haven't taken the hint that God hasn't willed these attacks? You know, like they fail so many times. When do they
stop trying?
You fail so many times. You think they would take the hint from God, huh?
Yeah, stop. Just stop. Where is it? There it is. Hi, do you want to know how to fix this? Stop.
Its new political chief, Sinwar, is widely considered the architect of the October 7th attack on Israel. He's been in hiding ever since.
Got some Jojo Siwa vibes, you know? Like, I don't picture him as being a terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
Israel's kill list. He replaces Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Tehran last week. A Pakistani man has been charged with allegedly plotting to carry out political assassinations here in the U.S. According to a criminal complaint concealed today, Asif Merchant spent time in Iran before flying to New York in April to recruit hitmen for the job. The 46-year-old was arrested last month and charged with murder for hire. In a statement, U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland said the Justice Department will not tolerate attempts by an authoritarian regime to target American public officials and endanger America's national security. The National Transportation Safety Board released some 4,000 pages related to its ongoing investigation into a door panel blowout on a Boeing 737 MAX jet back in January. The co-pilot of the Alaska Airlines flight is quoted as saying it was chaos. At a rare investigative hearing today, witnesses for Boeing and its supplier, Spirit Aerosystems, outlined design changes that should prevent future blowouts. But the NTSB chair emphasized that past shortcomings, including 4 missing bolts in the Alaska Airlines door plug.
This isn't a PR campaign for Boeing. You can talk all about where you are today. There's going to be plenty of time for that. We want to know these safety improvements. But what is very confusing for a lot of people who are watching, who are listening, is what was going on then. This is an investigation on what happened on January 5th.
The NTSB chair also said that Boeing has a long way to go to improve its safety culture. The hearing continues tomorrow. In California, firefighters are battling blazes both old and new.
Hey, get out of there! Go! Go, 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 go!
Oh, look, he's rescuing
The Edge Hill fire in San Bernardino, east of Los Angeles, erupted on Monday afternoon.
Go back. He's rescuing a turkey.
They're battling blazes both old and new.
Hey, get out of there! Go! Go, 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 go!
He was, dude. That's fucking funny as.
Go!
The Edge Hill fire in San Bernardino.
Out of there! Go!
You sure it's a turkey?
Yes.
Yeah, it fucking is. What the fuck? That's hilarious.
Go, go, go!
The Edge Hill fire in San Bernardino, east of Los Angeles, erupted on Monday afternoon. Some residents had just minutes to evacuate before flames ignited hillsides and completely engulfed homes. As of earlier today, that fire was 75% contained.
Why don't they just put
Hundreds
the
of
fire
miles to the
down?
north, the Park Fire has been wreaking havoc since late July and is still only 34% contained. It's the 4th largest fire in California's history and has burned more land in the state than all of last year's fires combined.
Damn.
Bloomberg Philanthropies is donating $600 million to the endowments of 4 historically black medical schools. Founder Michael Bloomberg announced the funds at the annual convention of the National Medical Association, the group that advocates for African-American physicians. Almost half of black physicians graduate from the 4 historically black medical schools, and the donations will more than double the size of 3 of the school's endowments. On Wall Street today, stocks recovered some after Monday's sell-off. The Dow Jones Industrial Average added nearly 300 points.
No.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris campaigned in Philadelphia Tuesday with Tim Walz.
I don't think they gave enough democracy jazz to us there.
No, not enough. Bad cut. I'm going to dislike the video for that.
Hours after Harris named the Minnesota governor as her running mate, before an audience of more than 12,000 people at Temple University. Governor Walz criticized his Republican rivals, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy, and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. That's what you see.
How about that escalation to creepy, right?
Yeah, creepy's good.
The escalation to creepy, huh? And they're taking it great. They're doing well in response.
Yeah, they're freaking out.
There's a JD Vance video, and just the title of it was making me laugh.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
See, this is what we want to see. People with the little Twitch symbol. This is what we want. This is the way.
To New York Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez praised Kamala Harris for selecting Tim Walz, who's seen by many to be a progressive populist. Walz was elected governor of Minnesota in 2018 after 6 terms in Congress, where he served as the ranking member of the House Veterans Affairs Committee. A former public school teacher and high school football coach who served 24 years in the National Guard. As governor, Walz has been praised by progressives for signing legislation to codify abortion rights in Minnesota, provide free lunch to public school students, and enact new gun control laws. Walz himself is a hunter and gun owner who was once endorsed by the NRA. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro also spoke at.
But these gun laws were like semi-sensible, so they can't be endorsed by the NRA. Only massively infringing bullshit gun control is supported by the NRA, just so you're aware.
They're like, wait, you're going to punish people who shoot their wives?
Yeah, why would you do that?
Yeah.
As opposed to the assault weapons ban. I think the 94 assault weapons ban, was it 94? Whatever, the Clinton one. I'm pretty sure the NRA was a massive sponsor of that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it sold accessories, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The Harris rally in Philadelphia, Shapiro had also been in the running to be Harris's vice presidential pick. In news from Gaza, Israel's ordered Palestinians to leave the Beit Hanun area of Gaza City ahead of what's expected to be a new Israeli offensive. This comes as Israel's war on Gaza enters its 11th month. Meanwhile, Hamas has announced Yahya Sinwar will become the new leader of the group's political wing following Israel's assassination of Ismail Haniyeh.
New dance where she does the elephant? Oh, wait, sorry, wrong guy. I was thinking of Jojo Siwa again.
In Tehran last week. Sinwar has served as Hamas's top leader in Gaza since 2017 and is credited with being the mastermind of the October 7th attack on Israel. One Hamas official told the BBC, quote, "They killed Haniyeh, the flexible person who was open to solutions. Now they have to deal with Sinwar and the military leadership," unquote. The news outlet 972 has revealed the Israeli army has been using Amazon's cloud services to store massive amounts of surveillance information on the population of Gaza.
Wow.
The news outlet also revealed Google and Microsoft have been providing the Israeli military artificial intelligence tools to help.
The question must be asked. Gay?
In its war on Gaza. A group of United Nations experts have condemned Israel for torturing Palestinians held inside Israeli prisons. In a statement, the experts wrote, quote, "Torture practices are irredeemably unlawful and constitute international crimes, yet form part of the modus operandi of Israel's notorious detention and torture system," they said. The experts went on to write, quote, "These practices are intended to punish Palestinians for resisting occupation and seek to destroy them individually and collectively," unquote. Meanwhile, the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem has published a major...
Sorry, it was the machine gun ban that the NRA supported.
New report documenting how Israel's turned its jails into what B'Tselem calls torture camps. This is Sarit Michaeli, B'Tselem's spokesperson.
So firstly, it's important to tell the stories of the victims, of people who have been exposed to horrific abuse in Israel's prison system. Additionally, this publication is meant to change the reality. Therefore, B'Tselem has called, has appealed to all nations and to all relevant institutions, including the International Criminal Court, to intervene, to end this reality and to hold Israeli policymakers accountable for what is going on for the torture of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli prison facilities.
Many Palestinians who have survived torture in Israeli prisons have spoken out after their release. This is Moazaz Obayat, who was held for 9 months in an Israeli prison.
The jail was very, very tough, as you can see in my situation. The proof are in my photos that show me before and after the jail. And that is enough to answer the question. It is an unfair detention, and there is killing, and they torture us with metal sticks. We were subject to all kinds of torture.
In Bangladesh, Nobel Peace Laureate Muhammad Yunus has been tapped to lead an interim government after mass protests forced Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to resign and flee to India. Yunus had been a vocal critic of Hasina's government. He's described her departure as Bangladesh's second liberation day. Muhammad Yunus won the Nobel Peace Prize.
Is Yunus really a leader's name? Oh, man. I was really hungry. Sorry. Sitting here slapping my fork against a plate in the microphone.
In 2006 for pioneering the concept of microlending. Thailand's constitutional court has ordered the disbandment of the country's largest opposition party, claiming it violated election.
He made this new lending system that made it so people without collateral could still get loans.
Okay.
So basically people who are extremely poor were able to get loans and build themselves back up because of his system. He literally did fucking capitalism uplifting people.
Suck. Loans suck.
I wrote a paper on him That's crazy. See?
That's funny.
Election rules by
Like,
campaigning
he
against
really
the law that
helped,
outlawed.
really helped, pulled that country's economy together. It should seriously be looked
criticism.
at, like the ideas he had. If I'm not an economist, but if you are into it, definitely someone to look into.
Of Thailand's royal family. Some 150 lawmakers with the youth-led Move Forward must now transfer to a new political party. The party had won the most seats in last year's election, but was blocked from taking power. Senior United Nations officials are calling on the global community to do more to help get humanitarian aid into Sudan after a famine was declared in at least one part of the Darfur region following 15 months of war between the Sudanese military and the Rapid Support Forces. Edem Wasarnu of the Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs addressed the UN Security Council Tuesday.
When famine happens, it means we are too late. It means we did not do enough. It means we, the international community, have failed. This is an entirely man-made crisis and a shameful stain on our collective conscience.
In St. Louis, Missouri, County Prosecutor Wesley Bell has defeated Congressmember Cori Bush in a closely watched
that's what I'm
primary.
saying. It's like
AIPAC, the American Israel.
It's crazy. It's crazy that capitalism actually uplifted people in poverty for once. That's I guess the type of capitalism that that one Mortal Kombat character was talking about, stuff like that.
Public Affairs Committee and its super PAC spent $9 million to take out Bush, who was one of the most progressive lawmakers in Congress. The election comes just weeks after AIPAC helped defeat another progressive, New York Congressmember Jamal Bowman.
$9 million.
Bowman
That's wild. Black
and have both been vocal critics of Israel's war on
really?
Gaza. During a speech to supporters last night, Congressmember Bush decried the impact of outside money on the race.
This was the second most expensive congressional race in our nation's history. $19 million and counting. And so that's how much they spent in this race. Mostly far-right funded super PACs against the interests of the people of St. Louis, the people of Missouri's first. They sought to divide us.
In California, a group of migrants jailed at two private immigration and customs enforcement jails.
You wonder why. You wonder why nobody says shit about Israel, right? You do, you lose your
hunger
job.
strike.
So, and so what I say is okay, lose your job then.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck them.
Protesting dire.
You could literally use this as momentum to collapse the PAC system of the US government. If they played it correctly, but they're too scared because they want that free job.
It's literally an article from socialism.com. Wow, they really don't like it, huh? Someone's doing capitalism?
Conditions demanding fair wages for detained migrant workers. The hunger strikers are also calling for the end to the excessive use of solitary confinement at the Mesa Verde and Golden State Annex for the facilities to shut down. Many of the detained migrants and asylum seekers are paid only $1 a day to perform janitorial duties and other jobs at the facilities, which are operated by the GEO Group. The hunger strikers have reportedly faced heavy retaliation for taking part in the peaceful protest.
I bet.
In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 4 hotel workers have been charged with felony murder in connection with the death of Devontae Mitchell, a 43-year-old black father who died on June 30th after security guards pinned him to the ground for over 8 minutes outside a Hyatt Regency hotel. An attorney for Mitchell's family, William Sutton, welcomed the charges, saying, quote, "What caused his death was the fact that 4 people beat him to death on the sidewalk and jumped on top of him. That's why he's dead," he said. In media news, New York police have arrested Samuel Seligson, a local journalist, and charged him with felony hate crime charges after he filmed pro-Palestinian activists hurling red paint at the homes of top officials at the Brooklyn Museum. Samuel Seligson's lawyer, Lena Whitty, denounced the charges. She said, quote, "Samuel is being charged for alleged behavior that's protected by the First Amendment and consistent with his job as a credentialed member of the press. What's even more concerning, however, is that this member of the press is being charged with a hate crime," unquote. In other news about press freedom, prosecutors in Kansas have announced plans to charge the former police chief in the city of Marion with obstruction of justice for his involvement in a police raid last August targeting the town's local newspaper, the Marion County Record, as well as the home of the paper's publisher, Eric Meyer. His 98-year-old mother, Joan Meyer, who co-owned
with the old ladies in the house, and the police are raiding an old woman's house.
No, I don't.
Were you looking at the screen or on Twitter?
I'm adding to the list.
Cops
The
targeted
newspaper died of a heart attack a day after the police
literally killed her.
I don't remember the story at all.
Yeah, go back.
local newspaper, the Marion County Record, as well as the home of the paper's publisher, Eric Meyer. His 98-year-old mother, Joan Meyer, who co-owned the newspaper, died of a heart attack a day after the police raided their home. And in Spain, climate activists spray painted the mansion of the Argentine football star Lionel Messi on the island of Ibiza.
I would tell him to fuck off. Like, I understand she's old, but like, if I was home, I would just tell him to fuck off.
That's what she did. That's what she
was seriously
doing. She was just berating them.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. They're literally like they're breaking the fucking like Constitution.
Yeah.
Like we can write about anything, but God forbid if it's an American police officer, then you're fucked.
Yeah.
That like the police violate the First Amendment so much.
That's
it's
not just
ridiculous.
the First Amendment violation too. The Fourth Amendment, search and seizure.
Well, yeah, it would be an illegal search and seizure. They would have had a warrant though.
It would have been bullshit.
Yeah, but I mean,
right?
It just needs the First Amendment being broken for it to like. Nothing is upheld more than the First Amendment.
Yeah, and that's literally the entire reason that I do not want to register this thing anywhere but the US.
Yeah, just don't write about cops.
Yeah. Oops. Wait. You just wait. It'll happen.
The action was led by the group Futura Vegetal, which pointed to a report by Oxfam showing that the wealthiest 1% of the world's population generate the same amount of carbon emissions as the poorest 2/3 of humanity. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
I agree. More of this.
We start the day's other headlines with severe weather. The effects of Tropical Storm Debbie are being felt as far north as the Great Lakes. The massive cyclone has collided with other weather systems, dumping heavy rain on highways and streets and stranding motorists in New York. It's also toppled trees into homes, like here in Ohio, where more than 300,000 people had lost power as of this afternoon. Debbie is out over the Atlantic right now, but will move inland by tomorrow before marching north towards New York and into Canada. Before that, though, there is more rain in store for southern states like the Carolinas. Today, North Carolina's governor warned residents to stay ahead of the storm.
So preparation now means saving lives later. We expect this storm to continue its slow, gradual approach, bringing multiple days of heavy rainfall and the potential for widespread and even severe flash flooding.
At least 6 people have died due to Debbie, most of them in traffic accidents or from fallen trees. New data show that the number of women getting abortions in the U.S. went up in the first 3 months of the year compared to before Roe v. Wade was overturned. That's according to a new report from the Society of Family Planning, which supports abortion access. There were around 99,000 abortions each month from January to March nationwide. That's compared to a monthly average of 84,000 in the period before the 2022 Supreme Court ruling.
It's almost like prohibition doesn't work, and it never has, and the U.S. government continues to never learn. It's funny.
The increase is due in part to the rise in telemedicine, allowing doctors to see patients from areas that have banned the procedure. The United Kingdom is on high alert tonight amid concerns about a new wave of anti-immigrant violence. Shops in northeast London were boarded up following recent protests targeting mosques and minority communities. More than 100 police officers have been injured in the clashes. The riots have been fueled by misinformation over a
posted a new video and Mozambique was shitting on him again.
No.
Stabbing in late July, in which 3 girls were killed in the town of Southport. Social media rumors falsely identified the attacker as a Muslim asylum seeker. London's police commissioner says officials won't tolerate further violence.
An information warfare.
It is completely unacceptable, regardless of your political views, to intimidate any sector of lawful activity, and we will not let the immigration asylum system be intimidated. They're operating lawfully. The thugs and criminals who are targeting them are not.
Police have made more than 400 arrests so far. 3 men have been convicted already for violent disorder, among other charges. In the Middle East.
Perfect example of self-incrimination emancipating from toxic cocktails of drugs, alcohol, racism, ignorance, and entitlement. He likened his last stint in Belmarsh to Guantanamo.
Amazing.
You ignited the fire, Stephen. Belmarsh eagerly awaits you.
Instead of new.
Because his name is actually Stephen, right?
Mm.
Because his name's not Tommy Robinson or Tommy Robinson or whatever. I think it is Stephen.
Stop the fucking boats. Get them out of them hotels. Get them gone. Put them on boats and send them back. Okay? They shouldn't be here. They're endangering the safety of our families.
This is literally the same
always going to rise
hard
up.
logic
They have to
of
rise
Australia
up to
in
defend
like
their
early
families.
2000s. Literally this identical rhetoric.
Yeah.
Identical.
And like
oh, and guess what happened around this time in Australia? Let me use some Googling here.
But like, so this guy, kind of an asshole, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Like they know they also not only that, there's this AI manipulated video that they posted that escalated the protests in the UK again. So they're now using like AI generated propaganda as well.
Oh, look what happened in Australia with the same rhetoric that was coming from the government.
I mean,
wow, look.
This guy's had the same rhetoric his whole time.
Wow, it's almost like rhetoric fuels violence from ignorant dum-dums. You know, the lowest common denominator, the people that you are intentionally targeting with this rhetoric. It's almost like you're doing what it's designed to do. But, you know, what does history tell us? I don't read books. Who knows?
I like turtles.
Negotiations for the Israel-Hamas war are as close as ever. That's according to White House official John Kirby, who also said that the new leader of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, is the, quote, chief decision maker on any progress towards a ceasefire. That all comes as Israel unleashes near constant airstrikes in Gaza and put forward video claiming to show attacks on Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Israel's defense minister had a tough warning for the Iran-backed militant group's leader, Hassan Nasrallah.
From the look of things, Nasrallah may drag Lebanon to pay heavy prices. They don't imagine what could happen. I guess if they take a photo of Gaza, they will understand. But reason doesn't always prevail.
Meanwhile, Turkey has formally asked to join South Africa in its genocide lawsuit against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Hamas welcomed the move, saying it affirms Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan's support for the Palestinian cause. The family of the French explorer who died in the Titan submersible implosion last year have filed a wrongful death lawsuit against the sub's operator. They say that the crew experienced, quote, terror and mental anguish before the disaster, and they're seeking more than $50 million in damages. Paul-Henri Nargiolet was one of 5 people on board the Titan when it imploded on its way to visiting the Titanic wreck site in June of 2023. Lawyers for his family say that OceanGate, which owned the sub, failed to disclose important facts about the vessel and its safety. The 2 astronauts who went to the International Space Station in June for a week-long mission have been there for 2 months now and may not return until next year. That's because the spacecraft that took them, Boeing's Starliner, is not safe to return home. It's plagued by thruster issues and leaks. NASA said if Starliner isn't fixed, astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore could hitch a ride with the next SpaceX crewed mission when it returns home next February. Officials said they have until roughly mid-August to make a final decision. 3 Taylor Swift concerts in Vienna have been canceled due to security concerns. The music megastar was due to perform in the city's Ernst Happel Stadium on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, but organizers called off the shows after officials arrested 2 suspected extremists. One of them is said to have been planning an attack on events such as those upcoming concerts. Organizers say that all tickets will be refunded. On Wall Street today, an earlier rally lost steam, dragging stocks lower by the close. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped more than
the Dow Jones.
NASDAQ gave back 171
the NASDAQ, huh? That's cool.
Yes, well, so we know there's still at least 85,000.
Okay, let's...
Who's this nerd?
It'll be the same video.
Who's this nerd?
Well, so we know there's still at least 85,000 votes to be tallied here in King
You wanted
County
the
this
primary.
morning. Here outside the elections office, we've been seeing some of the first workers
Who's
this
this
morning.
nerd?
They worked late into the night last night, and then we'll continue to tally votes here this morning. As for that governor's race, though, we know it is set with Attorney General Bob Ferguson and the top Republican candidate, Dave Reichert, the former King County sheriff and former congressman. We heard from both of them last night.
I mean, we were the first campaign to put forward a detailed plan on public safety. And look, Dave Reichert is not the only candidate who talks about public safety. We believe our plan is one that's resonating with people all across the state. I'm looking forward to debate with Dave Reichert, talking about all issues, including
You're boring.
public safety.
My whole plan in running for governor since the beginning has been to reach out to every voter of Washington State. And that's
go to sleep because we're very boring people. We're bored. We're going to reach out to the voters and we're going to make sure they have everything they need to do to take a nap. Gonna get the pillow.
The case for us here.
And a blanket.
And I'm focused on Bob Ferguson.
Maybe a warm baba.
And this is the most expensive race in the state. Ferguson's campaign has spent nearly $9 million, while Reichert's has spent more than $4 million. Let's take a look again at the numbers here. Ferguson has 46% of the vote right now. That's 18 points ahead of Dave Reichert. Semi Bird, who was...
Oh my God, it's boring.
Hey guys, good morning. And yeah, Drew, as you mentioned, this was a hotly contested race.
Oh, I'm
2
bored
years
already.
ago, losing Camp Perez, narrowly defeating Joe Kent with just 50.5% of the vote. That flipped a seat which has been Republican held since
Interesting accent, huh?
Since 2011. Now, for months, both have been busy on the campaign trail, running a flurry of political ads, and they say all along they expected a rematch. Tuesday, they spoke on issues they think will define this race.
Everyone's getting hit by cost of living, and that comes up in a million different ways, whether you're worried about, your truck getting repossessed, whether you can't afford a spot in daycare,
out of your face.
You're not able to find a home to buy, you're putting groceries on your credit card. It's medication, it's everything.
I'm going to get out there and talk about how we're going to actually balance the budget, get back to being energy independent to relieve inflation, how we're going to secure the border to stop the flow of fentanyl, how we're going to actually go after the people who have illegally entered our country and who are taking away resources and committing crimes.
All right, Thomas, let's talk about round 2 of this match, because 2 years ago, it really was a close race down to the wire. What are these two saying about this go-around?
Yeah, well, Drew, I mean, both, again, expect another close race. And here's what they say they'll be doing over the next 90 days until Election Day.
My hope is that by staying focused on being useful to my community, I have built a bridge that will make things easier, but you don't take anything for granted.
Marie is a tough opponent. I'm going to need every vote I can get, and I'm going to work very, very hard. We've already got a great start. We've got
you could not write a sitcom with like a Republican and Democratic candidates running against each other better than this. At the end, they're going to fall in love.
Republican Party. I look forward to getting into the general election, talking with moderates, talking with
like stamped out template characters we have here, like generic on each end here.
Decided voters.
And as of last night, Glusenkamp Perez had tallied 47% of the vote in that primary. Kent coming in at 38%, although it's important to know there was another Republican in the primary field. Of course, she will not be in the general election. She received 13%. So once again, expect another close race up here in Southwest Washington. Guys,
you got a graphic for me?
All right, Thomas Schultz.
It's called the race for Democrat Maria Cantwell and GOP challenger Raul Garcia. They will face off in November.
Looks like Jodie Foster there.
How about the race for governor?
Whoa,
also
hang on. We got to go back.
Green,
Democrat go back. What was?
How about the race for governor?
They will face off.
Like, what's going on with their face?
In November.
No clue. How about the race for governor? Also called China Green. Democrat Bob Ferguson clinching the win with 46% of the vote. Republican Dave Reichert had 28 candidates vying for the.
Oh, I don't care.
Now at 11, the polls are officially closed and early primary election results are
more.
The 2020 presidential election was decided by a handful of states, none closer than Arizona, where President Biden's margin of victory was fewer than 11,000 votes. The close race meant that Arizona became ground zero for lies that the election was stolen and illegitimate.
True.
Stephanie Sy has this update on what's happened since.
In
In the last 4 years, the integrity of Arizona's election system has sustained repeated attacks from conspiracy theorists and allies of former President Trump. One of its staunchest defenders is an elected Republican, Stephen Richard, who as recorder oversees voter registration and mail-in ballots in Maricopa County. His pushback to election deniers angered many in his own party. And last week, he lost the GOP primary as he sought a second term. Stephen Richard joins me now. Recorder Richard, thank you for joining the News Hour. You have faced death threats for your vocal defense of democracy in the 2020 election, yet you decided to run for a second term. And of course, last week you lost in the primary to a candidate backed by election deniers.
Another DEI
hire
for PBS.
And does it mean the election fraud lies are still dominating the GOP as we head into this next election?
It's still a significant portion of the conversation, and there's certainly still a lot of people who believe inaccurate information about the 2020 election and the 2022 election. So there's a lot of work to be done. I'm going to continue doing it to the best of my abilities over the next 5 months, and I would love to instill confidence in the process in as many people as possible before I head out. But I'm sad to be leaving my team, to be leaving this important office, but I'm also very excited to be able to move on from some of the unpleasant parts that you mentioned and to try a new adventure.
You are incredibly boring. Goodbye.
I see why you lost.
Today marks 7 days where she has been the presumptive Democrat nominee and 17 days where she has refused to answer questions from the media. President Trump will go anywhere, into hostile audiences, into friendly audiences, and answer tough questions. I will go anywhere and answer tough questions because I respect the American people enough to say that I should have to earn your vote. I shouldn't be expected to be given your vote while I hide in a basement or stand in front of a teleprompter, which is exactly what Kamala Harris has done. So I'd ask all the reporters here to show
Walz
a little
have
bit
any
of
prompter
self-awareness.
training.
All right, that is Donald Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator Dana Van.
Did you say prompter training?
He doesn't have any teleprompter training. He's never read from a prompter.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, like I said, it's like this was not a guy who was running for power, you know, who was interested in power, anything like that.
And speaking now in Michigan, he's also gone directly after Tim Walz over his military record. Back with us now, Republican strategist Susan Del Percio and Democratic strategist Basil Smikle. Again, Vance is on this shadow tour going where the Democratic ticket is going. Trump's not with him. But what did you make of those comments, Susan, we just heard?
They weren't very good. I mean, the point of vice president, there are two things. It's to put forward the ticket's agenda and attack, frankly, the opponent. So him going after Harris the way he has is just kind of pitiful. That's what he's got. She's in a basement. He should be, if he wants to talk about a record, talk about a record. He's hiding because he's got nothing else. And so he says he goes into hostile territory. He still can't answer a straight question. So, I mean, this is the guy who comes up with lines about single women and cats running the country. It just, he's really flat in my opinion. Your thoughts, Basil?
There's a through line here because he said that in this clip that the press should be more self-aware. When he talks about Donald Trump not being afraid to go into certain rooms, he went into NABJ, the black journalist, and waved his finger at the black journalists that were on stage with him. So this isn't about going into rooms and not caring. This is about berating people and insulting folks. That's what they do. That's what they're good at. So yeah, they'll go into any room that they need to, that's necessary, but they're going to do it with a more hateful message, not one where they're willing to actually engage.
So I showed my mom the Trump hiss, you know, because he just makes the face, but they add the hiss in, right? Like he didn't actually hiss. Newsflash, okay? And I was like, yeah, maybe it was like him trying to smile. And she like is like trying to act like that Trump smiles when nobody's looking. And she's like, well, they never show him with his family. And I'm just like, who the fuck is they? What are you talking about?
Because his family's never near him.
We literally saw him like not even smile at his son at the RNC and shit. And like, what do you like? What delusional world are you in, lady? Like she was insulted that I would imply that Trump doesn't smile.
Yeah, it's weird.
Talk about issues.
Guys, stay with us because we're also following the results of some key battleground primaries. Battleground Michigan, a crucial race set in the fight for Senate there. Current Democratic Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin, we've learned, will face Trump ally and former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers. On the House side, another race we're following, squad member
Cori Bush now on the outs. She was defeated in another expensive primary battle for progressives. She faced nearly $9 million from pro-Israel groups opposing her. NBC's Steve Kornacki's at the big board to break it down for us. What did we learn last night, Steve?
Yeah, well, as you say, on the House side here, we had this about a month ago in New York, the story of a member of the so-called squad losing in a Democratic primary. Let me show you how it happened in the Cori Bush race, incumbent Cori Bush losing to challenger Wesley Bell in the Democratic primary. This is the 1st congressional district of Missouri. I'm going to zoom in here because it's geographically small, but population dense here. And basically, the story here is there's St. Louis City. It's the city of St. Louis is entirely within this district, but the population in St. Louis has been really going down. It's under 300,000 now. So the district isn't just St. Louis, it's also St. Louis County. You get into more
is great.
suburban
See, they got
areas.
a map and he's sitting here talking and basically yelling at me and talking real fast.
Yeah, this is better.
Smaller cities. There's a bit of a significant contrast between the city of St. Louis and St. Louis County, and you see it in the results. In the city of St. Louis last night, Cori Bush won by high single digits over Wesley Bell. Then out in the St. Louis County portion of the district, a very different story. Wesley Bell double digits there over Bush. When Bush first, yeah, well, as you say, on the House side here, we had this about a month ago in New York, the story of a member of the so-called squad losing last night for the Senate on the Democrats. When Bush won this seat in 2020 in that primary, 60% of the vote in that primary her there.
Oh my God, he's writing on it.
Different story. Wesley Bell, the St. Louis County portion of the district, a very different story. Wesley Bell double digits there over Bush. When Bush first won this seat 4 years ago, she also unseated an incumbent member of Congress. That was William Lacey Clay. And back then, she also lost St. Louis County, but it was only by 4 points, while winning St. Louis City by about the margin.
America. Like, it's so wild.
It's true.
It's like, I feel like I'm at a fucking auction. Like, do I bid now?
He did last night. So the difference for Bush between when she won the seat and losing it in his primary last night was in St. Louis County, the floor kind of falling out for her there. And again, it adds up a close race here, but a 6-point difference here. The other thing, too, is, again, when I'm talking about the population declining in St. Louis City, when Bush won this seat in 2020 in that primary, 60% of the vote in that primary came out of the city of St. Louis. Last night, again, it's down to 53%. So more kind of weight, population, voting power-wise now in the county portion of the district. So that is Cori Bush losing, again, another squad member there. And just take a look quickly. You mentioned in Michigan, no surprise in these primaries last night for the Senate. On the Democratic side, Alyssa Slotkin, this was expected, winning the Democratic nomination. On the Republican side, Mike Rogers, again, expected, winning the Republican nomination. But what this race, the significance of this race in November, obviously it's about Senate control, but more specifically, it's this. The Democrats need to win 2 of the 3 of Montana, Ohio, West Virginia, 2 of the 3 red states that they now have seats in that they're trying to hang on to have any realistic chance of controlling the Senate. They got to win 2 of those 3. Likely. You get to a state like Michigan, this is one Republicans would like potentially to pad a potential majority in the Senate. This is the kind of seat for Democrats that sort of must win in addition to finding a way to win in those red states. So it's a huge race in terms of the Senate here. But for Democrats, it's much more if they have any chance of controlling the Senate. This one's must win for them. Republicans have passed the Senate control that don't require them to win Michigan.
All right, Steve Kornacki, thank you. And Susan and Basil are still with us. Basil, looking at that Missouri primary and Cori Bush's loss in the primary, how much of that do you think was about Gaza and her stance, and how much of it was about her own, perhaps, specific vulnerabilities? She was under a federal investigation for use of campaign funds.
Well, I think a lot of it does relate to her stance on the war in Gaza, because you had pro-Israel groups donating significant amounts of money to her, as they did in the race against Jamal Bowman in New York City. So I think that is an important common thread. I would also say that those districts, while centered in some ways in the urban areas, in the New York district, in the Bronx, they're also largely suburban districts, more moderate voters. And in this particular case with Cori Bush, the sense that she wasn't as aligned as some of those voters would have liked her to be on the Biden agenda, I think also impacted that too.
Susan, we've seen 2 squad losses now. Does that suggest that their impact or their power in the Democratic Party might be waning?
Not necessarily. I think they're in because they are very vocal and put out their messaging, loud, and they don't care about frankly, the other members of their caucus. They do get a lot of attention. They tend to be on the outer left, whereas the same thing happens, by the way, on the right, when you have the more wacky conservatives go out there and they get the press attention. What at the end of the day it shows, though, is that we're starting to see people really wanting moderation. That's what it comes down to.
Let's look at that Michigan Senate race now.
Did you ignore the money? Totally no money was spent on this campaign at all. Nope.
Again, we've got Alyssa Slotkin, Mike Rogers, both with foreign policy credentials. And this is a race that's been somewhat reshaped by what's happening in Gaza, right? Because of the Arab and the Muslim population in Michigan specifically. Susan, do you see this as a real chance for a GOP pickup?
Absolutely. But I see it more importantly as probably one of the best races in the country, because I think it's going to be kind of an old school campaign. They're talking about issues. They're talking about national security. The thing that can really gum up the works are these big outside PACs who come in with these messages that could throw off either side. But overall,
you know, I have an idea that could fix this, that could keep the purity. Ban money in politics.
Oh, okay.
Problem solved. Wow, look, we can actually have elections where people talk about things that matter because there's no money telling them what to talk about. It's really such a crazy, like, super original thought that nobody has ever thought about before. No, not ever, not once. Right? But if that's the problem, maybe talk about the fundamental root issue here, which is money buying opinions, serving corporate interests, not people. But I guess that just slipped your mind.
Oh, I think basically whoever wins, it's a good thing for the country.
Remember the uncommitted vote, Basil, in Michigan when President Biden was still on the ticket and there was such a turnout uncommitted in his primary there. Yet now we have a new Democratic ticket, and there's been some suggestion by these groups, uncommitted group, another group, the Black Muslim Leadership Council Fund was part of that uncommitted push, has endorsed Kamala Harris. Do you see that becoming more of a safe space now for Democrats, that state?
I do, actually. And to that very point, I think, and as we talked about before, the Harris-Walz ticket resets the entire narrative for this race. So Kamala Harris has an opportunity to sort of carve out her own path forward, maybe not right now, maybe a little bit after the convention, but I do think there are a lot of voters that are taking another look. And the fact that she's got some strong labor support and they were immediately on board with her, I think, again, gives this Democrats a good opportunity here.
Wesley Bell led all evening long. He ended up, here is that final vote total.
See, this is what I want. This right here is perfect. Tells us what we want. They say nothing, gives us a graphic, we can move on. See? Now he didn't waste 10 minutes. And now we
Welcome to the News Hour. In a landmark ruling, a federal judge has found that tech giant Google broke antitrust laws, acting illegally to maintain a monopoly in online search. Google currently controls roughly 90% of the world's internet searches. Today's ruling could upend how Americans...
I like how the majority of my searches bring me ads. That's pretty cool.
get their information online and fundamentally change the way that big tech companies operate.
Good.
To help explain what this all means, I'm joined now by Rebecca Allensworth, a professor at Vanderbilt Law School. So, Professor, just put this into context for us. How big a deal is today's ruling?
It's a really big deal. The Biden administration has 5 major monopolization cases going right now against Google, Meta, Amazon, and Apple. This is the first one to go to trial, and they won. So in a sense, they're 1 for 1.
So when we take a step back here, we see the DOJ and states had sued Google a few years ago, accusing it of illegally securing this online search dominance we just noted, in part by paying companies like Apple and Samsung to make sure Google was the default search engine on their devices. Do they have to change that practice as part of the remedy here? I mean, what changes with this ruling?
Well, the judge didn't say anything about a remedy yet. That's going to be...
It's kind of interesting because I'm not necessarily, like, realistically in a capitalist world, if you're paying to have you as the standard search, I really don't see an issue with that. I understand where the concerns come from. Show me, well, not anymore, but like show me a search engine that is efficient or as good as Google was, and I'll happily use something else. I've tried many search engines. A lot suck. And now Google sucks. Now there's none.
The next round of litigation, and we can expect both sides to fight hard over that. But yes, very likely there will be a remedy that changes the way that we engage with search on our phones and on our devices. And it's hard to overstate what a big deal this is. You know, the Biden administration has been trying in lots of different ways to come after competition in the big tech sector, which it feels like is flagging. And this is a real sign that that antitrust is up for the task. It's not stuck in the smokestack industries. And depending on how the remedy comes out, this could be a really, really big turning point in how we think about competition for big tech.
And are there broader implications here for big tech in terms of how they're currently operating? Will any of that change as a result of this ruling?
I think it will. I mean, this case, of course, only applies to Google, and we still have to see the remedy and then, of course, appeals. But there's all kinds of, I would call them breadcrumbs in the opinion that other litigants could take up in other cases against tech. Lots of holdings here that are relevant to the cases that I mentioned before, but also any other challenges that you might have to how tech is competing. I would be very concerned if I were thinking about how the competitive landscape is going to look in the future. If I were a tech company, I might not have the monopoly and the dominance that I've enjoyed for the last 10 or 20 years. It's not going to be as secure after this case comes out.
What are some of those breadcrumbs, as you put it? What stood out to you about the details of the judge's ruling today?
Well, first of all, he said that this is a zero price market. Consumers don't pay for search, and yet that is not something that is a defense. That zero price markets can be monopolized. Defining a market is a little bit difficult in a zero price context. He doesn't have any problem defining a market here. So I think a lot of the tools that the tech companies have been trying to use to combat other tech companies in other cases have been trying to combat their problems are becoming a lot more suspect after this case is on the books.
So you mentioned no remedy decided just yet, but should users of Google expect any kind of difference in how they interact with the search right now?
Not in the short term. I think the remedy will be months, if not years away.
I had them soaking all day. Look, Jack, a question. The people.
What you mean politically?
The people. The people.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
the people.
I don't.
And I do think that there's likely to be a difference in the way that we engage with Google ultimately, but not in the short term. The big thing here is just the precedence that it sets for both Google, but also the rest of the tech companies in going forward and what they can and can't do, what the rules of the road in big tech are.
What is left and right?
You take a step back on that note. The last big antitrust ruling against a tech company was more than 20 years ago against Microsoft. We're in an entirely new internet age right now. So when you look at this ruling in that context, what does it say to you about the government's potential role when it comes to regulating tech companies?
Well, the government has always had a major role in regulating competition. That goes back to the Sherman Act from 1890. What's really
her background? I hate it.
Oh, I like it. I think it's pretty good.
Were you just looking for an argument? Like, what are you talking about?
Yes, that's what they like to do.
Like, I don't care about left and right.
We're she at 12 various limits.
We support Super Earth, exactly. We're hyper liberals. I'm genuinely curious. I'm kind of curious where that was going to go. I wonder if he's still here.
Unusual is how it has abdicated that role over the last 20 years. And I think this is a turning point in that story. I think that this does say that the government has an important role to play, even in emerging and networked
very cool.
industries.
Antitrust.
That is Vanderbilt Law School's Professor Rebecca Allensworth joining us tonight on this landmark.
Tonight, we're seeing the photo published in a New Yorker article that spurred that bizarre and disturbing confession from independent presidential candidate Robert Kennedy Jr. Kennedy admitted in a story he posted on social media last night that he dumped a bear cub in Central Park 10 years ago because he thought it would be, quote, amusing. Well, it turns out it was anything but, and instead not only created quite a stir, it also launched a police investigation.
What?
Nothing. Just this story is just so stupid. He said that he says that he picks up roadkill all the time, and he has a big cooler full of roadkill.
Bookman covered the story back in 2014. Today, we are hearing from the woman who discovered the bear carcass. Here's Kimberly Richardson.
It was such a commotion. Judy was there, 2014, right there with her, our own Sandra Bookman. One of the questions police are trying to answer tonight is how the bear got here. A baby bear dead in Central Park next to a bike. Florence was also there. We saw something on the back wheel that it could have been a raccoon. That was then. Now, a decade later, Florence is once again speaking with Eyewitness News.
Did you think you'd ever be talking about this again?
No, really not. Well, as they say, what's old is new again.
I think there's something wrong with the person who would even think about eating bear meat.
That person, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.,
bear meat?
while talking with...
That's your concern? Bear meat? I bet you it's fucking delicious.
Meat?
I bet you it's fine. Bear meat is probably fine.
It depends what the bear eats.
City dwelling normie.
Because like a grizzly, all they eat is the fish. Like that's not gonna taste good. It's gonna smell like fish.
Sure,
and it's gonna
yeah,
have that like
probably pretty nice.
But like a lot of the bears just eat berries and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fruits and nuts and stuff. Forages.
Roseanne Barr spilled the beans, saying while driving upstate,
The woman in a van in front of me hit a bear and killed it.
Why all of the sharing now? Well, Kennedy found out the New Yorker was writing an article about his political career, part of which touched on this incident. He confesses he scooped up the dead animal and put it in his car.
And I was glad. And put the meat in my refrigerator. And you can do that in New York State. You can get a bear tag for a roadkill bear.
Well, once in the city, time got away from him. He figured the meat may be bad and headed to Central Park. The next morning, Flores was walking in the park at West 69th Street.
We saw a baby cub laying on a bicycle.
Yes, a bike. Kennedy says he had one in his car and came up with an idea. Stage an accident here in the park. Make it look like the bike had a fatal encounter with the bear. Due to lack of evidence, later that year, case closed. Officials telling Eyewitness News the statute of limitation for this type of offense is 1 year. But all of this has opened a can of worms. Florence wondering who really hit and killed the bear.
You don't think he did?
Ooh. Kimberly Richardson Johnson, Eyewitness News.
The journalist doing the ooh, you spilling the tea? Florence spilled the tea.
Amazing.
You said it, so I don't have to.
That's amazing.
That's so funny.
Well, there's also a stunning, bizarre confession from a presidential candidate. RFK Jr. now admitting he dumped the remains of a bear cub in Central Park in Manhattan 10 years ago. He says it was hit and killed by a car right in front of him in upstate New York. That discovery had been a mystery, an unsolved mystery up until now. Let's bring in senior correspondent Eric Shawn following this bizarre development right here in the New York City newsroom. Hey, Eric.
Hi, Jillian. It really is. Well, you know, teddy bears were named for President Teddy Roosevelt, who went on a hunting trip in 1902 and he refused to shoot a baby black bear. Well, now another presidential candidate has come clean with his own bear tail.
Oh
Robert
my
Kennedy
God.
Jr. says he was the culprit who dumped that dead young bear in Central Park in 2014 because he had
This is amazing.
The reason why he refused to shoot the bear is because it was literally like it was a bear in a bear trap that he was just going to walk up and blammo, right? Like it was already like caught for him, right?
Yeah.
And like bear traps are fucking. I think they're like completely illegal now.
They should be. They should be illegal. They're brutal. They're fucked.
Like, I mean, you can still buy them. So I don't know about the laws with hunting.
Get rid of it. Kennedy says he was driving in upstate New York when a woman driving a van ahead of him hit that bear cub and killed it. He said he scooped it up from the road and took the carcass home to skin it for its meat. But he drove to Brooklyn that afternoon for a steak dinner, and that night realized the dead bear was still in his car. So he says he took it to Central Park, stashed it under the bushes with an old bicycle to make it look like that bear was hit by the bike. Well, as you can see in the coverage back then, a dead bear in the middle of Manhattan made front page headlines.
Of course it would.
Was like, it was on every television station. It was the front page of every paper. And I turned on the TV, and there was like a mile of yellow tape, and there were 20 cop cars. There were helicopters flying over it. And I was like, oh, my God, what did I do?
Well, Kennedy says he confessed to Roseanne Barr because the New Yorker magazine was about to publish the story. He says he wanted to get out ahead of it. In 2014, authorities did conclude that cub had injuries consistent with being hit by a car, but they never determined what exactly happened or who dumped the bear there in Central Park. Well, that New Yorker article recounting the bear story has been published this morning. Kennedy says that he thought it would be amusing to the person who found the bear. And he also added that his fingerprints are all over the bicycle.
Like the dumping of
at the time he was worried that he could have gotten caught.
Laws
was
around animal carcass dumping, I imagine, which is probably broken. Right? Something like that. Maybe.
I'm just trying to figure out what states allow these traps. So I'm just reading.
Yeah.
That the story back then.
I'm finding there's moves to ban them.
Lot to unpack in that story, but we only got an hour left in this program, so we're going to have to leave it there. Eric, thanks for breaking that down for us.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmer.
Hi, this is Kim.
It's Kamala Harris. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning, Madam Vice President.
Listen,
Tim Heidecker?
I want you to do this with me. Let's do this together. Would you be my running mate and let's get this thing on the road?
I would be honored, Madam Vice President.
The joy that you're bringing back to the country.
You want to know a secret? You want to know a secret?
Sure.
When she called him, it said no caller ID, so he didn't answer. So she had to call again.
Wait, really? That's awesome.
Does that not make him more electable? To be like, somebody called him on the phone. He's like, I don't know who this number is. And it's literally Kamala Harris trying to call him to be vice president.
Awesome.
right?
Yep, that's very funny. Yep. That's very funny. That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, they're fucked. The Republicans are fucked.
The enthusiasm that's out there, it'll be a privilege to take this with you across the country.
Well, let me tell you, I have just the utmost respect for you. I have really enjoyed our work together. You understand our country. You have dedicated yourself to our country in so many different and beautiful ways. And we're going to do this. We're going to win. And we're going to unify our country and remind everyone that we are fighting for the future for everyone. So let's get out there and get this done, okay?
Let's do it. Do the work in front of us. Let's win this thing.
That's right. All right, buddy. I'll see you soon. Take
I really
care.
hope they
Thank
reform
you.
the green card system.
Bye.
It'll be cool.
You think somebody would have made a fucking map I can just reference to see where the traps are banned?
Kamala Harris tapping Tim Walz as her VP pick with hopes he can appeal to working class voters with moderate Midwest values. But these comments are already coming back to haunt him.
We saw large
finally
peaceful
okay
protests.
I have
A
that
society that
data
does not
now. Okay. So only 7 states ban steel jaw leg hold traps. So those are the classical bear traps.
Yeah.
California, Colorado, that makes sense because the bears are endangered there.
Mm-hmm.
Florida is one that bans it. That's interesting for Florida. They don't even have bears, but they have a lot of endangered animals there too, so who knows. Massachusetts, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Washington. Okay, and then 4 states require trappers to report any non-targeted animals that have been trapped, and that's Alabama, Idaho, and Nevada and Washington. Only 10 states have restrictions on how trapped animals can be killed. That's not necessarily leg hold traps, though.
It's just trapped in general.
Trapping in general. So New York, you can kill them any way you want, basically. We have only 13 states prohibit snares. New York is one that prohibits snares.
Okay.
So California and Colorado is on most of the bans. Full ban on Connie bear traps. I'm not sure what that means. So 6 states have full ban on those, and that's California, Colorado, Florida, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, and Washington. So Oklahoma is only on there. You allow the steel jaw leg hold traps, but not these things, whatever these are. So there you go. Not very many states ban them. And if you're in New York, you can use them.
Put equity and inclusion at the center of it is certainly going to eventually come to the places where we're at.
This is that catch-22.
They're like,
the more police
they're
you go, the more
rodent
tension it
traps
is. The more
that
tension it
snap
is, the more
their
chance
necks.
you have to get things.
Don't
But, like,
ever shy
they
away from
kill
our
cats.
protection.
all
Are they the cheese traps?
No, they're like a square trap, but they kill cats a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll stay silent on this. Cats, like indoor cats or like feral cats?
Well, here's PETA. I'll send it to PETA.
PETA, great, yeah, excellent source.
I'll send you a link for them, and you can see what they're crying about.
Great source.
Not the best source.
Nah, but like animals pets get stuck in these all the time. But like they'll kill a raccoon, they'll kill a lot of animals.
Yes, I've seen these before. Yeah. Well, don't let your cat outside. Here's
one where there's a few with dogs in them. And here's one with a Canadian lynx with its paw trapped in
If you have cats, you shouldn't be letting them outside anyway. You should be a responsible cat owner and not let your fucking death murder machine kill native animals and birds and shit. Like, domestic cats are one of the most destructive animals in society. It's fucked. Don't let your cats outside. And if you can't keep them inside, don't have a cat. They should be banned.
Values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. Just do.
They keep running this. They keep running this. So one person's socialism is another person's neighborliness, right? So they keep running that, like he's saying that, like a pro-socialist thing. What do you think he meant there in context?
Don't judge people too hardly.
No, he was talking about fucking NIMBYs and shit. He's like, people
really?
will say being a good neighbor will be they'll call you socialist, right?
Okay, yeah.
Right. So he's saying that every policy he does is called socialism, and he's saying no, it's just fucking neighborly.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good way to phrase it, honestly. Like if you're trying to win people over that are like, this is too extreme for me, that's perfect.
Walz is a subversive anti-white politician who must not be let into the halls of power. Okay, whatever you say.
Sure,
Anti-white white guy.
Invest in the 30-foot ladder factory.
Joe Concha is a Fox News contributor and author of the new book, Progressively Worse, Why Today's
told you
Democrats
that.
Ain't Your Daddy's Donkey, and he joins us now. Joe, given your book title, you are the perfect person to talk to about this. And here is how the New York Times has covered this newly minted Democrat ticket. They say, Walz throwing punches at Republicans, making his big entrance with Harris. Another headline, how Kamala Harris trusted her gut and picked Tim Walz. And lastly, Kamala Harris and Coach Walz ease into their new partnership. How's that fair and balanced coverage for you?
Wait. What is the issue? What is the issue with those headlines? Like, I could see the one where it's like, it's a stretch, but the first one where it's like they launched an attack. Like, what do you mean fair and balanced headlines?
It's weird, bro.
Reminder, Carly, that the New York Times is not endorsed for
everything
Republican
I've
presidential
stated
candidate.
is fact, Cope. I literally don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What do you? Yeah, what are you talking about? What fact? Show it. Okay.
I don't even know what this means.
Hold on. Source me. Source me. Hit me with sources. Do it every time this fucking happens. Source me.
Since 1956, Dwight D. Eisenhower. That one clip that you played, all of them are bad, but the one with Anderson Cooper, where he says he wants to invest in a ladder company to buy a ladder for all illegal immigrants to enter the country by going over Donald Trump's
any link
wall.
you send me.
Remember, he said that back in 2019, right? That one, considering that immigration, illegal immigration, is a top 1 or 2 issue going into this election, I would imagine the Trump campaign already has that campaign ad at the ready to play in states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and particularly Arizona, which has been overrun by illegal immigration. Yeah, when you say one person's socialism is another person's neighborliness, I'm sorry, I just don't see how you can, if you're the New York Times, unless you're dishonest, which they are, push this person, Tim Walz, to the middle when he makes comments like that. This is somebody, Carly, who was pushed to eliminate fossil fuels and gas-powered cars.
Talking about. Like, I'm so confused.
From Minnesota. That will cost auto workers thousands of jobs when that comes to fruition. He was the most extreme.
What did he say? Source pussy.
Hey, buddy, that's not a source.
Yeah.
Send.
Calling in the National Guard is allowing.
I know you can't read and all you see is headlines, but send a source, send a link, send an article, a video, anything. Actually, a video is better. A video would be better. Send a video.
Dream governor in the country, even more than Gavin Newsom in California when it came to COVID and mask mandates. He supports sex changes for people like my daughter, my 10-year-old, without parental permission, supports open borders to the point.
Buddy, we're journalists. Yeah. We're doing a news show.
Facts don't care about your feelings, pussy.
The sources.
How about that's for a fact? Here's a source for you. You're a pussy.
We talked about the ladder company. It supports sanctuary cities, supports free healthcare for illegals, supports free college for illegals, supports illegals getting driver's licenses, and presided over Minneapolis during the 2020 riots. And I'll leave it here. You remember, whole blocks were burned to the ground, $500 million in damage. The police precinct was burned to the ground.
And then he called in the National Guard.
Talking about the National Guard, it's very funny.
It looked like the Nakatomi Plaza at the end of Die Hard. So yeah, these are all things that you can't.
How all the commies are crying because he called in the National Guard.
Yeah, the communists are crying about it, but Fox News doesn't mention it.
I love it. I love the one where I showed you where it's like he called in the National Guard on the uprising. It's like uprising. Like they're so delusional just to be like, no, he should have let the entire city burn down. What do you expect him to do?
Look, even this guy's like, even Fox News made the case. Yeah, we're telling you further information about what they're not telling you, and you're being like, the people who are not telling me the full thing are funny and verifying what I say. Fuck off. How about that?
Hi, everybody.
Been away from, but the New York Times, they're going to do their best. That's for sure.
Well, listen, there are a lot of reporters here at Fox News who
you see that? That's how he goes in and
positions, and Kamala Harris as well. But she has not held a formal press conference or sit-down interview in the 17 days since she has become the presumptive Democrat nominee. Now, Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, he addressed the media on this, not holding Harris accountable yesterday. Listen here.
All right.
I think that you guys have got to do a better job at actually forcing Kamala Harris to answer questions. This is a person who's been the presumptive Democrat nominee for 16 days. She hasn't taken a single real question from a reporter.
I mean,
the American people deserve to get to know the people who want to lead them.
Point, but like, she's just like, you know, she's out there just working nonstop because she's hitting the ground running with the election.
Yes.
So that's why she's not doing the fucking press things. Oh, look, they're QAnon. Isn't it cute?
Is that a QAnon thing, is it?
Yeah.
What does it stand for?
Where we go, when we go all. That's their fucking slogan.
That's fucking gay. That's so fucking gay.
I think it's shameful for Kamala Harris.
One of these days, the predictions are going to be right.
Yeah, you make enough predictions, one will come true, right?
Yeah.
It's taking a basement strategy of running
Fucking
from reporters
regular
instead of getting in front of
Nostradamus.
them and answering tough questions about a record.
You know, that like the movie The Hunchback of Nostradamus.
Basement strategy
Typical
2.0.
Democrat figure. Yes, the Australian is a fucking Democrat.
Democrat. You got it, buddy.
Fucking idiot, bro. What a fucking
completely.
moron.
Why does J.D. Vance have to tell the media how to do their jobs? We should be hearing this from reporters, from journalists, saying, why can't we have access to the Democratic nominee? As you mentioned, 17 days and counting. Tim Walz will be hot hit as well. And accountability apparently is absent because the media doesn't seem very interested to actually hear what Kamala Harris has to say when they ask her a question, as opposed to when she's reading a teleprompter, or Tim Walz for that matter. It's shameful, quite frankly.
Tim Walz can't read a prompter. He's not prompter trained.
I will enter the country illegally through the very open border. I will report.
And then he's gonna vote for Joe Biden. Oh wait, no, Kamala Harris. I forgot that he left.
Until she finally does the sit-down interview, which should just be standard for a presidential candidate on day one. Jeff, thank you for joining us.
It's going to be.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Michael Flynn is going to lead our uprising.
Donald Trump and his team already
watch him have a conniption now that we put CNN
on the offensive against Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz. This was President Trump just
her
moments
get-up
ago.
Looks like she's a sailor.
Ma'am, I'm going to be doing that.
A what?
A sailor of some kind.
What he,
like that's your yacht gear, you know? That's yacht
watching CNN, watch Fox News talk to Trump.
No security, let everybody in. He's worse than they are. You know, nobody knew how radical left she was, but he's a smarter version of her, if you want to know the truth. He's probably about the same as Bernie Sanders. He's probably more...
So also like connecting to Bernie Sanders, who is a wildly popular politician. Not going to help them there either.
Yeah. They're still going with this dangerously liberal thing. That's so great.
Oh no! Now he's beyond liberal because he's a commie. Remember? Because remember,
communism.
I mean, it's like I've been saying this. Have I not been talking about Minnesota this whole fucking time?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
you have. Yep.
And even Falun Gong's talking about how it's a fucking communist uprising.
Yep. No, you've been talking about Minnesota.
I told you. I said, do not. I said from the beginning of like what going lives and shit. You know.
Yeah.
Because there was the drivers, the Somali taxi drivers.
Yes.
And I just kept saying, don't sleep on the Midwest. Midwest is going to be the ones that kill this current party system.
Yep.
He is more so than Bernie Sanders. That's got to be your guide, Bernie Sanders, and that's not a great guide.
All right, joining me now, House
Turns out
Republican Congressman Tom Emmer,
popular position for Americans, especially swing voters.
I just want people to have health care, honey.
Sir, for
not a good attack for you.
Just, my curiosity, because you're hearing this from Donald Trump, and these are some of the attack lines that we expect to see. What do you make of Tim Walz's first rally after being chosen as Kamala Harris's vice presidential running mate?
Whatever you say. But the communism will win.
And by the way, Sarah, thanks for having me.
And then you're going to the
Tim's a
gulag.
great talker, but you got to look at his
Rowe.
actions. I mean, in fact, this guy who tries to come across as the affable Midwesterner is a left-wing radical who, under his failed leadership in just 6 short years,
if they're not public schools,
we've
if
seen
they're
taxes.
not Marxist-Leninist training factories now, they will be after we get Kamala Harris in there with her commie boyfriend.
skyrocket. We've seen violent crime at record highs. And Minnesota families are worse off.
Communism
literally,
is right behind you.
Incredibly pulling the ticket to the far left.
You tweeted this about Tim Walz, saying that he turned Minnesota into a liberal wasteland. So I guess the question is,
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
Yes, let's not educate children. That will get our fucking utopia.
I'll fucking do it again.
Let's run rhetoric about abolishing public schools against the guy who says you're weird for not wanting to feed kids. I'm sure that's going to be a very successful.
Yeah, that'll work well.
Have fun with that.
Yeah, we should not educate children. Is definitely not going to be. You're weird.
Dude, they even so like there's been a serious stuff with like charter schools. So like charter schools were the success, right? It was like really, really good for the Republican policy for a while, but these charter schools have been, especially since like post-COVID, not been good for them. So now they're like moving away from like a new word to like talk about charter schools, and they want to redefine them as like private institutions. And then if they do that, they can like get around like this whole thing. It's wild.
Hold on. Hey, buddy, I got a radical take for you. Fuck the Iraq War.
Dude, you know what he did?
Americans were the bad people.
You know what he
did?
In
the Iraq War.
You know what he did? So he was a National Guard, and he was going to be deployed to Iraq, and he left.
Really?
The rest of his unit went. He left. He left the military. Yep.
Amazing.
Because he wasn't about to go fight in Iraq.
Conscientious objector?
I think he technically was allowed to retire.
Interesting. Okay. So he was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna retire."
Yeah, I mean, I put it in the rundown to like learn about it together. So,
what is it? The service record thing here,
buddy?
Trump doesn't know.
Education is already privatized. We have private institutions.
Can you
went to
find the specific video that you want to see?
For what?
The military record, the one that you just said.
Oh, I mean, I will find one. I mean, I'm pretty sure I put it in there.
Buddy. Dude, we don't have the time.
What nation is that? Go ahead. Tell me. What nation?
I'm actually curious, but like,
I know. I already know the answer. You don't.
I can't be bothered.
When he says it, you'll be like, oh.
Yeah. Fuck Iraq. Fuck the Iraq War. Fuck the US. The US were the bad guys.
Yeah. Whoa. What do you mean? He didn't go fight in the most unpopular war?
Of course. Oh, look. I definitely should have seen that coming.
Elected Tim Walz as their governor for a second term in 2022.
Well, bottom line is, this is a guy who billed Minnesotans an additional $8 billion in new taxes and fees after blowing through $17.5 billion in surplus. He has now put our state on a path to economic disaster. This is a guy who,
Congressman,
you guys got to investigate feeding our future.
Congressman, do me a favor and answer the question. Why do you think Minnesotans reelected him with all the...
That was incredibly passive aggressive. Do me a favor, answer the question.
Things that you're saying about him that are negative, and attacking some of the things that he has done policy-wise, not personality-wise, because you agree that he's got a pretty big and affable.
Of course it is.
But I know there's like Vosh and Hassan who brought up articles on it.
Wait, you can seriously get in trouble for not moderating the chat? Ah, okay. Well, let's. Oh no, I think I can put it.
I don't think anything has really gone outside moderation.
No, that I was like.
Just dog whistles.
Look, I'll keep an eye on it.
Personality, but why do you think Minnesotans seem to disagree with you about what he has done in their state?
Buddy, we haven't done anything. We're just talking about it because you're getting close to being beyond fuckwit. At this point, you're just like clown. You're just the entertainment at this point, because this is CNN news is very boring. Yeah, it does make sense. Like I definitely should have seen it. Exactly. That's why we're not doing anything.
Elder Zion. I mean, I wrote that book. That's a great book.
So you can sit here and talk shit all you want.
Guess what?
And
not your space. We can kick you out if we want to.
Exactly.
Fuck your terms of service. You're just a little pet.
Exactly. We are keeping you here for entertainment. Just keep that, keep that in your head. Just understand.
Well, you need to come to Minnesota. Tim Walz is finally going to be exposed.
The election results tell you something,
Tim Walz has been given a sweetheart, much like Kamala Harris, Sarah. The media, the mainstream media, gives these people a pass. They don't call out what they actually stand for.
Not here, you don't.
They don't point out that under Tim Walz's leadership, the Minneapolis Police Department is 40% down in manpower, that he wanted to move money away from police. This is the reason you see the violent crime at record highs in Minnesota. The economy has been racked in Minnesota. He's not going to make it through a
you said that for rights.
It is a guide. It is guide, not my people. It is guide. Guide, yes.
What's 600 seconds?
We have truth.
That seems like a long time. Can I change that?
Third term, it's never going to happen. Tim Walz is a great.
You're in timeout for 10 minutes. She can dwell on your rights for 10 minutes.
For the Republicans. It is just going to enhance the radical left shift. And the choice is going to be really...
It's just Edward.
I really fucking hope he does come back. He's just going to be fuming for 10 minutes.
Simple this fall. You can either go with 4 more years of this.
I'd rather be a social justice warrior than a piece of fucking shit.
Who knows how many wars around the world? Or you can go back to an economy that was prosperous under Donald Trump. You can go back to a border that was sealed and crime was under control under Donald Trump. You can go back to peace and stability around the world. Quite short. Sarah, this is the American
BLM riots you were just complaining about happened under Trump.
Trump and J.D. Vance are offering versus the America Last agenda that Kamala Harris is involved in.
When you look at the actual statistics, the numbers are actually down for violent crime in Minnesota and across the country for the past. It's better than the past almost 50 years. If you look at the FBI statistics, Department of Public Safety in Minnesota, across the country, crime's actually down quite a bit. I think it's 13%, 15%. If you look at the new numbers in the first quarter. So why do you keep saying crime is rampant there when the numbers show differently?
It is. Sarah, I don't know where you're getting your statistics from.
From the FBI and the Department of Public
homicides
Safety.
are up dramatically in Minnesota. No, I'm telling you, you can play whatever games you want with the numbers. Assaults are up. Carjackings are up. Murder is up. And by the way, we got a vice presidential candidate who the last time he teamed up with Kamala Harris, they allowed Minneapolis to burn down. He didn't call out the National Guard, even though he'd been asked to by the mayor of Minneapolis. He allowed the city to burn. And then what did Kamala Harris do? She helped bail these criminals out of jail. 2 of them went on to commit.
I'm so confused. So they're not calling the National Guard. So they're complaining about not calling the National Guard, but some people are complaining about calling the National Guard. Sounds like all of these people are just idiots.
Also, like, it was like if there's live stream of who escalated that protest.
Were they agitators?
Oh no, it's definitely the tear gas.
Oh, the cops. Yeah, so agitators.
So I'm just saying, like, there hadn't been anything with, like, that's why the Minneapolis one is the worst one when it comes to like property damage, because it was the first. The National Guard was deployed all over the country after that.
Only 7 minutes.
Murder. So you can play whatever games you want with statistics. The fact is, crime in Minnesota violent crime is at record highs.
No, it's not.
You believe in law and order, correct? That has been something that you've been talked about quite a bit in your term.
I think we all should.
And so I do want to ask you about the candidate that you're supporting that calls the January 6th attackers hostages and says he will pardon them. And I want to give you a taste of what he recently, the most recent time that he talked about this issue with the January 6th attackers on the Capitol. Here's what he said at the NABJ conference last week.
My question is on those rioters who assaulted officers. Would you pardon
what's
those
going to
people?
happen? Oh, absolutely, I would.
You
If
would
they're
pardon
innocent,
those?
If they're innocent, I would pardon them.
They've been convicted.
And by the way,
Do you agree with Donald Trump that he should pardon those, as he said, absolutely, I'll pardon them, the people that she specifically pointed out were responsible for attacking 140 officers who were injured there?
Yeah, I mean, let's keep in mind that we were told democracy is going to be on the ballot,
Okay.
and it absolutely is.
I was not in moderator mode. Moderator mode is neat.
We are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
I have untimed out the QAnon person. Let's see if he is still here.
But it's not the Republicans that are a threat to democracy. It's
No,
actually the
I
other
don't
side.
think
You've got
so
Kamala
either.
Harris,
We'll see.
who didn't get one vote. What a democratic process. And she's going to be the Democrats' candidate going into the fall. This couldn't set up better for November, Sarah.
The attacks are coming fast and furious now.
They are. They're really racing to define Tim Walz before most
Come
of
on,
America
guys.
can make up their minds
You
about him
can't write
themselves.
your
And look, this
script to
is
say
partly
the
because-
attacks are fast and furious now and say, yeah, they're really racing right after that. Come on, guys. What are we doing here? Do you think nobody would notice you did that?
I can see the viewers inside the chat, inside the moderator view. He's still here.
because they've still been kind of surprised in my conversations with Trump senior's advisors. They admit this privately that they didn't expect the enthusiasm around Harris and kind of the momentum that she has been able to sustain last as long as it has. And so while they've tried,
That is true. The memes have been keeping her going.
It's
Like-
also been like a week.
Well, it's 3 weeks,
Huh?
right? 3 weeks.
Since she announced?
Yeah, since he stepped down. Or stepped a step back.
Yeah,
tried
but
to
the
figure out
campaign
how
just
best
started.
to define Harris and which
Ah,
attacks
sure.
stick the best with
Like,
voters.
the
Now they're trying
memes
to
are
do
being
that
known for
with
a little
Walz and
bit.
really seeing how they can tie them together. Now, part of that goal is to try and paint Walz as someone who is even more liberal than both Harris and
Yeah, I
Joe
just
Biden. And what they really want to do is
exported,
focus,
it was
I'm
the
told,
20
on the last
show
4
that
years
we did where he
specifically, even
then
though he was
stepped down.
governor starting
Yeah.
So
in 2019, they really want to focus on his last 4 years. And part of that is because when Walz was in Congress for 12 years, he was actually more widely viewed as more of a moderate Democrat. He had voted with Republicans to strengthen the border. He had pushed for trillions of dollars in deficit reductions. He also had the backing of the NRA, although they later pulled that support once he became governor. But as governor, he was more progressive. And some of the key things that the Trump campaign
Look at the cut of this edit. I don't know what's
But
happening
did they
here.
just re-upload it?
I have no idea, but it is cropped so strangely.
Yeah, they just fucked up on the
is
formatting
planning
on
to
the
point to and
export.
seize on is how he enshrined abortion rights into law. He protected rights.
All right, KG9's Andrew Christensen joins us now in studio to talk about the VP pick and how it could impact Arizona voters.
Yeah, of course, Pat, here in Arizona, voters are going to be looking at issues like the border, abortion, and of course, we saw record migrant numbers
To like
crossing
wrap
at the
up
southern
with
border.
him,
And
like there's like a bunch of stuff like Hassan and Vosh, like more of the fun stuff where they'll go through highlights and stuff for the majority.
Yeah, I've got
report.
that at the back,
Mhm.
at the back of all of this. I was going to do a Vosh Hassan and maybe a Sam Cedar one and then move on.
15-week abortion ban here in Arizona, of course, with no exceptions for rape or incest.
And Andrew, you talked with a spokesperson for the Democratic Socialists of Arizona. What are they saying about Walz versus Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, who's obviously also in contention for the pick?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Lee
commies.
says Walz is going to be effective for the Harris campaign. And Lee says Walz is a centrist like Kelly, but she feels like he really supports more progressive policies than Kelly. Now, of course, they do support socialism. And when I was speaking to the chairman of the Pima County
Socialism.
Republicans, Dave Smith, he says Walz is actually a socialist.
Walz is, able to ground this campaign in working class issues.
Issues Lee Zishi, the communications coordinator for the Tucson Democratic Socialists of America, says like being pro-union, supporting education, and pro-abortion.
Popular policies all across the country.
It's Walz's experience, Zishi says, that's beneficial to the Harris campaign.
He was
Yeah,
a
it was
teacher
standing
and a
weird.
football coach. He really seems like he wants to improve the lives of working class people.
But to get the younger and uncommitted votes, Zishi says Walz and Harris need to do more to support a ceasefire in Gaza.
They have not earned the vote of the uncommitted people.
However, Dave Smith, the chairman of the Pima County Republicans, says Walz is farther left than Vice President Kamala Harris.
Even after the assassination attempt on President Trump, he's still saying aggravating and agitating name-calling against the Republicans.
With Walz on the ticket, he says the Democratic Party is abandoning moderate independence.
You couldn't choose a person more likely to unify the Republican Party.
J.D. Vance, the Republicans' vice presidential nominee, Smith says, appeals more to the working class.
He represents a working class success.
Here he is.
And Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, the Republican vice presidential nominee.
He's back.
Yep.
Oh my God. Is he a bot? Hold on.
You're going down.
Is he a bot? He just said the same thing.
Mm-hmm. You go. Yep, it's a
When
fact.
he criticized Governor Walz, saying he let people burn down places in Minneapolis during the Black Lives Matter riots in 2020. Now, Zishi is saying the far left,
you know, if you
she actually identifies with, agrees with what she calls the far right. However, she believes Walz didn't take the right actions during the riot, saying he took too much action, bringing in too much law enforcement. Andrew Christensen, KGUN 9.
Nazis were
we know who the Democratic ticket is now. What ultimately do you think?
Whatever you say.
Sure.
Whatever you say. Nazis were Nazis.
Was the deciding factor of why Harris chose Walz?
Well, Yvonne, it seems like this is really a coalition building kind of ticket, right? Because you have in Kamala Harris, current vice president, she's from California, prosecutor, kind of brings in that coastal.
Next, we're going to be told. We're going to be told how land votes.
Wow, you know who?
Look,
what name we should write down?
Map red.
Man, you know how we write down names of people that we should interview that are very interesting, that have very good analysis or presence in news stories. Let's not write her name down.
Jill
vote there certainly, but with a candidate like Tim Walz, you have somebody who's this big Midwestern dad kind of charisma. You've got somebody that also has concentrated during his time in Congress and as governor on working families issues, labor issues, union types of issues. As governor, he's looked into things like child tax credits.
What did we say wrong? Where did we say wrong? We said you're gonna live under socialism, you know, and you're gonna live as we bring it in.
He's crying about the Nazis still.
Oh, okay. Whatever you say, pal. Whatever helps you sleep at night and makes you not feel like one. Whatever you need to tell yourself.
He's also provided free school lunches, that kind of thing. So you've got that level of kind of commitment there. And then also in Congress, he was focused much more on issues involving veterans, agriculture. So it does seem like what Kamala Harris is trying to do with this ticket is really appeal to more Midwestern voters, try to build that coalition and ultimately win over
right wing
votes.
That fought them in World War II. Who is the right wing that fought the Nazis?
Yeah. Curious. Enlighten us.
In those types of states.
Yeah, just how important is he, do you think, going to be in getting those swing state voters over the line?
Well, historically, the VP pick hasn't really had a tremendous effect on the ticket, but ultimately, you kind of want to do no wrong here, right? So anything that Kamala Harris can do to kind of build that kind of appeal there, maybe that ultimately helps, with her polling in some swing states. We'll have to see whether or not the VP pick here has any effects there. But when you're contrasting this with, the Republican contender Donald Trump, who in picking J.D. Vance, senator from Ohio, kind of doubled down on his base more than, built out any kind of, broader coalition building here, then you do have what seems to be a different strategy there in trying to really try to win over an appeal. Obviously, Kamala Harris, though, is running.
Did he give us a source? What's the bet? It's just straight up Nazi propaganda.
Okay, again, the question was, who was the right wing that was fighting the Nazis? The Nazis were left wing. Who was the right wing that was fighting them?
Europa: The Last Battle is a 2017 English language Swedish 10-part neo-Nazi propaganda film. Neat.
Is that the one that Fresh and Fit told Ethan Klein to watch?
Maybe.
Type in Ethan Klein in that search after the Europa Last Battle. See if it comes up.
I can't watch a TikTok video without a login.
Oh, I figured if they would come back with the results.
I mean, it says something about it, but
Yeah, because like he just
Nothing's
basically
up.
started. So he also like it's gonna come out soon, but he called Sneeko and started asking Sneeko how many Jews died in the Holocaust, and Sneeko couldn't answer him. And that's basically what he did to this guy. And he
Was
said,
this the H3 debate? Was it?
Well, it just happened. It's not out yet.
Oh.
I'm
Fair
still
enough.
waiting to hear who was the right wing who fought the Nazis.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm curious too.
And
a
if they're
very
left
unusual and
wing,
really kind of unprecedented campaign
where's
trying
the
to get things
left
going
wing
the
that's
last 100
pro-Nazi?
days. We'll have to see whether that actually has any big effect there.
We talked earlier about his China connections.
Which means I'm against taxes. Okay.
This guy's fucking retarded.
Congratulations. Well, you have to be a libertarian.
No, he's QAnon. He's not a libertarian.
Might that be a bit awkward, just given what we've seen? And they're talking about comments from just decades ago about when he was a teacher in China too.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. This
teacher
candidate
where?
actually has experience living in China. We really haven't seen this since George H.W. Bush, who was ambassador in Beijing in the 70s.
Interesting.
Copy alarm, sleeper cell activated.
Walz, he was a teacher in China, 1989, 1990. He celebrated his wedding anniversary on the anniversary
there.
Yeah.
of the Tiananmen Square crackdown is met with the Dalai Lama. Maybe there is a bit of awkwardness or tension there, but ultimately it seems like, he largely kind of tracks with the Biden administration's positions on China anyway, this idea of taking a really hard line on issues involving the military, South China Sea, technology advancements, that kind of thing, while trying to find areas of cooperation,
I'm
maybe
still
in
waiting
renewables.
to hear who was the right opposition to the Nazis.
Yeah. Who was the right wing? Come on, it's not that hard. Just answer the question. Who was the right wing?
Energy, that other sorts of thing. We'll have to see what he actually presents as a candidate and what his comments look like now today on China.
All right, that was our Bloomberg News Desk editor, Jill Deesis there. And of course, Yvonne, it's really that question. What are we hearing about this on social media within China as well? Because it has been something that's been...
Her name is ISIS.
Yeah, that's what I already said.
During a little bit...
Oh, okay.
Nobody. Cool.
Okay. So it was just an all left-wing fight then? That's how far right this person is, that the Nazis are left-wing to them.
Yeah.
That's what we just determined. Great. Wow, grape.
Very cool. Grape.
Bit on the rounds of Weibo, people discussing...
washing, did you, buddy?
Wait.
We said that experience.
Hilarious. Fucking hysterical.
I just want people to have health care, honey.
What do you mean, regular Japanese people?
It just may be the most far left agenda in our country's history on a presidential ticket.
Because the Democratic ticket is now set. Governor Tim Walz' record in...
I'm only stating facts. Source, my neo-Nazi documentary I recommended.
Minnesota includes everything from tax-funded health care for illegals to so-called gender-affirming care for minors, just to name a few, as we've been doing this morning.
Joining us now for his first TV interview, his reaction to this ticket that he's fighting against them to have the right to go to the White House and become the 47th president. Let's welcome the 45th president of the United States, GOP presidential nominee, President Donald Trump. Mr. President, welcome back.
Thank you very much.
So
Thank you.
Your reaction to Governor Tim Walz joining Kamala Harris to go against you and J.D. Vance.
I would say my reaction is I can't believe it. I never thought this was going to be the one that was picked. I know him a little bit. I helped him very much during the riots because his house was surrounded by people that were waving an American flag. Doesn't sound like
everyone,
people,
including the Nazis, was a lib in World War II. That's the type of person we're dealing with here.
Concerned that it was going to get out of control. They only had one guard. I guess it was at the mansion or at his house in some form. And
you know what? Just because David Duke is such a fucking goober, I'm gonna put him back in timeout for a minute.
So, my question is like, do we get this insult to hang himself, or is he gonna do a mass shooting if we keep bullying him?
Called me. I said, "What do you want me to do about it?" I was in the White House. He said, "If you would put out the word that I'm a good person," and I did. I put out the word. I said, "He's a good person. I hope everything's good." And everybody put down.
And
there it is. The throat grab. That's his fatality. He's
their flags and took their flags with them. They took their American flags and their MAGA flags and they left. It was thousands of people. And that was the first time I said, wow, that's very interesting.
That's the first time I
And he
said,
called me back
wow.
and he thanked me very much. That's my only thing I ever had to do with him. He's a very, very liberal man, and he's a shocking pick, and I'm thrilled. I could not be more thrilled.
Yeah, I mean, when they selected him, it's really a gift for you because this election
whatever
is
you guys say.
We are not watching all of this.
Welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
We win. What? That's a pretty good sign. We win.
He's uncharismatic.
Wow. No prompter. Can't read prompters. So he's still training. This might be his first on-prompter thing. This Philly rally. Let me know if can you see prompters anywhere? Yeah, they're right there.
Yeah, there's prompters here, but I don't know if they're on.
No, I can see text on this one on the right. I can because the way that light is hitting it, I can see that there's text. Because the light's just reflecting it.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you put in me, but maybe more so, thank you for bringing back the joy. I'm thrilled to be on this journey with you and Doug, this incredible journey. And Pennsylvania, I know you know this, but my God, what a treasure you have in Josh Shapiro. Holy hell, can this guy bring the fire? He can bring the fire. This is a visionary leader. Also, I have to tell you, everybody in America knows when you need a bridge fixed, call that guy.
Would they call him for the Maryland bridge?
And I
well,
think
you know,
sometimes
like how he fixed that bridge that fell in like 24 hours.
But seeing a guy who cares so deeply
With
about
the
his family, a
experimental
man
film,
with compassion,
remember that?
vision,
It was
and
like a
I'll tell you
really
this, I
cool
know this from
story.
experience.
Oh,
there is
that,
no
yes.
one you would rather.
Yes, the freeway that fell over, right?
Yeah.
They go to a Springsteen
First
concert
off,
in Jersey
it's
with
Dr. Duke. Okay, homo. Dr. Duke opposes high tax rates and social spending, which means he's more
And I can't wait
right-wing
for all of you
than the
and America to get to know
Austrian
my incredible
guy.
wife, Gwen.
All right.
A 29-year public school educator.
Congratulations on being a fascist. Good for you.
Don't ever underestimate teachers. And our two beautiful kids, Hope and Gus. I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket.
Hope because you're
and to
getting
help
popped.
Vice President Harris become what we all know.
Oh, look, the timeout expired. He's back.
No, I was already making fun of him.
No, it's very,
I mean, look
very
how
good
gay
for
that
us to
fucking
think about.
tweet is, bro.
We have to keep our country
Next President of the United States of America.
What do you think the age of consent should be?
Yeah, actually, what do
What
you
do you
think
think?
age of consent could be?
If the Austrian guy, this is the dog whistle, right?
Mhm.
Wasn't vegetarian, not a socialist started, he would have won World War II. Just my view. Can't prove this hypothesis, though. Okay, so that
Okay.
one's not fact. Okay. Everything else, though, was facts. Got it.
From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, Attorney General of the great state of California, a United States Senator, and Vice President of the United States.
The first time you said Austrian guy, I thought you was talking about Austrian economics.
Vice President Harris has fought on the side of the American people. She took on the predators. She took on the fraudsters. She took down the transnational gangs. She stood up against powerful corporate interests, and she never hesitated to reach across the aisle if it meant
His
improving people's
downfall was his
lives.
leftist lifestyle. Being gay, you mean. Like you.
And I want all of you to hold this, and don't ever underestimate the power of this. She does it all with a sense of joy.
When will you learn?
I know a little something about that commitment to people. I was born in West Point, Nebraska. I lived in Butte, a small town of 400, where community was a way of life. Growing up, I spent the summers working on the family farm. My mom and dad taught us, show generosity towards your neighbors and work for a common good.
You know what that sounds like to me?
My dad served in the Army during the Korean War. With his encouragement, at 17, I joined the Army National Guard. For 24 years, I proudly wore the uniform of this nation.
No offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Of a shared commitment to something greater than ourselves. And just as it did for my dad and millions of others, the GI Bill gave me a shot.
Germany lost because of Jewish undermining.
My dad was a teacher. My brothers and sisters and I followed in their footsteps.
Who could have predicted that?
3 out of 4 of us married teachers. What we do. For nearly 20 years, I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies and coaching football.
And then I went to China.
Including winning that state championship. Thank you. Don't ever close the yearbook. But it was my students. They encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them.
No, they're fucked. The Republicans are truly fucked.
This guy, like, one of the best they could have gone with.
Yeah,
like,
no, they're fucked.
Charisma's so good on him.
Yeah. It's over. It's done.
That's why the "we win" sign is so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Commitment of common good, a belief that one person can make a difference. So in 2006,
You're right. It's not an argument. It's a fact, actually.
And because high school teachers are super optimistic, I was running in a district that had 1 Democrat since 1892. Well, my neighbors graced me with an opportunity to represent them in the United States House of Representatives. I'm proud of the work we did there together. I worked across the aisle on veterans issues, on agriculture, and on ways to grow rural economies. I learned the art of compromise without compromising my values. And now, as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I bring those experiences to bear in tackling the challenges that are facing our great state. Minnesota's strength comes from our values, our commitment to working together, to seeing past our differences, to always.
I am sad that he doesn't have the Canadian accent.
He's being willing to lend a helping hand. Those are the same values I learned on the family farm and tried to instill in my students. I took it to Congress and to the state capitol, and now.
Bro, he said something like he'd rather die than go back to DC as well.
Hilarious. That's so funny. Man, you're really good at naming irrelevant, very, very closeted people. Who's next? Nick Fuentes?
Yeah. Milo,
President Harris and I are running to take those very back.
He's trying so hard to stay.
Oh my God. Louis Farrakhan as well. This is amazing.
Values to the White House.
The Yahood guy.
A doofus.
Now, Donald Trump sees the world a little differently than us.
Wow, they don't like him.
First of all, he doesn't know the first thing about service.
Hey, is that a link? I like link.
He doesn't have time for it because he's too busy serving himself. Again and again and again, Trump weakens our economy to strengthen his own hand. He mocks our laws.
Let's see who this guy is. Political scientist. Regime critic. Trump 2024. Not
the best source.
Sows chaos and division. And that's to say nothing of his record as president. He froze in the face of the COVID crisis. He drove our economy into the ground. And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump.
Yeah, we'll look at the Detroit rally in a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe not even today, but
all they're saying is that the car park was there's no shuttles to get back to their cars, so it's just bad organization. And this would be down to what you said, which
to
they
them
had
having
to
reschedule at the last minute.
It would have had to be the last minute rescheduling,
yeah,
right?
So go to an airfield.
We're already we're already seeing the start of a disinformation campaign, and this person just sent us basically the root of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even counting the crimes he committed.
The schizo's talking to themselves now. Oh, they all got light up wristbands, huh?
You know, some of us.
Okay. Wow, bro.
Some of us.
Bro, what is this guy talking about?
Doesn't matter. We're getting good on those average views.
Some of us in here are old enough to remember.
Funded.
I see you down there. I see those old white guys. Some of us are old enough to remember.
You're an old white guy.
When it was Republicans who were talking about freedom. It turns out now what they meant was the government should be free to invade your doctor's office.
That's a good way to phrase it.
In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and their personal choices that they make.
This is everything that I've wanted them to go with for a hot minute now.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny. It's funny how Hassan has been coming over this. It's like the Democratic Party's acting like an actual political party.
Right, because I've been saying this forever. I'm just like, all they need to do is talk about how the Republicans are just trying to invade your personal life. That's all.
Harris did a rally at Detroit Airport Metro hangar.
Yes, we know.
Crazy.
My dude. We know.
Even if we wouldn't make the same choice for ourselves, there's a golden rule. Mind your own damn business.
It's okay. It's okay. As long as number go up.
Yep.
Peaks will help the average at the end.
A Biden-Harris bot, that's fine.
These guys are after my heart chanting, mind your own damn business. That feels good, so thank you. Look, that includes IVF, and this gets personal for me and my family. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news.
It's because I have tiny nuts.
Hey, buddy. The lock is picked. The pick is locked in. He can't change. That weirdo is his VP.
Way to accept that he's going to lose.
So what were you saying before about cope?
Knew you'd
come around.
The pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't worked. So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope. When Vice President and I talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make your own healthcare decisions.
The only thing that you have sent us that was actually something that was Googleable was a neo-Nazi documentary.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
So like I just every time I look up, it's some just like not even like reading it anymore. It's just fucking schizo posting.
Dude, imagine if he did pick Farrakhan as the VP. Can you fucking imagine? What are you talking about? Your coup made you. It would just be in such conflict with the Christian fascists.
Well, that's the sweet release of death. Yeah, evisceration by 1,000 branches of a mighty oak.
Bro, he doesn't even know. He doesn't even understand. Huh? It's the inside jokes. You should stay, watch us. Keep spouting your shit. We'll let you. You know, you say some shit, I'll time you out. You know, you in timeout. I'll put the dunce cap on you, and you can go in timeout for 60 seconds, right? But we'll let you talk. You should come back.
We do need dunce caps of epic proportions to like use as like.
Well, when
emojis.
when
I'm talking,
the
great revolution over there.
I got distracted from that weird comment.
And for our children to be free to go to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classrooms. By the way, as you heard, I was one of the best shots in Congress, but in Minnesota, we believe in the Second Amendment.
Damn, the Twitch bots are going crazy today.
But we also believe in common sense gun violence laws. Vice President Harris' idea of freedom is a ticket for education to be that ticket to the middle class, not crippling debt. Air that's clean, water that's pure, communities that are safe.
Wait, we're running on giving people air and water now? Wow.
I just want people to have health care, honey.
You know, what a platform. The other people are going to be like, nah, you deserve the lead pipes. Go fuck yourself. Who are people going to vote for, I wonder?
Oh my god, every fucking narrative. Everyone. Epic. So epic.
A place where we settle our political differences not through violence, but with our votes.
Exactly.
And that's what this election's about. What direction will this country go in? He's not going back. Well, Donald Trump would damn sure take us backwards. Let's be clear about that. And don't believe him when he plays dumb.
That just became
he knows
a
exactly
slogan, by the way.
What did?
The guy who just yelled, "We won't go back." And he pointed.
Oh, really?
We're not going back. Yeah. Now one of the things that they keep tweeting is, "We're not going back." Right?
Great.
It might have happened before this. Just like how it's if you got something to say it to my face. When Kamala quoted the one rapper from Atlanta there.
Mm-hmm.
What Project 2025 will do to restrict our freedoms. To rig the economy to help the super rich. If Trump gets a chance to return, he's going to pick up
let's
exactly
go. Communism.
4 years ago. Only this time, it will be much, much worse. Raising costs on middle-class family. He will repeal the Affordable Care Act, no doubt about it. He'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And when somebody tells you they believe him. He said he'd ban abortion across this country, and he'll do it, whether or not Congress is there or not. Donald Trump's not fighting for you or your family. He never sat at that kitchen table like the one I grew up at, wondering how we were going to pay the bills. He set his country club up in Mar-a-Lago, wondering how he can cut taxes for his rich friends.
That's true. That's true. The other cool things is that he's putting people like what's his fucking name? Larry Fink? Is that his fucking name? The BlackRock dude as the head of what's the Treasury person called?
Treasury.
Yeah, the Treasury.
It might
person.
be banking secretary. No, it's banking in Congress.
Sure, whatever. Trump wants to make Larry Fink the secretary of the Treasury or whatever the fuck the title is. So that's pretty cool. As well as like a lot of other billionaires and megacorp sort of CEOs, just sort of packing his entire admin with the people he claims to be
if
against.
they weren't geniuses, they wouldn't have all that money.
Uh-huh.
And I got to tell you.
Do you think he's on or off prompter here? This is just rehearsed?
Maybe.
His running mate shares his dangerous and backward agenda for this country.
I'm not sure. Oh, look, even BlackRock's not good enough anymore. But this is your guy. This is your MAGA guy. He's the one putting these people into his cabinet. So what are you going to do? Huh? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What should you do? You know, someone tried to do something the other day. What are you going to do?
No, they don't.
J.D. Vance literally wrote the foreword for the architect of the Project 2025 agenda.
Where was Candace Owens born? I don't believe her.
Like all regular people I grew up with in the heartland, J.D. studied at Yale, had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then wrote a bestseller trashing that community. Come on. That's not what middle America is. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy.
It's going to be pretty interesting. The dude who started weird.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
I'm very excited.
That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So, you see what I did there?
Yeah, and Trump's going to be watching this clip on Fox
Kamala
News
Harris is like, we didn't approve of this. We didn't approve of this. You're going off message. Look at her. She's mad.
I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it. You feel it. These guys are creepy and, yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. That's what you see.
I think that they should lean into the personality. They should lean into it a bit more. You know, really, really sort of push it, because like it's really come out as a thing that the Republicans don't like. I think it could become something that could be
because
iconic.
For years, we've had this Nancy Pelosi ideology of going, they go low, we go high.
Mm.
And so just the basic thing in a response absolutely cripples them.
Yes.
Matt Walsh was crying about this, bro. Saying, isn't this the most disgusting thing you've ever heard from a political candidate?
Can you please find that video?
That's a tweet.
The tweet?
Okay.
So you know what's out there, so say it with me. We aren't going back.
Oh my God. Yes, my guy. Everything is Israel. We see you. We see that your brain is mush and you believe in an unreality. We understand. We get it. I don't care.
We are not going back. So we got 91 days. My God, that's easy. We'll sleep when we're dead. Over those next 91 days and every day in the White House, I'll have Vice President Harris's back every single day. And we'll have yours. You know how this works. We can't do it alone. We need you, each and every one of you. Go over to KamalaHarris.com, get on board.
Dude, this is one of the funniest things I think a Nazi has ever said.
Yeah, that's straight Nick Fuentes shit.
That's so fucking funny.
Mm-hmm. I'm with Palestine. Does that make you angry?
Because we need you. Free to make our own choices. This leader, this compassionate, careful, joyous leader believes in each and every one of you.
You can't be with Palestine and retarded.
My God, you came here tonight to sit at the very top because you love this country and you're not going back.
What are you looking at?
She believes in the opportunity for every single person to join the.
You know that your Trump dude is like a big Israel guy, right? You know that he basically bent over backwards to give them everything they wanted while he was in power, right? I'm just I'm just asking questions.
Yeah.
You know.
Seems like you don't know what you actually support here.
Yeah, like I'm just trying to figure out what you actually believe here, because you're not pro-Palestine, you're not pro-Palestinians, but you're still MAGA bootlicker. So like, what? You're on hands and knees kissing Trump's ring, but everything that you say that you hate, he does. So how do you live? How do you live with yourself with such glaring contradictions? You should solve this problem.
The living problem.
Middle class. She believes in the promise of America. We just got to fight. We just got to fight.
Wait, you said you're a libertarian, right? Do you actually pay taxes, though?
I'm
curious.
Because as soon to be President Harris says, when we fight, we win. you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Vice President. God bless America.
I kind of love this guy, honestly.
Yeah. I told you he's like the best that they could have picked.
That's really good. They're so fucked. The Republicans are screwed.
We have a big team of reporters starting us off today. Shaquille Brewster is on the ground in Wisconsin following the Harris-Walz rally earlier today. Garrett Hake is in Michigan, where J.D. Vance is campaigning. Also with me is NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Shaq, let me start with you. You were at the rally in Eau Claire this afternoon. Talk about the
Don't pay taxes. How interesting.
And I also invest in gold. Sure you do.
Sure, buddy.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
I recommend investing in gold.
Do you buy this gold and silver from people advertised by maybe people like Steven Crowder, like who are the other ones? Dan Bongino. That I think they sell gold and silver. You know, the companies that sponsor YouTubers for special, like for what are they called? The metals, precious metals, which turn out to be like 80% nickel. Because you're all fucking retards.
Yeah, just fucking alloys.
Literally just getting scammed.
I have
Gold.
some nice gold shit because like the quality of gold we have to use in body jewelry has to be of a certain standard. Yeah. The body rejects nickel, so gold essentially needs to be alloyed with nickel. So it's very hard to do any type of yellow gold that doesn't have some type of nickel. So you can be sensitive to it, but it's very, very high quality. Like there's this company that where you would get stuff from called BVLA.
Buddy, this is the first fact you've said. Yeah, gold jewelry.
Oh yeah, it's just like super nice shit.
Yeah. You've told me about the gold jewelry before. We've definitely had this discussion before. I think we might have been talking about. It could have come up when we were talking about the videos you made before doing all of this.
enthusiasm on day 2 after this Democratic ticket has been unveiled.
Well, Kristen, I'll tell you, among the core supporters here, the people who braved the long lines, who came out and dealt with the heat, there was a tremendous energy and enthusiasm around this new ticket. I'll tell you, there were people who were wearing homemade signs that you could tell they made in the past 24 hours because it had the name of both Harris and Walz. You had people who said that they were taking off work to come here. And look, you see this kind of energy with rallies like this. These are things that you normally hear. But when you talk to people, they say this is not how they felt just 2.5 weeks ago. They feel like they have a chance to win this election. And everyone feels as if it's going to be close, but among the supporters, the people who are out here, they feel a new sense of excitement and enthusiasm. And you see that working its way up throughout the campaign. I'll tell you, the campaign said about 12,000 people were here. There's no way to confirm that.
We established this long time ago. I think you missed it when I put him in timeout.
I mean, this isn't like the first time they've been in here.
No, I know.
Independently, but there's not
just. This is the first time we've gotten this far with them, though.
Those numbers, but we do know that they raised about $36 million in the 24 hours after Governor Walz was announced as the running mate. When you talk to local Wisconsin Democrats, they're saying their volunteer numbers, their door knocking numbers are reaching levels that they just haven't seen. So when you talk about the enthusiasm, that translates to energy, that translates to a ground game. And
those earrings that are like flush to the skin are pretty cool.
Oh,
they're kind of neat.
Yeah. Talking about hoops? Some little hoops?
No, they're like the. I'll just screen share it. These ones here.
Oh yeah.
Inside.
Yeah, those are just like they're just the Brett barbells. So like the same thing you would use on a lip. So it's just a flat.
No shit. Okay.
Flat back post, right?
Yeah.
So it's just a single post that's in the center of that. Mm-hmm. So the jewelry is just on top of it.
Yeah. Like chicks that do this sort of stuff, like have the inner ear things. I think I reckon they look cool. They look neat. I think the industrial is pretty cool as well.
Yeah, they're just a bitch because
I bet they are,
because it goes across the entire cartilage. Any type of sleeping you do on it is gonna like start deforming.
Fuck with it. Yeah.
You have a lot of Democrats now feeling much more positively than they did just a couple of weeks ago.
Well, Shaq, speaking of positivity,
there's also like faux industrials. Well, they'll like basically have them like loop through the ear and like back around. Like they'll go through the ear and like, you know, you can do all kinds of things with like L posts, just like plumbing, you know, you just put an L joint on there and do a bunch of different stuff. So it's not like a solid bar across. You can do lots of stuff.
Note of the messaging that we are hearing from Vice President Harris, from Governor Walz. They've been using words like joy. What is the strategy there, and what can we anticipate moving forward?
Actually, there was this as well, which I wanted to see. Because this was sent by that person sending Kamala Harris links.
You know what? If you
See
want
the prices on that jewelry, though? Can you
say
did it
that.
show up with
No,
it?
I didn't look at the prices.
Go, see if prices are listed on here.
Hold on.
You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
It's a good look. I'm kind of happy that this attitude has become normalized for chicks. This like shut the fuck up, I'm talking is great. This is only going to get better.
You certainly hear a few things, and one, we know that in terms of this vice presidential pick, there are a lot of people who are frankly
we know what fudge is. You don't have to say
unfamiliar with him or have only heard one piece of his biography. So a lot of what we heard on stage was still that introduction for people here in Wisconsin. Look, this is almost
yeah, exactly, because it's what fudge is. Please define it correctly.
The homecoming for Governor Walz, because we're right along, not far from Minnesota. We're right along that border. So there was his family here that he acknowledged when he said, "Minnesotans, are you in the crowd?" I almost want to say the majority of the crowd cheered.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Is she was like,
Nope. Those were Free Palestine people.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So what were they saying?
Just Free Palestine.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
It's so strange because she's like openly Free Palestine. Like she's openly against what Biden's doing.
Yeah.
Isn't she? Is she not?
I mean,
because as far as I'm aware, she's not for what Biden's doing.
Still pissed a lot of people off.
Yes. Yeah.
They were saying
raised their
something
hands.
like
So
Kamala's
you had
doing genocide. Our government is under the same occupation as Palestine is. Okay. That's fucking hysterical.
That is very funny.
Sense that this was a crowd that knew him, but when I talked to people, they didn't know much about him. They're still learning about him, and that's why you had on stage both Vice President Harris and Governor Walz still introducing themselves to this audience here. But it's twofold, because I talked to the head of the chair of the Republican Party here in Wisconsin, and he believes that this pick makes it easier for them. He says that Walz is too liberal of a candidate, too liberal of a governor, and that's something that they plan to use against him in this battleground state, Kristen.
Well, that is certainly going to be one of the focal points of this campaign as Governor Walz tries to introduce himself to Americans.
What's his stance on Palestine?
Oh,
it has to be normal and like what the
no,
fuck
no,
are you doing, Israel?
it's relatively normal.
Yeah, I mean normal is in like normal person.
Yeah, they're kind of keeping that shit. They're kind of keeping that shit under wrap, but like Shapiro, for example, the other guy who they were gonna pick, was one of the main reasons why they didn't go with them is because he was so pro-Israel.
Yeah.
So that's why the narrative that they're not picking him because he's a Jew came from.
Yes.
So
70% say they are not familiar with him. Shaq Rooster, thank you so much. Garrett Hake, let me turn to you. We, of course, today have heard J.D. Vance go very heavy on attacking Governor Walz for his military service. What is he saying?
She basically just needs to get by not mentioning Gaza and Israel for a while. And
I think,
and like be like, well, that's Biden's dealing with it.
Yeah, exactly. It's not their problem yet.
And talk about the response.
Well, Kristen, this is kind of a classic example of a campaign trying to use their opponent's strength and turn it into a weakness.
Okay, I don't care.
Kamala Harris has decided not to pick Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro as her running mate. He had been in the mix since Harris entered the race 2 weeks ago. Shapiro boasts high popularity in the key battleground state, but
Watch this guy go, oh, Robbie's good points here, when he's just making the most retarded statement.
And called the other person a dumb slut.
Yeah.
he has more conservative views in support of Israel, and its campaign in Gaza was a certain point of contention among progressives who do not want the effort to continue to support Israel. The 51-year-old Jewish governor got pushback recently on an unearthed Philadelphia Inquirer op-ed he penned decades ago when he said there will never be peace in the Middle East. Here is Shapiro addressing that at an event at the University of Pennsylvania a few days ago. Let's watch.
I have said for years, long before October 7th, that I favor a two-state solution. Israelis and Palestinians living peacefully.
There was a soundbite? What soundbite?
I missed it too.
Side by side. It is my hope that we can see a day where peace will reign in the Middle East, where there will be a two-state solution, where all leaders involved in the conversations will respect the other side and show a willingness to make the hard choices to find peace. And I hope that the U.S. government will always be a partner in peace and trying to find a path forward.
Shapiro faced scrutiny a few months ago when campus pro-Gaza protests erupted. He called for encampments to be dismantled, drawing more criticism. Check out this CNN interview that he did in the spring. Let's listen.
I think what's important is that we can't allow peaceful protest about a disagreement on policy happening in the Middle East to be an excuse for anti-Semitism or Islamophobia on these campuses. What I see from afar at some universities, including Columbia, is a situation that is completely out of control. And it's incumbent upon the university leadership.
You're an idiot.
To get it under control quickly. In the months since, he's pivoted, focused almost entirely on potential rival J.D. Vance. Let's watch.
What is happening?
I'll say this about J.D. Vance. It is real hard being honest with the American people when you're not being honest with yourself. J.D. Vance.
Move on. She's just
I always try and sort of temper my wet blanket, I guess, tendencies in situations like this. And so let me just get this out of the way. Tim Walz is not perfect. There is no politician that is perfect.
I'm curious what he has to say, but we'll only watch like a few minutes of this.
Within the context of the various picks that were available, or I should say that were in contention, I think Tim Walz was the best. Again, he's not perfect, but no politician is. And he has a lot of he's done a lot of great things in Minnesota, and a couple of things that aren't great, but a lot more great things. And he has done so with a 1-seat majority in the Senate. There's a lot of different ways in which to analyze this pick, both in terms of does he help electorally and how? Also, what does he say about Kamala Harris's agenda? What does he say about Kamala Harris's perspective on what she's going to face if she does win? What does his pick, as opposed to other picks that were possible, say about the power that progressives have now within the Democratic coalition? And
have you seen the Kadyrov fucking
the train track fight?
No, this is better.
Then the train track fight?
This is better. This is the Chechen, his Chechen unit. They're like the Chechen Spetsnaz defending this region, and they're fighting bushes.
I don't know. The train tracks were better.
Because it's actually Kadyrov?
No, the train tracks are just very funny. Bro, you are gonna shoot your homie.
I know. It's... absolute joke. Memeable. Idiots.
Let's just start with some of the basics about Walz. Like I say, elected to governor in 2018, started serving in 2019. Prior to that, he was a congressman in a substantially red district. I think that district now just went for Trump in 2020 by 15 points. He was there for 12 years. When he ran in 2006, he appeared on the Majority Report. At that time, when we were on Air America, Wow, I didn't know that. We had a program that we were doing with Marcus Militis at the Daily Kos called the Fighting Dems. Remember, there was this was an election in 2006 that we wanted to make about being against the Iraq War. Now, I think that was a big part of it in terms of Congress. A bigger part was maybe the fact that it turned out that multiple members of the Republican leadership were covering up a congressman who was preying on some congressional interns. But be that as it may, he came on, he was a vet, and maybe he may have been active duty or at least a reservist at that time, if I remember correctly now.
The auto mod is telling me to ban Fudge for saying gay sex.
That's
funny. We will not have this homophobia from Twitch here.
He was a National Guardsman. He ended up being the highest ranking active duty, because of his reservist, military person to serve in Congress. He sat on the Veterans Affairs Committee. He sat on the Ag Committee in Congress. He also got a waiver so that he could sit on the Armed Services Committee. He voted against the Iraq War in 2007. I should say he voted to withdraw in 2007. He also, though, voted for the 2007 Iraq War supplemental monies for the military there. He entered politics. This is what was interesting. He was a football coach and a teacher. He taught in China at one point. He taught for high school. When he got back from, or I guess became a reservist and was no longer active duty, after 9/11, he served in Italy and apparently helped coordinate things happening in Afghanistan. He took his students to a Bush rally as a civics lesson.
That's funny. The Nazi is now gone. That's sad.
One of the kids apparently had a Kerry sticker on their person or on something they were carrying, and so they were not allowed to go into the rally. This was a practice at that time by the Bush people, and this is presumably in 2004 against Kerry, and that made him decide, like, I need to run for Congress.
I have no idea what's going on.
Some of us in here are old enough to remember.
Here is Kayleigh McEnany, who was one of the first to react to the pick of Walz. And
now joins us in studio. And good morning to you. Already Republicans are saying this is an extreme ticket in political history. What's your take on Tim Walz on the undercard now?
This is a stunning choice. I imagine there's a lot of cheering at Mar-a-Lago at the moment. Look, Tim Walz, he's no one to scoff at. He unseated a 6-term Republican in Congress. He won a conservative district. He began as a moderate, and then he had a radical transformation as soon as he got a trifecta in Minnesota. I think it is fair to call him a progressive in sheep's clothing. When you look at his record over the last few years, what you see are transgender surgeries for minors, carbon electrical grid by 2040, a driver's licenses for illegal immigrants. Function, his abortion policy allows abortion until birth. These are policies that are far to the left of America. And as John McCormick at the Wall Street Journal pointed out,
that is just
Kamala Harris has to do the
like, first off, I love the idea that you're a progressive in sheep's clothing. Like
she had to keep going to the monitor because she really had no idea.
In this instance.
Yeah.
That's how quick that was written. She was almost looking at the monitor the whole time.
The Wall Street Journal pointed out, Kamala Harris has to do the exact opposite of what Tim Walz did. Tim Walz became more progressive. Kamala Harris is trying to become more moderate. But Republicans are going to say, you've shed all your progressive policies, but yet you chose a progressive instead of the guy who outperformed Donald Trump and Joe Biden in Pennsylvania, and that man's name is Josh Shapiro.
And that could potentially bring support from Jewish voters, something the Harris campaign needs sorely, no matter who's on the ticket with her.
They're mad that pick Shapiro?
Yeah. I guess.
Okay. I already
So let me tell you something about Jewish voters. Every freaking cycle, we hear the same story.
That's right. He's a
Jewish voters are going to leave the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's why the Nazi had to leave.
They're not going to leave the Democratic
Party. He literally couldn't watch.
Party. That is a complete and utter myth.
That's an interesting thing to note about Sam Seder. If we ever want Nazis,
he's
to
like
leave the
garlic
chat,
to vampires.
Turn on Sam Seder. Perfect.
And again, like the number of Gentiles who have now told me that I'm anti-Semitic because I didn't want to have Josh Shapiro
Don't skip.
as the nominee. It's hilarious.
Is that why you're laughing? He called them Gentiles.
It's hilarious. All right, let's check in with Tim Pool. Let's see how stupid this gets.
So this is 23 hours ago.
So this is 23 hours ago. So he, this is before he knew what the pick was.
Yeah. So this is him wish casting yesterday.
And actually, I think, this could be one of the first sort of like decent observations that Tim Pool has ever made.
I want to pull this story up real quick from Common Dreams. I have a dream. And that dream is that Kamala Harris chooses Josh Shapiro and the woke left expose themselves because they already basically are, and it causes Kamala to lose the election. Progressives warn against Josh Shapiro as Kamala Harris nears VP choice. They wrote a letter. I think it was 50 organizations signed it. And I wonder what the problem is. Why are the progressives not happy with Josh Shapiro?
I think it's because he's Episcopalian.
Oh, that could be it. Maybe it has something to do with his last name?
I think it's the glasses.
Well, as it turns out, they love to mask their real reasons, but they actually did bring up supporting Israel. Yeah, and they said in their letter that Muslim, Arabic, and young people may turn away from Kamala Harris for supporting a Jewish guy. Okay, they didn't literally say that. They're just like, well, his position
I'm making this
certain
up, in
issues.
other words.
But John King on CNN did say
he's Jewish.
Jewish.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the issue.
Yeah, so that was actually fascinating to watch. Well, he said something like, I don't think
John King did not say it was because he was Jewish.
To the extent that anyone in mainstream media will say it's because he's Jewish, it's because they're lying about the actual reasons, which is that gone to Ben and Jerry's for not supporting Israel enough. I mean, it's not even just the students.
Incidentally,
the things he said about protest.
Ben and Jerry, at least Ben Cohen, I've got some bad news for you. Also a Jew.
So that was actually fascinating to watch. He said something like, I don't think she'll get enough votes. Like she might lose a lot of votes from the Democrats because he's Jewish. And while in the letter, I don't want to mischaracterize it. They're saying his support for Israel in a certain stance, but we all know.
You've
when the Women's March happened.
Don't take him down. He's mischaracterized it. I don't want to mischaracterize it, but I will. Go ahead.
But now I'm going to use a fringe case of somebody who's been marginalized because of their views. With the Women's March thing, we can just play a little bit of this too.
I don't think she'll get enough votes. Like she might lose a lot of votes from the Democrats because he's Jewish. And while in the letter, I don't want to mischaracterize it. They're saying his support for Israel in a certain stance, but we all know when the Women's March happened. Okay, you guys know the story about the Women's March, and the organizers were saying that the Jews were responsible for this war and the slave trade, and start talking about banks. I'm like, these were Black Lives Matter activists. They were organizing the Women's March. And the story was there was this Jewish woman who was involved, and she felt like she was being indoctrinated, like they were trying to teach her so she could understand the problem of the Jews and Israel and all that stuff. So it's no surprise now that they're not too happy with the idea of a Shapiro as a vice president. And while they may in their letters be like, it's clearly about Israel, I guarantee you, 100%, I make a bet. You go to one of these progressive protests, and you walk into this crowd of people that are holding up the Hamas signs and say, if you were to say to them, you don't really care about Israel, it's the Jews, they completely agree. They'd say 100%. Turn the camera on, they might say something different. That being said, I'm sure you've actually met them.
If there was any way, in other words, if there was any way to provide proof, they would never give it to you.
Exactly.
Believe me. In fact, the absence of that proof proves.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah, because they're so shifty. Plus, they're so shifty because most of them are Jews who are saying this.
I mean, that's the thing is like that Women's March thing, like that person has been marginalized from the movement, which is what happens when people do explicitly anti-Semitic things in pro-Palestine movement. They do get marginalized, which I would say is a goal for all these movements, which I think Zionists should also do more to maybe minimize maybe Hagee's prominence and people like him at their rally. So like, yeah, like that. What a ridiculous smear. But yeah, you could go there with hidden cameras or something. How much money are you making, Tim? Get some people out there and get this evidence.
Pop this letter up. Pop this letter up in the IM. It is from the I think like 50 coalition of 50 education groups across the country, but mostly in do you have it?
Yep. One second. Just sizing it up here.
Yeah. But mostly in swing states.
Hey. Yeah, this is actually pretty.
This is on July 24th, incidentally. Before, people knew Shapiro's position on attacking protesters. They knew his position on wanting to pass a law that said you can't support boycotting or divestiture movements against Israel if you want any type of job with the state. I mean, First Amendment guys usually used to have a problem with that. I haven't heard. I don't. Where was what's her face on that?
I know about Unger.
Barry Weiss, the big First Amendment person.
I bet. I'm just guessing.
So she must have been protesting out in front of Shapiro's office, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Broad coalition of public education advocacy organizations from across the U.S. write to you today to select a running mate who fully supports public education. It's our fervent hope that your running mate will reflect your strong history of supporting educators and students and commitments to building the middle class, which will require strong public schools across our nation. For this reason, we respectfully ask you not select Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who has supported education policies mirroring Project 2025. Scroll down to let's see all these anti-Semites. You never, ever, ever, ever heard in the mainstream media or by anybody.
Wait, what is happening
about this letter? The Wisconsin Public Education Network, the Wisconsin Public Education Action, Voters for Strong.
So this is the letter that Tim Pool was saying that they won't pick him because he's a Jew. They mentioned it was about education, not Israel.
Interesting. So it's got nothing to do with Israel.
Yep.
Cool.
Hilarious, right?
Public schools in Florida.
Funny.
Support Forest Hills Public Schools action in Michigan. Save Our Schools, Arizona. Parents for Public Schools of Milwaukee. Heal to Win, Race Forward Action, Grassroots, Arkansas. The Education Economic Justice Coalition, Georgia. The Education Rights Network, Pennsylvania. 412 Justice, Pennsylvania. Colorado Fiscal Institute, Columbus Education Justice Coalition. These organizations took a big risk. These are not people who go out and say, on their YouTube show, I don't like this person. And if that person gets picked, then, their YouTube funding dries up. This is a big risk for these not-for-profit education groups to go out and make a statement like this on day one. They did that on July 24th.
And because to your point, Sam, too, it's like they could stick their neck out like this and Shapiro still could have been picked. And then say either he becomes the VP nominee or
that's what I mean.
If they win in November.
And a couple of those organizations are from Pennsylvania.
Right. He'll remember or they'll remember.
Oh, yeah.
Education Rights Network, Pennsylvania.
Listen, I'll tell you something. I sat around a table in 2012 with a lot of nonprofit leaders of nonprofit organizations who had dealt with Andrew Cuomo. And they were like, I've never seen a group of people so dedicated to making people's lives better, who are so reliant on the governor, willing to say, I think a Republican would even be better. And they knew the price they would pay to express this publicly. If you've got multiple not-for-profit education groups in Pennsylvania, knowing that if they're successful, they're going to pay the price. But right-wingers or, former right-wingers like Joe Scarborough, who's now just a conservative right-winger, I don't know. I mean, the dude was part of Newt Gingrich's class.
No. Also part of preparing the preparation.
They will tell you that this is about anti-Semitism. But, I think it was about...
Well, thanks, Sam. Did well.
Debunked ya.
Walz had a DUI case in 95. This is a big win for booze cruisers. Yo! We are so back, folks. Walz had a blood alcohol concentration of 0.128 at time. It's let's go! That's like 1.5 times the legal limit. Hell yeah! Who's this guy? With any luck, he's going to be the next vice president of the United States. Guaranteed to be VP now. Yes, a real American hero. Favorability ratings are through the roof, folks, through the roof. Every American loves a drunk driver. Going 96 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone, a strong odor of alcohol was emitted from his breath in person. Let's go! I thought you said this was bad when Fetterman did it. Yeah, that's Fetterman. This is Walz. It's different. Also, Fetterman was anger driving, wasn't he? He's got road rage issues to the point where his staffers don't even want to drive with him, okay? This is just a classic American booze cruise, okay? It's 1995, all right? Barely have the internet. What do you do for entertainment except obtain a blood alcohol content of 0.128 or whatever it was and driving 95 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour zone? What else do you do? Nothing. Every American did this. The modern pussy woke left can't handle it. Is this legal advice? Something is funny is not legal advice. He was so drunk he thought the I-95 sign was the speed limit. True. Yeah, he's trying to be responsible. All right, Linkman, I'm sorry for banning you for 30 days for that. You know, you're just being a little bit of a buzzkill. You know, it's not good. You know, it's just after banning you, it occurred to me like maybe you had a family member who died because someone else was driving drunk. And I'm consistent. I still think that what Walz did was funny. However, I'm giving you space to express yourself. That's the Vosh difference. Thank you. What if he did it on a motorcycle? Death penalty. Oh, yeah, by the way, I don't even want to give it that much attention, but I saw that motorcycle guy was spam tweeting. He did 30 straight tweets in a row where he added me. It was kind of crazy. I'm not even getting into that. I'm not engaging. It's just like, whoo, boy. He was very not. It was like, in one of the few available articles in the incident back in 2016 when he was running for Congress in Minnesota's 1st District, his campaign manager told the Rochester Post Bulletin he was, quote, not drunk, and attributed the misunderstanding to Walz's deafness. An issue Walz said was caused by his time in the National Guard that has since been surgically corrected. This guy rules so much, dude. No, he wasn't drunk.
Prices.
He was just deaf for a second. And
they don't have the prices on that BVLA website anymore. Let's see if I can find a reseller who's selling it. You can see some of the prices.
I like colored rocks. I like shiny colored rocks. If I could get a shiny colored rock, I'd get an emerald.
Here's a person who's
Emerald
selling.
would be cool.
Here's a person who's selling it. So this is going to be, at a slight markup than what I can get it for.
What in the actual fuck?
Yeah, it's nice shit, dude. I told you.
That is insane.
Yeah, they're real fucking gemstones and shit. Like these are like fucking like some of the like these are high end jewelers making this shit.
Fair enough. I do like shiny rocks. Yeah. Like I've seen fake rubies. I've seen real rubies. Good lord, there's nothing like a real one.
They also do a lot of stuff that's like a lot of stuff. So like you'll see gold fronts. And it's like, you know, it'll be like it's like a hoop, but it'll have letters, right, going across it. And you'll see that like that's like you'll see that a lot with like black culture and stuff. So like they started making their own gold fronts as well. And see if I can find them. Gold front.
He got it fixed, so he's fine now. But at the time he was deaf, he wasn't drunk. He couldn't understand what the officer was saying to him, Walz's campaign manager said at the time, noting his deafness caused balance issues. Yes, dude. Absolutely. This is like real Midwestern politics right here. It legitimately can. No, I know. Just, officer, I wasn't drunk and you don't remember me smelling of alcohol. I was driving 96 and a 55, stepped out, was stumbling and couldn't hear you that well because of an issue that no longer exists. I've corrected it. You can't find it. It goes to a different school. That's really good. The results of the blood test were later suppressed, seemingly as a result of the troopers' failure to realize Walz was deaf, according to the Post Bulletin article. That means the result wouldn't have been used as evidence against Walz had the case gone to trial, but they were still referenced during 1996 hearing. During that hearing, he said he had a blood alcohol concentration of 0.128 at the time of the incident. Mr. Walz was driving south of town on 385 in Dawes County at a high rate.
That's really funny. They described their artificial gemstones as more like ice in your freezer versus ice in a lake. And they're saying that their lab-grown gemstones are the ice you make in your freezer, basically. And they're not fake, right? They're not cubic zirconias. They're proper, like, legitimate gemstones. They're just not found in the wild. That's all. It's very interesting.
Speed. Actually, he was driving away from the police officer. I think that he eventually hit a speed of over 80, as I recall. Wait, of over 80? I thought he was going 96. When he was stopped, he was the despicable cop story is falling to pieces. 96 is over 80? Yes. But if 96 was the speed as supplied by the officer via speedometer, why is he saying over 80 when the 96 would be recorded record? Why would the officer say over 80 when he was the one who would have put the 96 to, like, Cops always round up to X6 or X1 to push fines to the next bracket. Those sons of bitches! When he was stopped, he was given a blood test, which showed a 0.128 blood alcohol. Walz's attorney, Russell Harford, later acknowledged that Walz, quote, had been drinking, but said he was driving away from the state trooper because he, quote, thought someone was chasing him. The state patrol officer turned around then, and this is a little bit bizarre, but Mr. Walz thought somebody was chasing him. The officer didn't turn on his red lights, and someone came up real fast behind him, and he didn't know what they were doing, so he sped up to try to get away, fearing that someone was after him. Lo and behold, it was a state patrolman that was behind him, so the faster he went, the faster the state patrol officer went. Finally, he did turn on his red lights. The speed was fairly excessive, Judge, a lot of the speed limit. I don't even know what was alleged in the complaint. I think it might have been 90-something. Okay. That's his defense attorney. Mr. Walz had been drinking, so I think there's sufficient factual basis, Judge, to support the plea. Hartford further admitted that Walz had a 0.128, but described this as a relatively low test. At the time, the legal limit in Nebraska was 0.10? Oh, I didn't I didn't realize that as recently as 1996, they didn't have the federally designated limit. Still over the limit. The judge then asked Walz why it is against the law to, quote, drive with a 0.128 blood alcohol content. See, even the judge doesn't know why. The cop and the DA are like, yeah, this guy was shit-faced driving 100 miles per hour. And the judge is like, why? You can't do a little booze and cruise? Come on. I thought this was America.
Okay.
Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, is the VP pick for the Kamala Harris presidential run. Actual banger pick. Good news.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You tell us.
I glazed up Tim Walz a little bit on my Instagram. Posted one of my older videos on him and the Democratic Farmer Labor, whatever the party in Minnesota, which I think is a sick ass name for a party. They're not just like the Democratic Party. They got labor in the name. They got farmer in the name. You already know what it is. Posted another sick ass photo with this man. I'm glazing him a little bit too hard. I know I'm glazing him a little bit too hard. I know if your boss looks like this, you don't need to worry about AI taking your job. He's a football coach who ice fishes and protects women's rights to choose, and trans people too. Like he's solid as hell. He's so solid, it freaks me out. Like, it just like freaks me out that the Democrats actually went with the smart choice and not like the scared pick. They're pulling the socialists as a house on Walz too. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, hell yeah. They got nothing. They got fucking nothing. First of all, he's not a socialist, bro. Shut the fuck up. He's the governor of Minnesota. Like, you can't say stuff like that. These guys are so fucking brain broken. Oh my God. Everything is falling in line, dude. All the cards are in place. Virtually every single thing. That's how you know they're failing big time. Okay. If you want to know, the Democrats are doing so well because the Republican messaging on this front have been so fucking bad. They're so bad. It's so bad. They're talking about how he like taught in China for a year and knows how to speak Mandarin. It's like they're gonna be calling him a fucking.
Dude, this is literally what they said about fucking Kevin 07, fucking Kevin Rudd, because Kevin Rudd's fluent in Mandarin. So this is the narrative they went with Kevin Rudd as well. Didn't work. Everybody in Australia is pro-China. It's fucking stupid. It's a stupid angle to go with.
Fucking Chinese spy. They're gonna say he's the Manchurian candidate and shit. You know, they're really just gonna push away what remains of like the rest of the normal people.
You're talking about Joey Salad?
Yeah, he's a big Diet Mountain Dew boy too. He's a big Dew head. Nothing better than getting a nice date. Started with some one Minnesota Diet Mountain Dew. My goat, dude. Hearing you glaze Walz, maybe bet 50 on him at 600 plus 600. So you made me like $300. Thanks, guys.
Tim Walz to be her running mate.
I asked this question to Sam Cedars and got jumped on. My question is, what has changed? Why is everyone so hyped about Walz? How would this address our foreign policy concerns? You will get jumped on because this is a moment where like people are finally tuning back into politics, and a lot of people are just straight ticket liberals in general, and they don't personally give a single about American foreign policy. That is by design, mind you. The American foreign policy is brutal, it's ruthless, it's bloodthirsty, it's maniacal, and that is precisely the reason why it is not in the forefront of American minds. Foreign policy has the capacity to make or break elections only when it reaches a certain boiling point. We could technically still reach that boiling point, by the way. When people talk about like nothing ever happens, they mean like nothing ever happens to America, right? They don't mean like nothing ever.
No, nothing ever happens.
Nothing ever happens.
Nothing ever actually happens. Things kind of like look like they'll happen. There might be a series of things that happen, but nothing ever happens. Nothing of note actually happens. When was the last thing of note that actually happened? October 7th?
I mean, this whole Biden stepping down was pretty big. But
true,
foreign policy-wise, that's a different story.
Yeah, but like, sure, that Biden stepping down, sure, it's big, right? Ish. Lasted a day, and then they were on to Kamala Harris, right?
Like even the Houthis striking ships.
And this is what I'm saying.
Nothing
October
really 7th, came of it.
Israel and Gaza, right? That was the last real big thing to happen. Before then,
Ukraine,
Butcher.
Sudan.
Yes, Sudan, but even then, not really. Nobody gave a shit. Still, nobody gives a shit. Before then, COVID, right?
Myanmar.
Nothing happens. Yeah, Myanmar. Nothing fucking happens. And even those things haven't really changed anything.
Yeah, and we're waiting to see if things are actually going to change in Bangladesh.
Yeah, exactly. So,
I mean, how's Sri Lanka doing since they're like, I'm sure their economy is much better because they just needed any policy but what they were doing.
Yeah, like this is
what I say about the Argentina guy, you know? It's not necessarily that his policies are amazing. You just needed to do anything but what the fucking people were already doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Happens because things are happening all the time. A genocide is happening, for example. But that's the reason why people will yell at you and say that you're like spoiling the fun that they're having right now. Ultimately, I always manage my expectations. I grade on a curve when it comes to American politics. When I'm doing like election analysis, I'm not doing election analysis from simply my moral perspective, even though I'm very honest about my own personal motivations and my own personal, moral.
Yes, make this about you.
My own morality. I almost always try to associate it with like electability, so that the broader American base of support develop a better understanding. Any advocate, as you guys know, a good situation. And see, we should swap them out for a younger, like all flat earther, because at least the Earth looks flat. Kamala, because progressives, even fucking leftists, have been writing for the Minnesota Democrats for quite some time. Like I myself have offered some coverage on that. Like,
true. That is objectively true. Okay, let's move on. Actually, let's go.
This video was brought to you by Nebula. Today, Kamala Harris announces her vice presidential pick, Russia accuses Ukraine of an attack over its border, and Hamas names a new leader. From TLDR News, this is your daily briefing for Wednesday, the 7th of August, 2024. On Tuesday, Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris announced that she'd chosen her running mate, Governor of Minnesota Tim Walz. This choice was announced in a message to supporters, in which Harris described Walz as a battle-tested leader who has an incredible track record of getting things done for Minnesota families. Harris and Walz then went on to make their first public appearance together at an event in Philadelphia on Tuesday evening, the first event in a multi-day tour of battleground states. The announcement also comes after an intense period of vetting and deliberating over a number of potential VP candidates by the Harris campaign. Now, it was widely expected that Harris would go with a white man who was able to appeal to...
Well, Andy Bashir says he's going to campaign pretty much immediately. And we already know that the smear campaigns have been targeted around the George Floyd protests.
Specific voters in important swing states. It was even reported that Harris had whittled down her shortlist to just two, Tim Walz and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, with Walz ultimately winning out. Now, for many people, Tim Walz is not a particularly well-known figure. So who is he and why was he picked? 60-year-old Walz is a former public school teacher, football coach, and National Guardsman, whose entry into politics saw him elected to the House of Representatives in 2006, where he served until being elected as Minnesota's governor in 2018. What's been described as his folksy everyman style and his background as a veteran who previously represented a Republican-leaning district are all things that the Harris campaign are hoping will boost the party's top ticket in areas where it might otherwise struggle. While Minnesota itself isn't exactly a swing state, it is slap bang in the middle of the Midwest, which is home to a number of other swing states.
Allegedly, Sheikh Hasina called India to call for a military intervention.
No shit.
Before she fell.
Oh my god! Imagine if that fucking happened.
A regular Euromaidan just happened.
Unbelievable. We almost got another one.
I mean, 300 people died.
Well, yeah, but
it was a much shorter. It was a much shorter, condensed Euromaidan moment.
They did so fucking well, so well. But the man
helps not having Russian military shooting you.
Yes, thank God India said no.
Don't know if they did. Might have happened too quick for them to respond.
Maybe.
VP audition was a TV interview where he attacked Republicans like Donald Trump's running mate J.D. Vance by saying these guys are just weird.
Well, it's true. These guys are just weird. And they're running for He-Man Women Haters Club or something. That's what they go at. That's not what people are interested in.
A line that seemingly proved effective enough for the Harris campaign and Democrats to adopt it almost overnight. Walz also appeared to emerge as the VP pick of choice among more progressive Democrats who praised his legislative agenda in Minnesota.
See, old guys, how hard is it to not be creepy?
Yeah, but find kids hugging Trump like that. and him actually smiling and happy. Like, you're
Which
gonna
includes signing bills
out-family
that-
this guy? No way.
Codify abortion rights into state law, legalizing marijuana, providing free school lunch to public school students, creating a paid leave program, and more, with Walz also being a union supporter and a long-time champion of LGBTQ+ rights. It's this policy platform, though, that the Trump campaign has been quick to seize on following Harris's announcement, blasting Walz as a dangerous liberal extremist who has spent his governorship trying to reshape Minnesota in the image of California, adding that the Harris-Walz California
hey guys, it's me. You're actually dangerous liberal extremists. Like, you guys are. I mean, really, they're more fascist now. They've exited liberal.
Yeah, they've kind of lost the liberalism. It's not kind of trading anything for anything at this point.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is it's like, once you get to that ultimate authoritarian end, like, you're always going to have fascist tendencies. It's like fascism is like a funnel, like the higher up you go in authority, the more you go into the funnel of fascism.
Yeah, it's almost inevitable.
American's nightmare. There's more on the way, but remember to subscribe and ring the bell for more daily briefing tomorrow.
Well,
Plus,
it's like, even people who we may not say are fascist still have plenty of fascist policy.
Oh, yeah.
They may just not base something off, like, well, I mean, how much does North Korea hate South Koreans?
Probably a lot more than they hate them.
I think they see them as the same people.
North Koreans?
Yeah, because they want to unite the peninsula.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they see North Koreans as a different people. I'm pretty sure that's
no. North Korea, the North Korean dictatorship sees South Koreans as their people, like they own them.
Ah,
they believe that they control the entire peninsula. That's like
interesting.
Both states do, actually. It's similar to China, Taiwan, like that.
Interesting. Because I knew that South Korea just wants it to end and the peninsulas to unite. Probably because
no. Both of them are technically the philosophy of uniting the peninsula.
Well, what's crazy is that there's basically two separate Korean genes at this point that, if you combined them, would probably solve their population crisis. If anything,
we're proposing a breeding program.
No.
We're gonna send some nice South Korean studs up to North Korea to breed them.
I'm just saying that, if anything, I would say that a population demographic collapse would be a good reason to get rid of the DMZ and combine the Koreas into a unified Korea.
Yeah, they would have to do something where they appease the Kims, like they get to be the king whose power is meaningless.
Yeah, something like that. It would have to be something like that.
Local government for the North.
But yeah, it's like,
anyway.
I feel like
I don't know how we got there. Oh, fascism.
Yes.
So he may not exactly be the spitting image of fascism, but there's still a ton of fascist policies coming out of North Korea and South, to be honest.
Membership program.
Okay.
That was they're just doing their ad. There was more to that video. But...
Governor J.B. Pritzker is calling on
changing subject.
Yeah.
A downstate Illinois sheriff to quit over his handling of the shooting death of Sonia Massey.
Good.
I called for the sheriff's resignation because the sheriff has failed. He has failed to explain how he ended up hiring this deputy sheriff who has been fired from other departments. He failed to put forward reforms that clearly need to be made, training and other reforms.
Sangamon County Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson shot and killed Massey last month. He's since been fired and is now charged with murder. Body camera video showed Grayson shooting Massey in her kitchen over some moments with a pot of hot water. Sheriff Campbell responded to his calls for resignation in a statement saying, in part, quote, "All employees of the sheriff's office feel betrayed by one of their own, and the sheriff's office is willing to modify its hiring practices to prevent an incident like this from happening
literally
again."
claiming
he added that he
one
is
of your
fully
own.
prepared to continue leading his office.
The U.S. is preparing to send fresh military assets to the Middle East.
Yep, that's all there was.
Yeah, there's not much to that story. But we do keep you updated on as much as this, because we also there's updates on the felony murder case where the security guys killed that guy too.
Yep. I think I put that in there. Yeah.
They covered it in Democracy Now! Already, at least. So
yeah. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything.
He will go to prison. He will go to prison for murder.
U.S. is preparing to send fresh military assets to the Middle East, including a carrier strike group and a fighter squadron. It is bracing for a further escalation of hostilities as Iran vows retaliation for the killing of a senior Hamas leader in Tehran earlier this week.
But you hear that Iran said it's going to come in waves, as in we need to reload. Hang on, like how far apart? How far apart are the waves? No, they will put the sheriff in prison, though. Is what I'm saying. The head sheriff put him in prison too, though, for hiring him. You can accomplice him or something. I don't know how the law can extend that far, but that's the thing. It's always fucking sheriffs.
Yeah.
Like, sheriffs are so dangerous.
So I'm just double checking. Okay.
Even here, the fucking police gunfight that happened where the two guys got killed, both were sheriffs.
Really?
Yeah. So like the oddity where a gunfight happened up in my neighborhood, the odd time it's happened between police, it was two sheriffs who weren't even, they were like from like, you know, like the New York region. Like they were from like the Albany region down there, like
Boston.
way, like the other side of the state. Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way. New today, the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon, is telling Americans who want to get out of the country to book any ticket available. It's also warning those who do not leave that they, quote, should not rely on the U.S. government for assisted departure or evacuation in a crisis. I want to bring in now retired U.S. Army Major General Dana Pittard to talk more about this. General, I want to ask you to have a listen here to National Security Council spokesman John Kirby as he explains why exactly the U.S. is moving more resources into the region. We're
not going to listen to it, but Sullivan was on Pod Save the World and did an interview there. Pretty interesting because he says this thing where it's like the only people at the negotiating table are Sinwar and Netanyahu.
Interesting.
You know, it's like, and so like, he didn't say it to him, but Ben, like reflecting on the interview, was like, yeah, so what are you doing to make it so it's not them at the negotiating table? Right? Like you should be like, because that was Sullivan's response. Can't do nothing. These two guys don't dare. But he asked him a lot of like questions, and it was mainly about the hostage exchange that happened for Russia and the U.S. and like a lot of information behind that was pretty interesting. If anyone cares that much to hear Jake Sullivan, who's very boring to listen to, but if you're a huge nerd, it was a pretty informative, interesting interview that like showed behind the curtain, you know, because like he mentions this one thing where because they coordinated with so many states, so he was making the case like Joe Biden is still good to go, like you know, like because he is, he can't debate, but you know, so before he had resigned, you know, Sullivan was confused because they said like, hey, can you come to like Germany or Denmark next week? And he was like, okay, but he's running a campaign, and Sullivan's like, how can you go there? You can't go there. But Biden already knew like in advance that he was going to withdraw and he could make that flight.
Yes. Funny.
We've heard the Supreme Leader loud and clear that he intends to avenge this killing of a Hamas leader in Tehran, and that they want to conduct another attack on Israel. We can't just assume that we aren't also potentially going to be victims of that kind of an attack. So we got to make sure we got the right resources and capabilities in the region.
So are these capabilities, should we presume, the focus here is additional missile and drone defense, not just for Israeli targets, but also U.S. forces deployed in the region?
Well, good afternoon, Jim. I think what John Kirby said, and I know John Kirby, is that the U.S. military in America is just being prudent by sending a strike carrier force there, the U.S. Lincoln strike carrier group there. But it's to protect American assets as well as to help defend Israel in case Iran decides to attack. And it does look like Iran is
terrible,
going to do something. Just not sure what it is at this point.
Yeah. So Iran, a number of weeks ago, launched dozens of missiles and drones at Israel, what was then an unprecedented attack. The missile defenses, which, by the way, weren't just the U.S. and Israeli, there were other partners, including Arab partners in the region. The missile defenses worked then.
Say Jordan specifically,
Imagine Iran will want to prove it could do better this time. So what might that kind of attack look like?
Lot of jizz.
Well, as you mentioned, in April, nearly 300 drones, missiles, and other assets were fired at Israel, and it utterly failed. So this time, Israel should anticipate really a multi-directional attack, which includes from Iran itself, as well as Hezbollah to the north, Houthis to the south, and even Gaza to an extent, which would try to overwhelm the air defenses of Israel and Israel's regional allies.
So let me ask you this, because in the cycle of violence in the Middle East, and by the way, this has been going on for decades, if and when Iran carries out such an attack, Israel will then say it needs to respond to retain deterrence or reestablish deterrence and retaliate in some way. I'm trying to figure out how we get out of this cycle.
Well, I think it depends on how much damage is done by Iran against Israel. If it isn't a whole lot of damage, then that's where the U.S. Through diplomatic actions can talk to Israel and say, let's call it a day, so we can move on with a ceasefire in Gaza.
Yeah.
So I think it depends. It depends on the level of attack from Iran.
What is the danger that the U.S. gets drawn into this attack? I mean, it's going to participate likely in some way, largely if they can, right, in a defensive role, providing additional missile defense against and drone defense against any attack that would come from Iran and its proxies. But I mean, there's a chance that U.S. forces are also hit there, as John Kirby was referring to, which might then generate a U.S. response of its own. So the risk for U.S. involvement, direct involvement, is quite high here, isn't it?
There is risk of Iran attacking U.S. forces, but that will be on Iran. Iran does not want to have a fight with both the United States and Israel. Iran wants to certainly save face because of the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh on its soil. But what Iran does not want is a full-blown war. In a full-blown war, Iran loses.
Yeah, and perhaps loses its nuclear facilities, which it's highly invested in. But before we go, as we look at the situation, which is again so familiar
nuclear facilities
in the region,
they definitely have.
Where is U.S. power at this
Just
point?
like
There's been a lot of
Saddam
reporting,
did.
including by
Saddam
CNN,
had all
that the
those
Biden
weapons
administration
that he
has
said
been
he did.
constantly pressuring Israel to rein in some of its attacks, and yet these attacks continue and arguably get more aggressive. Is U.S.
We need more
influence, not just in the region, but with Israel? Is it
more weapons?
U.S. warships and fighter jets
Look
are
at
on
how
their way to
fast
the Middle
that
East
shit
to
is.
deter an all-out war and in quote.
You see how fast
China,
that
eat
shit
your
was?
fucking heart out.
You see how fast that shit was hauling ass?
It's so fast.
Defense of Israel.
The Pentagon is moving significant assets to the region to prepare for what may be.
They don't fuck around. Those ships do not fuck around. They have
another
a
need to defend Israel from an attack, while simultaneously we are working very hard to de-escalate this situation.
You know what's even crazier is I'm pretty sure in combat they're going about that speed, having to land and operate planes off it too. It's incredible. Honestly, like the operation of aircraft carriers is insane. It really is. I don't think another country could do it, honestly. Yeah, exactly. Like show me another country that could do that.
Yeah.
Diplomatically, because we do not believe that a regional war is in anyone's interest in the current moment, and that is something that we've been trying to avoid since October.
Like they are essentially what's the seasteading? Is that what it's called? It's essentially seasteading.
It's literally mother base on wheels.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And now they're making bigger ones.
No, they're the same. They're the same size.
Are they really?
Yeah, because remember we went over the measurements and stuff, and we determined.
I swear they were bigger.
No, they're actually the same size.
That's so funny.
The deck is like slightly longer, but they have the same water
style.
displacement. I think.
Different styles.
Number 7.
Well, it's more
the show of military might comes amid rapidly soaring.
Okay, so it's just different capabilities.
Tensions in the region following the assassination of top Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran last week, and a rocket strike on Israel's Golan Heights area that killed a dozen children on a soccer field days before. Israel blamed the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah for the attack and struck what it said were Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. A Hezbollah commander was killed. Both Hamas and Hezbollah are backed by Iran.
Hezbollah's ongoing aggression and brutal attacks are dragging the people of Lebanon and the entire Middle East into a wider escalation. While we prefer to resolve hostilities without a wider war, the IDF is fully prepared for any scenario.
But in Beirut, on footage carried by the Hezbollah-controlled Al-Manar TV, Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah denied the group's involvement.
We categorically deny our responsibility of this incident, and we have the courage to take responsibility if we bomb the place, even by mistake.
Despite the finger-pointing, there are real-world consequences for people living in the region. Israel's Iron Dome air defense system triggered over the weekend to intercept attacks from across the border in Lebanon. And with military reinforcements on the way, the State Department issued a do-not-travel advisory for Lebanon, encouraging U.S. citizens to depart. Arash Arabasadi, VOA News.
VOA News.
There are growing concerns that Iran and Hezbollah could launch retaliatory attacks on Israel as soon as today. Iran has vowed to take severe action against Israel following a deadly strike that killed a Hamas leader last week in Tehran. As a result of the possible escalations, the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon is urging Americans to leave the country using, quote, any ticket available. Meanwhile, dozens of Palestinians were reportedly killed in Gaza after a new wave of Israeli airstrikes. The latest attacks followed ceasefire talks breaking down in Cairo over the weekend. Let's bring in CBS News foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb from Beirut. So, Imtiaz, what is the situation there in Beirut?
Well, Lindsay, the mood, as you can imagine here, is incredibly tense. In fact, the city of Beirut, which sadly is not a stranger that is unfamiliar with violence or the threat of violence or war with Israel, is quiet. And this is unusual for a city like Beirut. You know, again, as we've been saying, it has this reputation of really sort of being able to sort of withstand the sort of regional jolts. And yet, as we've been saying, people going to the airport, trying to get on any flight they can out of the country. We have many people who have moved to the mountainous areas outside of Beirut as well. All of this over fears that Hezbollah will retaliate for the assassination of one of its most senior military commanders, a man by the name of Fuad Shukr, who was assassinated 1 week ago today in Dahya in southern Lebanon, not far from where I am now. Again, Hezbollah vowing to retaliate, hasn't done so yet. But of course, the fear is not so much that when Hezbollah retaliates, it's how Israel responds. And many are fearing that if Israel responds and how Israel responds could cause significant damage, not only in southern Lebanon, where we've seen so much activity between Hezbollah and Israel really for the past 10 months or so, but that here, Beirut, could also be targeted.
Imtiaz, it feels like we're talking about Iran retaliating against Israel and then Israel retaliating against Iran. I mean, where does this end?
It doesn't. It's genocide.
It's dizzying as it is frightening. And that is really the question here. Where does this end? We've been seeing for months now this tit for tat, whether it's Hezbollah and Israel or Iran and
I got
Israel.
The stats.
And as we know, there's this frantic diplomacy going on around the world trying to contain this, desperately trying to contain this, following those assassinations carried out by Israel here in Beirut and suspected in Iran. Although Israel has admitted to the assassination here, it is not.
You got what? Stats. We'll get back. Stat.
Yeah. All right. You ready?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to do entire screen. Screen one. Okay. So on the right is the new one. On the left is the old one. So displace.
Share it. Share it.
Oh, hang on. On the right is the new one. Left is the old one. So displacement, you can see it's literally the same. If anything, the new one's lighter here. Length. It's like 1 meter. It got 1 meter longer on that one.
Okay. Interesting. So the flat deck
beam is slightly longer. Yeah, so it got more there. Height. This one doesn't even have height listed. Speed. This one's 30 knots. This one in excess of 30 knots. So it literally goes as fast as it. They're the same.
Well, they're not telling you how fast it goes, mate.
Yeah. So it's range unlimited.
Epic.
Because it's nuclear.
Yep.
50-year service. So
the fact that they've got an unlimited warship with an entire city on it basically is insane.
This one is crew including air wing is 5,000 people.
Fucking Jesus Christ.
But this one, the crew is about 26,000, so it's half the crew. They need half the crew to operate as much planes and systems as they do on the older Nimitz class.
So that's why they're upgrading more than anything else. realistically.
Aircraft carried plus 75. Aircraft carried 85 to 90.
Okay.
Fixed
Well, they're
wing
probably not going to need as many
helicopters.
aircraft. Anyway, can we go back because I need to get my food.
Said that is responsible for the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh inside of Iran, but most agree that Israel did carry it out. Iran saying that it is going to respond with a severe response. And again, the question then becomes is how does Israel respond? But again, as we've been saying, that there is this intense diplomacy going around. We know the U.S. is heavily involved, although it doesn't have direct interactions with Iran, certainly doesn't have direct interactions with Hezbollah. We do know regional partners are really trying to de-escalate the situation. The question now is, will they be successful? And if they are, how does this choreography that we've seen in the past play out? Will Israel tolerate a strike from Hezbollah? Will Iran carry out a limited strike against Israel, resulting in a limited strike from Israel itself? Again, these are the huge questions that we're grappling with now as the region is really on a knife's edge.
As you mentioned, U.S. involvement in ceasefire discussions and diplomatic talks, but what about militarily? What kind of additional resources has the U.S. moved into the region?
Well, we know that the defense secretary has sent an aircraft carrier to the region and has really beefed up the U.S. military presence in the eastern Mediterranean. And we've seen this presence kind of come and go over the months as tensions kind of rise and then fade away and then rise again. And we're really at a very tense situation. But again, this really underscores the U.S.'s concern that this tit for tat that we're seeing from Iran and its proxies with Israel could lead to an all-out war. And the reason it's so concerning, not just for Israel, not just for Lebanon, not just for Iran, and indeed countries across the region, is that the U.S. could be drawn into a major conflict here in the United States. Of course, Israel, its most important ally, key ally in the region, despite the fact that the relationship between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu, as we know, is very tense right now. That the U.S. would step in and
punch him in his stupid little face.
You shove coal up his ass, it becomes diamonds.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the U.S. is now engaged in, quote, intense diplomacy around the clock as fears mount over a wider war breaking out in the Middle East. 10 months into the conflict in Gaza, tensions have reached an all-time high after both the senior Hezbollah commander and Hamas's top political leader were killed in Lebanon and Iran last week. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is prepared for anticipated counterstrikes. Secretary Blinken today urged all parties in the Middle East to take steps to, quote, ease tensions.
Escalation is not in anyone's interest. It will only lead to more conflict, more violence, more insecurity. It is urgent that all parties make the right choices in the hours and days ahead.
CBS News, intelligence, and national security.
Breaking news, everyone. The guy who wanted the succulent Chinese meal has died.
Yeah, sad, isn't it?
Very sad. I wonder if he ever got his meal.
Reporter Olivia Gossis is at the State Department. Olivia, thanks for being here. What details can you tell us about these, quote, intense diplomatic efforts by Secretary Blinken?
Sure. Well, yes, the U.S. is pulling all of the diplomatic levers it has right now with its Western partners, with Arab partners, with its Israeli partners to try to dial down tensions that have sharply escalated since those Israeli strikes in Lebanon and Iran on Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. The secretary is saying today that the message is simple. All parties need to demonstrate restraint and make the right decisions today. And the key way that he says the U.S. is working to make that happen is by trying to further those ceasefire talks in Gaza because it will be hard, if not impossible, to achieve diplomatic breakthroughs on any other front.
But it uses the new catapult on the new carrier uses an induction motor rather than a steam piston. Whatever that means.
Steam would be like a compressor system.
I know, but I'm just like, I don't know why it would be superior. I don't know enough about the thing that they use to launch.
I don't know why they're not using maglev yet. You'd think that they would put that shit on there, right?
That might be what this is.
Maybe.
Lebanese Hezbollah or the Houthis in Yemen, absent a cessation of hostilities in Gaza. Of course, that looks right now to be a long shot. Talks over the weekend between an Israeli delegation and the Egyptian delegation broke up within a matter of hours, and there's well-reported rifts between Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his national security establishment, who are worried that the Prime Minister is not actually interested in arriving at a deal. Of course, this follows a tense phone call that we learned about between President Biden and the Prime Minister that basically indicated the U.S. is really pushing for a ceasefire that may not come in the coming days.
Olivia, we are learning more about a suspected rocket attack at an airbase in Iraq. Tell us more.
Are like
about...
bigger as well.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of cool. Also, I read it wrong. They basically have the same amount of crew because that was just there is still like 36,000 enlisted and 500 officers.
Okay.
So it's about the same as well. It's literally basically the same ship. It doesn't look even that much different.
That's very funny.
All right, we have some breaking news. We're now learning that the U.S. Department of Defense has confirmed a suspected rocket attack has apparently injured American troops stationed in Iraq. A Pentagon spokesperson says the attack targeted U.S. and coalition forces at the Al-Assad Air Base, apparently injuring several U.S. personnel. The Pentagon reports a damage assessment is currently underway. I want to bring in our ABC News senior Pentagon reporter, Louis Martinez. He's joining us now from the Pentagon with more on this. So, Louis, look, I know that this is early, but what other information do we have about this attack here?
Okay, we are learning from U.S. and Iraqi officials that there are at least 2 rockets that were fired at the Al-Assad base.
Look at that picture, and you tell me which one is the new one. Then I sent it, but this one.
The one closest to us is the new one.
Yeah. It's like also it looks a little bigger because of forced perspective, but if you look, it's like this thingy in the same spot, this thingy and this thingy are in the same spot. The tower is a little bit different and a little bit more forward.
No, the tower is very different and much further back.
Or that's what I meant. Yeah.
And that's what gave it away because I know what the Nimitz class tower looks like. These are such a fucking insane military construction, though. Like this is crazy.
No, I sent you the reactor that they designed for it. It's this AB1 reactor. Pretty interesting.
Like I just want to like these are insane things.
You can see like how the wings come off the deck to make it wider too.
Yeah.
It's like medieval houses when they build out the second floor a little.
Yeah. But it's just like they're insane. They're a spectacle. Words don't describe these, like the aircraft carriers. Battleships. Man, imagine if they were still making battleships, right? Imagine the countries needed battleships again. Because naval battles became a thing again because enemies were across oceans. Like they're about to be. Fucking battleships are going to be insane. But I feel like they're going to be pretty redundant unless they can take a cruise missile or two. You know what I mean? Like they're going to need to be tanks. Exactly how they were, really.
I mean, gotta hit it.
Yeah.
Now, this is a sprawling base in western Iraq. It's frequently under attack over the last year and a half, especially since what happened is over there in Israel between Hamas and Israel. Now, one of the things that we've seen here is that we are getting initial indications that several American personnel were injured. Now, this is quite different than the norm because typically when these incidents occur,
so I don't know what this is, but
the rockets you don't reach the base.
350,000 shaft horsepower.
350,000.
Shaft horsepower, does that mean anything to you?
It's just that's at the back of the engine, I think, I would assume.
Because that's what the reactor is. It produces 125 megawatts.
So that's at the back of the engine. So that's how much power it produces, and then it would translate. There would be some kind of loss between it and the propeller.
Well, so it's 125 megawatts of electricity plus 350,000 shaft horsepower, which is 260 megawatts from just one reactor to power 4 propeller shafts.
It's a lot, is what it is.
But in this case, I'm not sure which is why this is
350,000 divided by 4, and that's each.
Yeah, and then some kind of loss. Yeah, and then some kind of loss there.
Oh, its output for each A1B reactor is 700 megawatt.
is very noteworthy, and it's very notable to figure out exactly what's going to be the next step, because last week the United States retaliated against one of those militia groups as they were preparing to launch missiles or rockets from in an area southwest of Baghdad, and that followed a recent series of about 2 incidents in 1 week where those Iranian-backed militia groups had fired at U.S. bases. Those attacks were the first ones since April, and the ones in April were the first since back in February. And back in February, like almost daily attacks in Iraq and Syria stopped following U.S. airstrikes. So the question now becomes, how will the United States military respond? And based on past practice, I think it is very likely that we may see some kind of a retaliatory strike. However, given the climate right now and what's happening between Iran and Israel, and whether Iran will retaliate potentially against Israel because of the assassination of the Hamas leader in Tehran, I think things have to be seen through a different prism. And I think that's something that the U.S. leaders will definitely look at.
Right. We know from the G7, Louis, we're hearing things like we urge all involved parties to once again refrain from perpetuating the current destructive cycle of retaliatory violence. But when you hear this, Louis, and now we have American servicemen and women potentially injured here, I'm curious how you're assessing this responsibility. Is a heavy word. We don't know who, but we know that we've been seeing, our forces go up against these Iranian proxies. But there's also Iranian-backed militia groups in both Iraq and Syria. Any speculation that they're responsible here?
Typically, they look at one particular group called Kataib Hezbollah. They're the group that has been prominently backed by Iran. They are the ones that were most responsible for the more than 170 attacks against U.S. personnel, both in Iraq and Syria, since last October. And so when the United States looks at this, they look and try to figure out who launched the attack, whether they are backed by Iran. And then in this case, most prominently, it will be, and most likely it will be Kataib Hezbollah. Now, again, the United States has responded in the past militarily against Kataib Hezbollah, launching strikes. And one of the main reasons why those dozens and dozens of attacks stopped back in early February was because the United States launched a high-profile attack against a senior leader of the militia group, and that strike followed those big retaliatory strikes that we saw after the deaths of 3 American soldiers inside of Syria at Tower 20.
Thanks, boring.
Several United States service members were injured in a rocket attack on an airbase in Iraq. It comes as concerns grow that Iran will retaliate against Israel, threatening a full-blown war in that region. ABC's foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burridge has the latest.
Nah. Do not slander aircraft carriers.
Several U.S. personnel injured after a rocket attack in Iraq. Officials say 2 missiles launched at Al-Assad airbase. It follows a U.S. strike near Baghdad last week, which targeted Iranian-backed militants who posed a threat to U.S. and coalition forces, according to U.S. officials. And as tensions in this region intensify, all eyes now on Iran as it vows revenge on Israel, following the assassination of a top Hamas leader in the Iranian capital. President Biden, huddling with his national security team in the Situation Room, briefed on efforts to defend Israel, with U.S. diplomacy working round the clock and urging restraint.
All parties must refrain from escalation. All parties must take steps to ease tensions. Escalation is not in anyone's interest. It will only lead to more conflict, more violence, more insecurity.
In anticipation of an Iranian attack, the Pentagon moving more military assets to the Middle East, including
for
more
the carriers. Okay, the Ford carriers, right? So the first one replaced the Enterprise, which was not even, that was the first nuclear powered aircraft carrier we had, right? The next one is going to be JFK. It's going to replace the original Nimitz. Then they're bringing Enterprise back to replace the Eisenhower. All right. But this one, this name right here, one of the hardest names that you could name a ship, Doris Miller. That just flows together. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're on the Doris Miller. You know, it's like the Enola Gay, right?
Miller. Awesome. I support this.
Destroyers and an additional squadron of fighter jets. The US asking Arab allies to rejoin a defensive coalition which downed hundreds of Iranian missiles and drones in April. US diplomats say that.
That's cool. I hope that shit fucks people up.
Nominee for Medal of Honor.
Epic.
Mess attendant, second class. Oh, he's Cuba Gooding Jr. in Pearl Harbor.
View Israel's actions last week as, quote, unnecessarily provocative.
You know, very important that there's a quiet. Pearl Harbor, like, Cuba Gooding Jr. is like the only good part of that movie. He like runs out onto the deck and he's a cook, and he starts taking down ships or planes. I don't think I've ever seen it with a deck gun. You shouldn't watch it. Cool. It's not a good movie.
Oh, really?
No, God, no. It's like one of the worst.
set of allies that Israel has that will help knock down any of the incoming cruise missiles, drones, and missiles that are shot ballistically.
And back to that attack on a US base in Iraq, the White House saying in the situation when President Biden and his security team discuss steps to defend US forces in this region and respond to any attack in a manner and place of their choosing.
Actually, it's coming in now from the Pentagon because we're just learning from our team that 2 rockets have been fired at an airbase in Iraq, according to 2 defense officials. And we have now learned that several Americans have been hurt. Courtney Kuby is standing by. She's gotten to a camera there at the Pentagon. What else do you know, Courtney?
Yeah, there's not a whole lot more. Now, we first got word of this possible rocket attack about 2 hours ago. It's in, as you mentioned, it's Al-Assad Air Base. It's in Anbar Province, which is west of Baghdad. You can see it there. It's considered Western Iraq, even though it's sort of central, but considered Western Iraq. We know at least 2 rockets were fired at this base, and then we know at least one of them impacted the base. And as you mentioned, we're getting reports that several Americans were injured. We don't have a whole lot of fidelity on the nature of those injuries beyond the fact that there were injuries involved. Now, keep in mind, there are a number of different Iranian-backed militia groups that operate in that area. And despite the fact it doesn't make the news every day, Hallie, they do frequently, on a nearly daily basis, try to fire off projectiles, often rockets and other things, at bases, both at Al-Assad and at other bases in Iraq, housing American troops. The majority of them, those projectiles are generally knocked down, Hallie, and we'll bring you more as we learn anything more about the severity or nature of these injuries.
Because the other piece of this, Court, is that the Middle East, there's so many around the world, are sort of waiting now with breath held for any kind of response to what we have seen now with these attacks that have been blamed on Israel that have happened in the region as a response to
like literally the day before this attack happened,
exactly. And so
we fucking killed one of their leaders who was trying to do a rocket attack on the same air base. You're muted, but I think it might have been
very funny.
It might have been a different location, but yeah, we literally bombed Kataib Hezbollah, and I got the dumbest block of my life from somebody.
Really?
Yeah, because I was like talking about Turkey's NATO appeasement, and they're like said something about, you're so dumb, don't you know they kept him out of the F-35 program or something? Because it was like we were originally talking about withholding weapons from Israel. And I said, like, the American does this with like other things too. And I was like, with the expansion of NATO, they gave in to all of Turkey's demands. And they somehow think, and I understand why, because we were talking about withholding weapons already.
Yeah.
You know, so like I see but then it's like to just like not let me explain that I'm talking about NATO expansion.
Dumb.
And one of the questions has been, what could a possible Iranian retaliation or response look like? And many people, experts, believe that it will involve some of these Iranian-backed proxy groups in Iraq and Syria, other groups that are located down in Yemen. We hear about the Houthis, that they may play a part in any retaliation or response. But so far, officials do not believe that this is sort of the beginning of that sort of any kind of retaliation.
Wow. You mean to tell me that this is just average America?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking
all the time in Iraq.
Overseas now, to the Middle East, several U.S. personnel were injured in a rocket attack on an air base in Iraq. This comes as concerns grow in the region that Iran will retaliate against Israel. Our foreign correspondent, Tom
Which has
Sufi
nothing to
has
do
the
with Al-Assad Air Base.
Good morning to you, Tom.
These are separate things. Do not let them convince you this is somehow connected, okay? That might be in the IRGC nexus, and America might be aligned with Israel, but an attack on Israel that America will help block is a completely different thing than fucking bombing Kataib Hezbollah. Like, the entire Iraq war, the United States has bombed these people, and they have shot rockets at American bases. It is their own.
Good morning,
beef.
Robin. Yeah, amid growing fears, this region is on the brink of a wider war. 2 missiles striking that US base in Iraq just days after the US targeted Iranian-backed militants, and it comes as we wait for an anticipated Iranian.
What is fucking Kataib Hezbollah gonna do? They're gonna start a war in Iraq? Yeah. What do you think? How do you think that will work out for them? Like, who are we kidding with this?
Strike on Israel. This morning, several US personnel injured after a rocket attack in Iraq. Officials say 2 missiles launched at Al-Assad Air Base. It follows a US strike near Baghdad last week, which targeted Iranian-backed militants who posed a threat to US and coalition forces, according to US officials.
That's what I was saying. It wasn't the day before. It was like the few days before.
Yeah.
Tensions in this region intensify. All eyes now on Iran as it vows revenge on Israel following the assassination of a top Hamas leader in the Iranian capital. President Biden huddling with his national security team in the Situation Room briefed on efforts to defend Israel, with US diplomacy working round the clock.
Like, that's an Israel thing. This is
must refrain from
Stop
escalation.
making these stories connected just because they're in the Middle East.
That's all the connection is.
All parties must take steps to ease tensions. Escalation is not in anyone's interests.
And it's
it will only
not
lead to
escalation to bomb
more conflict,
Hezbollah.
more violence, more insecurity.
In anticipation of an Iranian attack, the Pentagon moving more military assets to the Middle East, including more destroyers and an additional squadron of fighter jets. The US asking Arab allies to rejoin a defensive coalition, which downed hundreds of Iranian missiles.
And it's just a video. They shoot a missile, and it shows the cost of how much money was just spent.
Yeah, they're good.
And drones in April, but US diplomats say they're facing a steeper hurdle this time, as many partners view Israel's actions last week as, quote, unnecessarily provocative.
So very important that there's a quiet set of allies that Israel has that will help knock down any of the incoming cruise missiles, drones, and missiles that are shot ballistically.
It is Jordan now, yeah.
And guys, back to that attack on a US base in Iraq, the White House saying in the Situation Room, President Biden and his team discussed steps to defend US forces in this region and respond to any attack in a manner and place of their choosing.
We're going to continue bombing Kataib Hezbollah because they're the ones who do the rocket attacks on US bases.
We're also following breaking news from the Middle East tonight, where U.S. personnel have been injured after a suspected rocket attack hit Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq.
So, what is dual power?
I don't know.
This phrase gets used a lot, but we don't ever really
finally we got here
spend any time laying out.
It's been 3 streams.
What it is. And the short description I would give is just that it's the idea that we should make an alternative power structure while the prevailing structure continues to exist. It is essentially lowercase r revolution instead of capital R revolution. We're not trying to train up a militant vanguard and pick up arms and go to work just destroying the state and then hoping everything will just work out afterwards. Instead, the idea is that we create the alternative right here and right now. So what I'm really getting across here is that within our daily lives, we exist within a hierarchical society. All the structures we exist within are hierarchical.
Did you just call it a coconut tree?
And every time that we get some amount of power, it's because that power was given to us. We have some kind of intermediary that either allows us to have that power or not. And that usually only takes place when them giving us that power benefits them. What we're saying is that we want to create a horizontal power structure, and that it is going to develop its own capabilities, that it is going to develop its own self-reliance, its autonomy from hierarchy. So this is kind of related to the concept of direct action. Direct action is acting without intermediaries. Instead of begging for power from the power structures that be, we make our own power. And I think that this has to take place in 4 different sectors, you might say. I call these the 4 pillars of prefiguration. Those 4 pillars are councils, economics, defense, and intelligence. So let's just kind of run through those real quick. By councils, I'm talking about those bodies where we come together and we democratically make decisions together. We make proposals, we deliberate, we amend those proposals together, and then we act on them. And these can take all kinds of different forms. Our organizations are often a form of a council. But I think more specifically what I'm aiming at is something like a popular assembly or a general assembly, where we get people from some locality together and they make decisions about how they're going to solve their problems. The second category is economics, cooperatives, mutual aid networks. These allow us to provide for ourselves. The third one is defense, and defense can take many different forms. Obviously, when I use this word defense, probably a lot of things come to mind, most of them probably pretty militant, and those things are included in defense. So that would include people having arms training. That would include people knowing how to fight with their hands, but it would also include people knowing how to de-escalate violence as it takes place. It would also include going and doing harm reduction in our communities. It would also include teaching people how to be medics, for example. These are all forms of defending our communities. The last one is intelligence, and I think this one is probably the least developed of any of these 4 pillars that I've discussed so far. Intelligence is our ability to do reconnaissance about the territory that we are in. It is our ability to gather information about how the enemy structures are functioning such that we can fight against them, undermine them, sabotage them, infiltrate them, and so on. And it indeed...
What don't I care about?
I don't know. I forgot what I said. Hey, I have an idea I wanted to interject, but that was at the beginning. And I said, I'm going to forget it by the time you came back. And I did.
You usually just talk over the video.
I'm not going to talk over him.
includes things like that, infiltrating those structures, doing spy work. But it also includes things like being an information clearinghouse for information that's harmful to those structures. So this may not be the most anarchistic example, but look at something like WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks is a fully decentralized structure, and what it does is it takes information that is submitted to it that is harmful to these hierarchical structures.
I was going to say, it's like with green energy. It's like you start switching now while you're still on the fossil system. You don't unplug all your reactors and then start building green energy.
No, like Germany.
They want to keep secret, and it makes it public.
Let's turn off all the reactors and then go, why do we have no power? You fucking morons.
Knowledge. That ability to make this public knowledge is a form of intelligence. So that may not seem like enough detail to really understand what is the dual power strategy. Well, imagine that what we're trying to do is we're trying to get more and more of the flows of power in society to be inside of those horizontal structures in those 4 pillars of prefiguration that I just laid out. So imagine that what you have is the default state of society is hierarchy controls everything. Then what you have is arising within this hierarchical power structure. You have these horizontal structures begin to arise. These horizontal power structures, when they first start, are still going to have to receive some of their incoming power from those hierarchical structures, and they're going to act in the world with the power that they've gained there. But our idea is we're trying to reduce the amount of that. We're trying to, as quick as we conceivably can, reduce the amount of power that we get from hierarchical society.
See how it's just like literally just like green energy transfer, though.
All right, chat. All right, chat. We're almost at 2. We've already we've gone up by like 0.2 of a percentage point to getting affiliates. So fucking working. If you've got a Twitch account, open that Twitch account up. Boost those views, baby.
This one has been like not underneath like 5 the whole time.
No, I know, so. It's been really good.
The hierarchical structures,
and it doesn't reset until the next day. So this one's going to be really good.
Going to realize that we're a threat. And it's hard to say when that's going to happen. In fact, you might say it's kind of always happening. It's kind of a graded process that just grows more and more extreme over time. So what that means is the state and corporations and white supremacy and patriarchy, all of these structures of hierarchy are going to start to fight back against us in varying ways of
He's going to get hit with a nut soon.
And violence and subversion.
Hopefully there's no cops nearby. I still can't believe that fucking video.
What?
Was that a sheriff as well?
Oh, let me check.
The nut video where the squirrel fucking shot at the car. At the car, the person's cuffed in the car. Decides, hey, this person's shooting at me. Idiot.
When that takes place, we have to be prepared to be self-reliant, not just as individuals, even though individual self-reliance is good, and not just as singular organizations, even though it's also good for an organization to be self-reliant, but as a network of these dual power structures, so that this network doesn't need the hierarchical power structure. So that when the time comes, when that hierarchical power structure realizes we are a threat, and it decides that it doesn't want to give us any of its power anymore, and that we can no longer, take some of those little marginal pieces of power.
In fact, a deputy.
It just decides it doesn't want to give us those anymore.
It was a sheriff.
We need to be able to sustain ourselves.
Yep.
What I just described is
it's always a sheriff. Every time.
Autonomy, if we do it right. That is the overall revolutionary strategy.
And not to take away from this topic in general, but just the idea of sheriff, like it makes so much sense, like on paper for like a policing solution for the state, right? Where it's like, basically it's like you have these like lawless zones almost. And like the sheriff literally has the authority to call to arms a militia. Like that's actually what a sheriff does. But if they can deputize any citizen, right? And there's like during BLM, there was a Florida sheriff saying he was going to do that stuff.
Yes.
Right.
That would have been disastrous.
So like, well, when you had the expansion and stuff, when you couldn't have like the policing work the same, and you had like rural America and stuff, you'll sometimes only have a sheriff and a deputy, like the Andy Griffin show,
that requires us to take this process very seriously. You'll notice that that's not something we can just put together ad hoc, right? You're not going to just be able to do that with a bunch of affinity groups, because what I just described is going to have to be a continual process, a feedback process, wherein we have these organizations or institutions.
Self-critique
sounds
like
longer
Maoism.
than any one individual. They have to go longer than even an individual lifetime. They're going to have to go for decades, maybe even centuries, as they continually subsume more and more power into horizontal structures instead. So what that means is organization is a necessity of dual power. So let's talk a little bit more about strategy. You'll notice that I'm using the word power a lot. I'm using this word power precisely because I think it gives us a more intersectional analysis. You'll notice that I'm not just talking about economics or class, right? That's because power is something that affects everybody in all kinds of different ways. White supremacy is a power structure. Capitalism is a kind of power structure. Patriarchy is a power structure. And when you start to kind of list out all of these possible power structures you might have to concern yourself with, you begin to realize that that's a really big list. It's not possible for any one organization to do all of them. The list is too big. So what you're going to find is that different organizations are going to focus on one or another of those hierarchies to fight, right? It's going to try to gain more and more of the power that was once in those hierarchies and absorb those into those horizontal structures instead. But here's the thing. Once you've got a whole bunch of organizations all focusing on one thing or the other, it seems like it would be really easy for them to kind of become splintered and aimless. So this is where the concept of federation or confederation enters.
Yeah, confederation.
The idea is basically that you let everybody pursue the attack against whatever hierarchy they think is important in their life and to organize their group around it. But then you organize those groups together into networks. So historically, we've used this language of federation or confederation. These are words you're probably familiar with, but they might give you the wrong idea. What I'm really getting across here is that we have to coordinate all of these organizations together such that they fight on a common strategic front. And that common strategic front is anti-hierarchy. This is the common interest that everybody holds in common. And that is hierarchy harms everyone in a different way.
True.
And in many ways, similarly, we all suffer from hierarchy in one way or another. And if we can join these networks of dual power structures together.
God, imagine if that Nazi was still here. He'd be losing his fucking mind.
Crazy. Isn't it crazy, you know, the outro that we have for our fucking stream clips?
Yeah.
That's actually, it was a pro-cop PSA that I cut up to be anti-cop.
Yes, it's really good. Sorry, my grandma is doing grandma things. And I have no fucking clue what she's talking about.
We can form that common front against hierarchy. So I just want to say that this strategy I'm presenting, the part about anti-hierarchy and all of that, that's something that's kind of uniquely leftist. But the overall strategy of dual power, about absorbing these flows of power into an alternative structure that itself may eventually become a threat to the prevailing structures of society, is not something that only the left is concerned with. The right is also doing this. If you go do a little research, you'll find that white supremacists and ethno-nationalists of various kinds, they're creating dual power structures in all kinds of different places. Go research what is happening out in the rural areas of Washington. Go look at what's happening with Elohim City in Oklahoma. The white supremacists realized a long time ago that they need to make this alternative structure such that when the time came that they wanted to overthrow the state of things as they are, that they would be able to grow their own food, that they would have weapons training, that they would have communities to fall back on. So one thing I really want to emphasize here is that
this
really puts the clock on our efforts.
I separate Dominion theology from the white supremacist and fascist theology. Like Dominion theology, it's the founding principles of it is this dual power thing that will eventually make the theocracy they seek. Like they're talking about taking 7 sectors similar to the 4 pillars he mentioned, right? You know, except they're like, you know, family, education, culture, you know, if you get the more people you get at the top of these mountains that shape nations and the world, the more that they can, you know, bring in their Sharia state that's written on the 10 Commandments.
Is urgent. This is not something we can wait around about, because if we do, we have to understand that the right is already in the process of building up a right-wing dual power. And if we do nothing, it's very likely that if any form of rupture or civil conflict took place, that we would just lose, because they've already got farms. They've already taught their people how to use firearms, how to infiltrate structures of power, and to learn about how they function. We have to do the same. And we have to do it rapidly, because everything may depend on that fact.
Great. Anything else you think needs to be addressed?
Well, to a Fox News alert. Rockets are fired from
All right.
Lebanon striking northern Israel. And this comes as Hamas names the mastermind of the October 7th attacks as their new political leader. They killed the other one. Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst joined us live in Israel.
Can we go back to hear that amazing intro that he's... Oh, it's Trey, too.
Leader. They killed the other one. Fox News.
Go a little further back. This is so bad.
As Hamas names the mastermind of the October 7th attacks as their new political leader. They killed the other one. Fox News chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst joined us live in Israel. So Yo-Yo Sinwar is the new guy in charge. Are we going to see him in a suit in Qatar doing negotiations?
Did he just
Brian, good morning. Just yet
in the correct English? It's still wrong, obviously. But he didn't say Qatar.
Way. No, he did say Qatar.
Sounds pretty fucking woke to me, bro.
Yesterday, Hamas named a replacement for the political leader, Ismail Haniyeh, who was killed last week in Tehran. Yahya Sinwar is one of the masterminds behind the October 7th massacre, and he's now been named the leader of Hamas. Right now, he's believed to be in a tunnel underneath Gaza, surrounded by Israeli and possibly American hostages. And there's no telling when he'll come out of that tunnel and actually start negotiating on behalf of Hamas. But it's an interesting move by the organization because it sends a message to Israel that they continue, basically a message of defiance in these negotiations that are ongoing in Doha. So far, they've made little progress because there's a lot of room between the Israeli and Hamas position on how to end the war inside Gaza, more than 300 days in. And he is the only top official left from Hamas after Mohammed Def and Ismail Haniyeh were killed in Israeli operations to take out the leadership of this organization responsible for the October 7th massacre.
So one of the terrorist masterminds was killed in Lebanon.
He didn't say that. He said he's believed to be in a tunnel in Gaza, which is correct. There is a common consensus among very many sources. So it's a common belief. Is it the accurate belief? I'm not so sure. But the common belief is that he's in a tunnel in Gaza. I mean, he's certainly trying to portray that. So I gotta go pee, Jack.
Okay, I'm still here.
Representing Hezbollah. Then you had Haniyeh was killed in Tehran. In Iran, representing Hamas. And now the Washington Post has a story, as Iran has promised retribution. They have a story that maybe Iran might be rethinking an attack plan thanks to intense U.S. diplomatic efforts. It makes me wonder, what are we giving away to Iran to get them possibly not to attack back on Israel?
Well, it's certainly giving them more time to move missiles into place if they do plan to attack Israel. But if any sort of deal is cut to get them to stop the response to the killing of Ismail Haniyeh at the inauguration of the country's new president, these diplomatic efforts would involve things like sanctions relief and money to the Islamic Republic that would ultimately be used for the country's nuclear program. And so that's likely what's on the table being discussed right now. But the Israelis are preparing for that attack, and they do not believe that a diplomatic solution will be found.
So, Trey, I'm excited about your new book. It's called Black Saturday. Let me hold it up here. An unfiltered account of the October 7th attack on Israel and the war in Gaza. It comes out October 1st. You can pre-order now at foxnewsbooks.com. But it's your account, and you were all over it. What you experienced, how you covered it, what you learned, and what has happened since. How has all of this affected you?
Look, Black Saturday is a book about the darkest day in Israel's history. Our crew responded that morning of the October 7th massacre and headed straight to the Gaza border. At the time, we didn't know that Hamas had infiltrated into the country. As the day developed, we watched people die in front of us. This book takes the reader through not only our story, but also the stories of soldiers and police officers and civilians who were taken hostage into the tunnels beneath Gaza. I interviewed them after they were released as part of the November ceasefire deal. The access for this book, Black Saturday, is unprecedented. We speak not only with senior Israeli leadership, including the country's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, but also with senior Hamas officials, with Palestinian civilians, doctors, and everyone in between to get a clear picture of what October 7th was like.
I don't care.
Israel has been bracing for a major retaliation by Iran and Hezbollah in response to the killings of senior officials. CBS News has learned that the U.S. has sent more fighter jets to an unnamed military
in the Middle East. And yesterday, Hamas named the mastermind behind the October 7th attack on Israel as its new political leader. It comes in the wake of the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh last week in Tehran.
Good.
Our Charlie Daggett joins us now from the Pentagon with more on all of this. Charlie, good to see you. Want to start with asking you what more we might know about those fighter jets that were sent to the Middle East. Where are they going? How many are there? And is there any concern about the safety of American troops there?
Chanel, that's exactly what this is about, this forward posturing. And I spoke to defense officials today.
Country.
We can't tell
That's an unknown country, Jordan.
Yeah. Tell you, so some F-18s have been sent from the Theodore Roosevelt aircraft carrier to a forward base. Now, that base is undisclosed, but it's in the Middle East with a coalition partner, we understand. Those will be backfilled by another squadron of F-22s. And as you said,
in the
this
plane
is
denomination, FA,
Mm-hmm.
fighter attack.
Ugh. See, I asked
What?
you that before, and you said you didn't know.
Did you?
Yeah, it was like when I was
I
playing
must
Ace
not have heard it.
Combat.
Maybe I must not have heard the question.
But I think they just classified another one as a fighter attack. I can't remember what it was though.
Yeah, because there's FA, FB, but they don't really say FB.
I'm trying to think what it was. Do you know they tried to put the A10 guns on F-16s?
Seriously?
Yeah, they had prototypes. They actually saw combat.
Damn. That would have been cool.
all about U.S. force protection because forces have come under attack. In fact, one very serious one recently, but in the past,
it's only a matter of time. Israel's going to kill Sinwar. It's obvious. He's the last guy left. Of course, they're going to kill him. So wherever he is, he better have a good hiding spot. Also, I was going to ask, did you hear that the bomb that they used on the guy in Iran was planted months in advance?
Yes, I did.
Isn't that fucking wild? They knew it was a fucking safe house because you rotate your safe houses, right? And you're supposed to burn the old ones.
Yep. Crazy.
3 weeks. 4 bases or 4 attacks have happened in 2 bases, one in Iraq and one in Syria. The most recent attack injured 5 U.S. service members and 2 private contractors. 2 of those are a bit serious. They had to be evacuated, but we're told that they're not critical. So this is the official line, and I had to write it down before I came on, to mitigate the possibility of regional escalation by Iran or Iran's partners and proxies. That's why they've been forward deployed. But this is about keeping our troops in the Middle East safe as well.
Okay. And Charlie, talk to us a bit about Hamas's new political leader and how the U.S. is responding to this change.
Yeah, this is tricky. So Yahya Sinwar is essentially the leader of Hamas and has been the leader of Hamas. Ismail Haniyeh was the sort of political leader of Hamas. So he runs the military wing. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said, and he points this out, he said he has been and remains the primary decider when it comes to concluding ceasefires. As far as the Israelis are concerned, the Israeli general has already said he's going to go the same way as every other Hamas leader, and that's that he's going to be killed. And he has been the most wanted person in Gaza. He's thought to have masterminded the October 7th attacks. So in any real sense, he would have been part of the negotiations.
Avenger
yeah,
gun?
GUA-8 Avenger is the gun.
GUA-8?
A8.
Okay.
Anyway, because he is still calling the shots. But to have him, this extreme hardliner and militant, now in control and taking the place of Haniyeh does not bode well in terms of negotiations.
And I'm just wondering, Charlie, what America's role is in all of this. I mean, what are U.S. officials doing to really try to de-escalate what's going on there?
Well, this is where it gets difficult because there's diplomacy and then there's sort of rocket diplomacy where there are attacks and defenses and they're carefully measured. The attack that happened on that U.S. base, as I've been told, it will not go unanswered. If somebody gets hurt, that usually there is usually a retaliation. And that's thought to be an Iranian-backed Iraqi militant group who actually the United States has done work with before. I've been embedded with those groups in the fight against ISIS. In terms of diplomacy, they're still trying to push for that ceasefire. And the difficulty here is all of this goes hand in hand. They don't want Hezbollah to overreach in terms of striking Israel as they continue to threaten to do. They really don't want Iran getting more involved in this. And they're trying to sort of suppress it by showing this force, putting the same sort of forces that are there. If you remember the April attack from Iran, the same sort of defenses are there. So in a way, they are escalating by showing force, but hoping to de-escalate by providing a deterrent.
Okay, we'll keep a close eye on this. Charlie, thank you.
Last week, Hamas's top political leader was killed in Iran. Just hours ago, Hamas elected Yahya Sinwar, the mastermind behind the October 7th attack, as its new leader. This follows a Hezbollah...
It was what I was thinking about. So they actually classified this F-16 as an FA-16.
Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool.
Because the A-10 was too slow to survive a high-tech battlefield.
Yep.
So they're like, why don't we try to put these guns on this thing?
Or replace the plane.
Own attack that resulted in at least 19 people getting wounded, including 6 soldiers in northern Israel. The Israeli Defense Force launched rockets to intercept that attack. One rocket missed and fell back to the ground, resulting in a majority of the injuries. In an earlier raid in Gaza, Israeli military fired shots, killing 10 Palestinians. Political leaders fear the escalation of the war in Gaza could lead to a larger regional war in the Middle East.
There are growing concerns that Iran and Hezbollah could launch retaliatory attacks on Israel as soon as today. Iran has vowed to take severe action against Israel following a deadly strike that killed a Hamas leader last week in Tehran. As a result of the possible escalations, the U.S. Embassy in Lebanon is urging Americans to leave the country using, quote, any ticket available. Meanwhile, dozens of Palestinians were reportedly killed in Gaza after a new wave of Israeli airstrikes. The latest attacks followed ceasefire talks breaking down in Cairo over the weekend. Let's bring in CBS News foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb from Beirut. So Imtiaz, what is the situation there in Beirut?
Well, Lindsay, the mood, as you can imagine here, is incredibly tense. In fact, the city of Beirut, which sadly is not a stranger that is unfamiliar with violence or the threat of violence or war with Israel, is quiet. And this is unusual for a city like Beirut. You know, again, as we've been saying, it has this reputation of really sort of being able to sort of withstand the sort of regional jolts. And yet, as we've been saying, people going to the airport, trying to get on any flight they can out of the country. We have many people who have moved to the mountainous areas outside of Beirut as well. All of this over fears that Hezbollah will retaliate for the assassination of...
When and how will Iran strike back for Israel's assassination of Hezbollah's top military chief? That question hanging over the Middle East this hour. US sources say Iran and its affiliates are preparing to respond, possibly in the coming days. Right now, diplomats from Islamic nations are meeting in an emergency session in Saudi Arabia at Iran's request. They are expected to urge restraint from Tehran and condemn Israel over its suspected killing of Hamas political chief Ismail Haniyeh in Iran recently. Yahya Sinwar, an alleged architect of the October the 7th attacks, has been tapped to replace Haniyeh. Among those working at that meeting in Jeddah, Jordan's foreign minister, Ayman Safadi, has been conducting a flurry of tensions. He stopped in Iran on Sunday.
We got to run that back. His name's I'm so farty.
Iran been conducting a flurry at that meeting in Jeddah. Jordan's foreign minister, Ayman Safadi, has been conducting a flurry of talks to diffuse tensions. He stopped in Iran on Sunday, the first such visit by a top Jordanian official in 20 years. Simon Safadi stepping away from that meeting in Jeddah to talk to us. This is his first interview since he was in Tehran, and you have been with the acting foreign minister of Iran today. So I want to get your sense of Iran's thinking at this point as the region awaits for what is threatened retaliation by Iran on Israel. What do you understand to be Tehran's position at this point? And what are they trying to achieve with this?
Fucking weird. Also, gay? He's gonna die. He's gonna die. Also,
he's already dead.
I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be shocked if they killed Nasrallah.
Really?
I mean, they know if Kamala Harris wins, they got to fucking wrap that shit up. So, like, why not?
True.
Why not?
True. It's a fair point.
They've literally been killing Hamas commanders. Like, how much does Iran actually care about Hezbollah is the question. And also, what can Iran do, even? A Great Depression is upon you. Is this like a curse? Fucking, are you some kind of witch?
Good evening, Becky. We are in very, very dangerous situation in the region following the assassination of the head of the political bureau of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh. Tensions have risen, obviously. What we in Jordan are saying is that the region cannot afford further conflict, further war, further destruction, and we must stop this escalation. And the first step towards stopping the escalation is ending its root cause, which is the continued Israeli aggression on Gaza. Everybody has to realize that the situation is extremely dangerous. The threat of the region being dragged into regional war is real. We do.
Wow, his ISB really bugging him.
We've been working very hard to achieve that, and we're 100% convinced that the first step towards that de-escalation is stopping the aggression on Gaza. Iran, obviously, I had discussions with the Iranian foreign minister, the Iranian president in Tehran a few days ago. I went there at the invitation of the foreign minister to try and see what we can do to bring the temperature down. They believe that they've been done a great wrong, and they believe they have the right to respond. So what we're trying to do is, again, to create conditions in which everybody will see value.
The guy going on about hair is listening.
There was no good
That's funny.
Like audio of this, but somebody at the Pentagon briefing was asked, the one guy, Jack Kirby, they asked him, does Iran have the right to defend itself? Right. And I couldn't hear because it's like bad audio, but I'm like, that's a great question. They're obviously going to give a bullshit answer, but like, seriously, like, it's just like, go fuck yourself type of question, you know?
We got a flat earther. Amazing. Amazing.
You know,
de-escalating, and that would be,
you know, that dome shit was actually with Anu. It's long before Jesus, so you're probably a heretic for believing in that. Repent.
Ending the aggression, getting a permanent ceasefire, and then urging everybody to act responsibly and prevent the whole region from falling into the abyss.
While the U.S. Secretary of State has said that the
Oh my God, I just don't care. Oh my God. Oh my God, I don't care. What the fuck else is there? Ukraine, that'll work.
There's some stuff there.
Marijuana sales start today right here in Ohio. Medical dispensaries were the first to get approval for recreational sale. Those dispensaries can now sell both medical and recreational marijuana, but you have to be at least 21 years old and have a valid ID. 19 investigator Gabby Hart has been keeping us informed on all the things marijuana since issue 2 passed.
Yeah, so now she's looking into the financial side of things, the tax revenue.
Wait, so it's totally legal in Ohio now? Is that what they're saying?
Yep.
No,
and you can go from any state. You can go as any state you come from.
That's fucking cool. Can they order interstate?
Well, that's what some of the reports are saying. Is like
cool.
Like be prepared to be so busy because people from out of state are coming.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I'm thinking. Is like if they're doing deliveries and they're doing online sales, and you're getting sales from people interstate, and you're shipping out of state, you are going to make so much fucking money. But as soon you do not want to overcommit your industry, because soon as the other states realize how much money they can make and they legalize it, you're gonna lose it. So,
So here's the Sumerian creation, right?
Oh no.
So you have Anu, Kai, and then El, right? All right. So it's a Sumerian designation of An, the heavens, right? So in some cases, in Sumerian cosmology, heaven, heaven is envisioned as a series of 3 domes covering a flat earth. Each of these domes in heaven was believed to be made of a different precious stone. An was believed to be the highest, outermost of these domes, which was thought to be made up of a reddish stone, right? So right here, all this flat earth dome shit, right? If you also believe in Jesus, you're a heretic. Because nothing in the Bible describes that earth is a dome or flat or anything like that.
That's so fucking funny.
Not the highest, not the lowest. Think of it as the Goldilocks of weed taxes. That's one way to describe Ohio's tax rate on recreational marijuana. Ohio imposes a 10% tax on top of the 5.
This is all I want is legalized weed so I can buy gummies so I can stop smoking. That's
you
all.
ever see the model of what Earth's rotation in space time actually looks like?
No. No, I have not.
5.75% sales tax already in place for the state, meaning recreational marijuana will be taxed at 15.75%, which falls just below the average rate for states with legal weed. If we just look at the tax you pay when you buy it, we see a huge range. Some states, like New Jersey, have a tax under 7%, whereas others, like Washington, are more than 37%. And just like many other states with legal weed, our tax money will be put to work for important causes. We're talking 36% going towards social equity and creating jobs, another 36% going directly to the cities to use as they see fit. The plan also considers the need for addiction and substance abuse resources. 25% of tax dollars are earmarked for that too. And 3% goes to the Division of Cannabis Control and Tax Commissioner Fund. And get this, a 2023 study done by The Ohio State University estimates that by the 5th year of legal marijuana sales in Ohio, the state could rake in $276 to $403 million in taxes. Gabby Hart, 19 News.
Yeah. And 19 News will keep an eye on the sales numbers and tax revenues generated from recreational marijuana sales, and look for our latest reporting on Cleveland19.com. Russia says that it's fighting raids by Ukrainian forces for a second straight day inside Russia's border. The intense battles are said to be taking place in the Kursk region, across from the Ukrainian region of Sumy. It appears to be one of the largest incursions into Russian territory since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine 2.5 years ago. The Ukrainian government has not claimed responsibility for or acknowledged the attack. Ukraine has been.
It would be so funny if they just swapped an equal amount of territory and just changed the fundamental shape of the country.
Trying to intensify its fight against Russia, not only across the 800-mile front line, but also in territory that Russia has occupied since 2014, Crimea. And that is where Ukraine is achieving some success. Here's Nick Schifrin with more.
In a war where Ukraine struggles to hold the line.
Whoa!
Nice. With highly produced video.
Don't copyright strike us. Okay. I just think this is one of those things this is so mind blowing to me to think about, right?
That's cool.
Because we only think of it as a 2D plane of rotation of the galaxy itself, but it's not. They're constantly like changing position on how close they are and far away from they are from
It's
the
very
sun,
cool.
right?
Yeah.
And then I also here's the math for it, the entire formula.
That's very cool. Space is cool.
Tag of $1.3 million.
I'm announcing an emergency package of security assistance of $300 million.
But it just really,
after lengthy internal debate and external pressure.
You're just a fucking hurling rock flying through. Like,
the administration first authorized ATACMs for Ukraine in mid-March. And U.S. officials say Ukraine first used them in mid-April. This strike on a Russian airfield in occupied Crimea.
ATACMs can help Ukraine achieve the goal of making the Crimean Peninsula uninhabitable for Russian Army, Navy, and Air Force.
Retired Lieutenant General Ben Hodges is the former commander of U.S. Army Europe. He's long argued the road to Ukrainian victory runs through Crimea, whose 2014 annexation is one of President Vladimir Putin's crowning achievements and where the Russian military has expanded ever since.
Now Ukraine has enough ATACMs to be able to hit all the airfields.
We got it.
Every ship that's in
they're just a
Sevastopol.
little too silly. The name
ATACMs.
ATACMs. You know?
Yeah, it is very funny.
It sounds like something that you give a Pokemon.
Harbor and other important facilities. That's the goal. Make that place
it's the extended name of the TMs.
Tenable for Russian forces.
U.S. officials confirm ATACMs helped sink a Russian submarine last weekend and have damaged or destroyed Russian airfields and at least a dozen Russian air defense batteries in Crimea, including some of Russia's most advanced, S-300s and S-400s. And among the warships, the Cyclone, one of the first sunk by a ballistic missile. Ukraine's attacks helped force
Cyclone?
I think Cyclone.
I know.
Russia's most valuable naval assets out of Crimea into southern Russia.
Come on! What are you doing?
What the fuck, man?
Launching since last year.
These hits matter a lot, partly because of the fact that the Russians cannot replace them. Crimea is a launching pad of all sorts of different missiles, rockets, drones that are hitting civilian infrastructure. The ability to do that has been significantly reduced.
These tactical gains help advance a strategic goal: keep Ukrainian commerce flowing through the Black Sea. Ukraine's food exports now match or even exceed levels from before the full-scale invasion. That income is critical to keep Ukraine's government afloat, so it can pay soldiers' salaries, and to Ukraine's long-term $500 billion reconstruction.
Over the course of this war, Ukraine has gained an entirely new status in the Black Sea. This region will now always be free from Russian dominance.
The U.S. and Ukraine also say ATACMS could challenge Russian supply lines into Crimea, including via ferry. U.S. officials confirm ATACMS damaged 2 ferries that Russia uses to move fuel and ammunition, and Ukraine destroyed the third. Those strikes penetrated one of the most fortified air defenses on the planet, around the Kerch Bridge, which connects Crimea to mainland Russia. Ukraine set it ablaze in October 2022 with an improvised explosive device that Russia said was equivalent to 10 tons of TNT. In December 2022, Putin took a drive to reassure Russians the bridge was solid. In July 2023, a Ukrainian sea drone hit it again. But U.S. officials confirmed that Russia has shot down ATACMS, including in late June, when shrapnel from a shot-down missile that was aimed at a military target instead
it was shrapnel. Okay.
Had rained down on beachgoers. Russian
Because
media
we were
showed
like, if
sun
it was
loungers.
deliberate, is it? We were talking about
Yeah.
the justification for Ukraine doing it,
Mm-hmm.
and if it was okay. And like, we never said that it was confirmed that it was like a cluster munition being used on civilians or anything like that.
Yes.
We were just discussing if it was deliberate, is it something that's okay to be done? Attacking people who are vacationing in occupied territory.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, it's a war crime if it was a deliberate bombing of civilians, regardless. But you know, war
regardless,
crimes, there's a certain degree where you can get away with a certain amount of war crimes until it gets like over a line, and I don't think that would like really pass the line, because they would have to definitively prove the targeting and shit like that.
Technically, it's cluster stuff, I guess. It's not.
Yeah, there's like they got ball bearings in them, basically.
But like the cluster bombs are very different.
Used as stretchers.
Same with claymores.
Russian officials said the strike killed at least 4 people, including children, and wounded 150 more. If the U.S. and Ukraine want Crimeans to feel unsafe, tourists told local journalists it's working.
We hope for the best, but of course, deep inside, we have a sense of danger.
But the biggest danger to Ukraine exists far from Crimea. In the east, Ukraine has struggled to hold the line after shortages of manpower and munitions. Some experts question whether Crimea is the most vital front for
the training for supplies that need to go in. There is a reason for staggering it, but at the same time, the U.S. could have fucking ended this war, but then they would have Ukraine, who's not a NATO ally, being overpowered in the region.
Yes, yeah.
So that's the thing, is Ukrainians have to die because the U.S. won't let Ukraine have the things that they actually need to win, because that would make them too powerful. If they could actually roll over Russia with the assets given to them, then what happens, you know? Then
where do they stop?
You know, you also have like a fascist insurgency inside the country. A military coup happens. Fascists take over. You got a military dictatorship in that part of Europe again.
Yeah.
That's fucking unrealistic. Just fucking let them crush Russia, in my opinion.
American weapon in relatively short supply.
This is of great significance, but it doesn't critically affect the overall future of the war.
Anatol Levin directs the Quincy Institute's Eurasia program. He says ATACMS would be better saved for an expected Russian offensive.
There is therefore a case for the Ukrainians conserving their ATACMS and other weapons and ammunition for that moment.
ATACMS, just attack them.
Ukraine also wants to use ATACMS elsewhere, inside Russia, especially on bases with planes that drop.
I don't know if this
devastating
is
2,000-pound
necessarily.
bombs.
I don't. That's another thing. The military coup of the fascists could happen in Russia. Yeah, that's like a great point. And then they have access to those Ukrainian military assets, and Ukraine develops into a civil war like that or something. Crazy shit could happen like that. But it's just, come on.
But the U.S. restricts ATACMS use to inside Ukraine.
I don't agree with the narrative of bleeding countries. So like even during. That narrative of bleeding comes from the Afghan war, and it comes from specifically Russian biased sources. The CIA specifically never said anything like that about getting Russia tied down or bleeding or anything like that. There might be a thought with said Zelensky. What's his fucking name?
Putin.
The evil guy in the Afghan war.
Oh.
Zygmunt Brzezinski. Is that right? Brzezinski? Yeah, Brzezinski. So like Brzezinski, like the CIA hated him because he kept fucking shit up because he was too anti-Russia.
Huh.
Like that's like the CIA is like, bro, you're too anti-Russia. Can you stop? You're literally fucking with the things we're trying to do here. AKA operate the biggest heroin network of the world.
It's a lot of money to make.
Yeah, I mean they had to fund the war somehow.
Yeah.
Besides with the covert money, right? So this idea of bleeding them, I don't think that's quite the case. I think there's a standard doctrine of the bleed effect that takes place. That's why Ukraine attacks Russia in other countries.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, the U.S. wants Ukraine to succeed in the war. But if they overkill, then it fucks up their like threat profile. They're not going to like arm up states next to their NATO allies that could be a threat in the future to those NATO allies, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the entire reason why we got Ukraine to give up their nuclear weapons in the first place was for the NATO countries next to them. So that's really what it comes down to. Is it really comes down to protecting people who are in NATO, and Ukraine is ultimately not in NATO. And Israel, protect Israel at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. It's more of a balancing act of like powers. It's like, and that's the thing is you also have to keep in mind that the U.S. did this before with Iran, and then the revolution happened. And Iran still is operating assets from that period, from the fucking 70s, you know? I know. I said, that's why I said and Israel. NATO and Israel. Israel gets the special baby treatment too.
Mm-hmm.
We can protect our cities from Russian guided bombs if American leadership makes a step forward and allows us to destroy Russian military aircrafts on their bases.
But until the U.S. takes that step, Crimea is a concentrated target and an example of Ukrainian success in a war of attrition with no end in sight. For the PBS NewsHour.
Thank you. May I move to Ukraine, please? Sure. Nearly 900 days of full-scale Russian invasion. Today, the Kremlin
Who would Ukraine target, though? That's the thing. It doesn't matter. It's like a threat profile and arms risk index. Like because they're all fucking bureaucrats that only see things in like mathematicals. Like people are just numbers that you move around. It's like playing Risk. You know, you move all the troops in and you roll the dice to try and get the advantage. Like they don't give a fuck.
Southern borders of every country. Can you speak to what's going on, latest developments between the reports coming up? What do you know? How much you know? And have Ukrainians informed you about the latest?
Have we heard from
the Ukrainian side?
So we are in communication with the Ukrainians about this particular operation. I believe you're referring to the operation across the border that they launched earlier today. I will leave it to them to speak to what kind of operations they're conducting and what their goals are. That's appropriate that they speak to that publicly, not us. But you're right. I have seen the statements from the Russian government is a little bit rich, them calling it a provocation, given Russia violated Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. You said 900 days. It actually goes back much longer than that. It goes back to 2014 and continues to illegally occupy Ukrainian territory. Ultimately, the decisions about how Ukraine conducts its military operations are decisions that Ukraine makes. Nothing has changed about our policy with respect to strike.
That's all we need. Thank you.
More breaking news for you. We told you about last hour.
Yeah, exactly. It's just being denazified. Eat shit.
And more on it now. Russia's defense ministry claiming that Ukraine launched a massive attack in the Kursk region of Russia. That's an area largely unaffected by the 2.5-year war. The defense ministry says that several hundred Ukrainian troops attacked by land.
And then you also you get the entire province, and then you close in the gap and you have a buffer zone from Kharkiv. And you go, we want this buffer zone for Kharkiv and all of the territory that you've taken. And then see how Putin likes it.
And air with tanks and armored vehicles hitting Russian positions. Ukrainian officials so far not commenting on the Russian claim. Nick Payton Walsh joining me here in the studio with more. I mean, what more do we have at this point?
Yeah, I mean, look, there seems to have been a substantial incursion by the Ukrainians who said nothing about this at all, but frankly, who else could it be? It's unclear what Ukrainian units might be behind this. Russian bloggers are suggesting this may actually be more official parts of the Ukrainian military. But all that aside, it has caused Vladimir Putin to have to make a pretty unusual statement, which is to talk about a major Ukrainian provocation and how they, he says, are firing on civilians indiscriminately. Bear in mind, Russia appears to be doing that on a daily basis inside of Ukraine. His chief of staff, Valery Gerasimov, has said that the Ukrainian advance has been halted. But there are videos showing it significantly far inside Russian borders, 5 kilometers at least, possibly more. Suggestions it could be even deeper, past a key town called Suzdal. Now, that is important.
I mean, it worked for Thingy, didn't it? They were just allowed in. That'll work.
Yeah, Wagner.
Because it is a gas hub, some analysts say, for the supply of Russian gas through Ukraine onto Europe. It's still happening. Even though this war is now in its 3rd year. And there are some suggestions that this advance may be angled towards that, or it may simply be about trying to throw Russia into disarray. That's clearly happening. They were not expecting that in the slightest. There are suggestions from local officials that indeed we're now seeing Ukrainian forces inside the town of Suzdal itself.
What if Ukraine just sent a special forces team to assassinate Putin?
I mean, I'm sure they are actively trying to do that.
I bet they are
actively doing it to Zelensky.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're actively training people up to do it.
Mm-hmm. It's
possibly
hard,
even having gone through
Putin's
it.
so paranoid and scared.
Yeah.
After Gaddafi, he's been terrified ever since. He saw what happened to Gaddafi and he said, that could be me.
Continuing onwards north. Now, this comes at an exceptionally complex time for Kiev. They are under great pressure on the Donetsk front lines near a town called Pokrovsk, a key military hub for them. They're losing theirs steadily but slowly. And there are other suggestions too that along that front line, they're running out of manpower. So already today, we're seeing Ukrainian observers going, well, what are you doing deep inside Russia if we're losing on other parts of the front line instead? All that aside, this is a rare moment of what you might call good news for Ukraine, where they're projecting strength, catching Moscow off guard, and presumably now forcing Russia to rush reinforcements around and change its calculus on the front lines.
You
exactly
suggested that we are now 3 years into this war, and there are reports that significant elements of Ukrainian society are now wondering whether the government shouldn't be, the president shouldn't be.
Why should we limit ourselves to such narrow-minded tactics when we could be using scumbag tactics? If he never invaded, none of this would be
we showed them.
happening.
We showed the clip of them shooting the trees.
Yeah.
But my favorite is the train track fight that they did. That one is one of the better ones that I've seen them do. That's very funny because it's like they stopped to give a fucking battle speech in the middle of a supposed firefight.
It's very funny.
Sitting down and finding an end to this conflict. Is that?
Yeah,
anywhere close?
I think significant elements. I think it's probably there are more people thinking that might be a good way forward than there were before. That's still the minority. I think there's still intense animosity, obviously, amongst Ukraine society that's seen its military aid mails, decimated by this war and significant damage to vast parts of their country. But there is, I think, possibly a growing feeling that the way forward for Ukraine is less rosy than it has been. They're having manpower issues. Their weaponry supply is better than it has been. They've just got F-16s from NATO allies in the air now too. So they potentially have a cleaner road ahead in terms of their weaponry supply.
It's going to be awesome watching F-16s fuck up Russians. I hope dogfights happen because I want to see dogfight footage. But I hope they don't happen at the same time because you don't want to waste planes or lives or resources that could be used to save people. So,
well, the main reason that they want Ukraine's is for missile interception. That was the main reason the F-16s are going to be used for. They're not going to be used for like offense.
Really? So it's all
defensive use. They're going to be used as high-speed interceptors.
Huh? That gives some cover. Maybe it could establish a no-fly zone, a Ukrainian enforced no-fly zone. Interesting.
But they also they also have been like developing their loadout specifically for these types of
anti-missile
countermeasures.
Yeah, interesting.
Like the anti-radiation missile or the radiation missile, they've been using a lot of those.
Okay.
You know what those are? I don't.
No. I imagine a lot of Sidewinder missiles.
The radiation missile.
Which I think they're air-to-air, if I recall correctly.
but they're running out of people. Russia doesn't seem to be having that problem at all. But the front lines aren't really changing massively. We're seeing slow shifts in ways which matter huge.
Bye.
Well, such a big event happened recently.
Yeah,
The Ukrainian armed
Ukraine
forces. Yes.
actually adapted these to some of their aircraft already, so they've already been using these. So it's an air-to-surface anti-radiation missiles designed to home in on electronic transmissions coming from surface-to-air radar systems.
Oh, no shit.
So it's called the HARM.
That's a good name.
The Ukrainian armed forces
high-speed
went to Kursk
anti-radiation
Oblast,
missile.
the territory of the Russian
It's
Federation.
been
Here, Russians
in
even
service
filmed
with us since 1985.
Damn.
some sort of the video showing the Striker armored vehicles. Yeah, obviously there's also the Russian Volunteer Corps and the Legion of Freedom, but the regular Ukrainian armed forces are also taking action out there, and we have proofs. Later on I'm going to show you them, and mainly Ukraine doesn't hide that fact. Well, what is unique about the informational distribution of this assault, that Ukraine is totally silent about it. No one speaks about the Russian Volunteer Corps, no one speaks about some sort of the Russian opposition forces. No, the information we have is coming just from the Russian sources and also from the situation on the ground with leak.
These are the guys that the movies get made about, by the way. These people, the Russian volunteer corps and shit, they're the ones that movies get written about.
Videos, I'm going to show you them also today.
So
are they not?
Oh, no, I'm just reading about these missiles, right? So the F-16, they have one that's specifically designed around the HARM targeting system, HTS. All right. The missile has 3 operational modes: pre-briefed, target of opportunity, and self-protest. The HTS pod, used by the USAF only, and now Ukraine, I believe, allows the F-16s to detect and automatically target radar systems with the HARMs instead of relying on the missile sensors alone.
Interesting.
So, like, if they can't even jam the missile, right? So you can't use jamming on the missile itself because the plane is also fucking guiding it itself.
So it's a physically and laser guided missile. Interesting. Automatically lasers? Interesting.
Automatically, and it automatically finds radar systems to take them out.
That's fucking awesome.
Right? So they can hit those radar systems that those S-300s rely on as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what, and they adapted these to be able, just the missiles themselves, they adapted to be able to use on the Ukrainian planes.
What's the
F-16 might
range?
have the HTS system, which is like the specific anti-radar setup.
What's their range? Could they hit into Russia and take out radars within the country?
Range. Okay, depending on the level of what it has 25 kilometers, and then
So not very far.
that's the low. The standoff is 150 kilometers, and the AGM-88G, which is like, a special one, I guess, is 300.
300's pretty decent. You would get some pretty decent range there.
So like that's like, so it can go up to 300, and it's Mach 3.
Okay, interesting. That's possible. It's very possible. I would think. We'll see.
So a huge event just happened. Hello, my friends, and welcome. My name is Dennis, and this is the latest update from Ukraine. Guys, the situation is so fresh that we don't have the military map updates, but we need to go to the standard Google Maps, and I'll explain you everything for this hour. So the breakthrough of Ukrainian forces happened in Sudzha region of the Kursk Oblast. Sudzha district is better to say, and here's the Sudzha town, the biggest one in this place. So the attack from Ukrainian side happened in 2 of the directions. I'll not call those forces 100% Ukrainian army. No, there's also the Russian Volunteer Corps. So for now, let's call those allies. So according to the latest information, allies took Darino and moved towards cutting this very important road which connects Sudzha and other settlements. There is a big question about Gogolivka, whether the allies were able to take it under control. Let me delete all of that stuff. So by 100%, and also it comes from the Russian sources, that Russian group of several dozen soldiers is encircled now in Oleshna. Yeah, this village is totally 100% encircled. The event develops really fast, so I have the latest update just while I'm recording this video. So Gogol Novoselivka has fallen for the Russian army, Rubonchina as well. The fighting is ongoing in Goncharivka, which is very close to Sudzha. I would say it's the single big settlement. It goes from one to another with no any gaps. In Sudzha itself, the artillery fire was reported and locals evacuated yesterday. Yes, they've done it all the day on their own. So the evacuation wasn't organized by the Russian officials, by the governor of the oblast, but he called locals to leave their homes for good. But there is no any assistance given to civilians by the Russian administration. Now let's go to the northern side of the Sudzha region, and here Ukraine took Nikolaevo, Darino, Sverdlitkovo, and Ukraine, as I told you, cut this very important road. So judging on the information coming, I draw this kind of the situation out there. Probably again, I called
that's a pretty good running theory map based on information. Like it's pretty solid.
It's the Ukrainian army, but yes, those are allies for now. But if we speak about the armored vehicles, strikers, Humvees, obviously those belong to Ukrainian army 100%, and the Ukrainians are trained to operate those. So I guess that finally it's the Ukrainian army out there too. That's why Ukrainian officials are so calm about it. I would say it's the largest breakthrough, actually, since the beginning of the... And the Russian military bloggers continue to say that the fight is definitely very severe for them, and the Sudzha town may fall at any moment. What we know from the enemy sources and their surveillance reports that the Allied forces concentrated new reinforcements not far away from Yunakivka village, and they're ready to strike with more power. So indeed, this attack could be successful for Ukraine or Allied forces. I think for Ukraine, after all. What is interesting that this part of the Russian border was controlled by the border control, but there were not many of the soldiers out there, but they were reinforced by conscripts. The conscripts are the very young Russian soldiers, usually 18, 19 years old. There is the compulsory conscription in the Russian army.
You can also check this guy's channel, see if there's even more current update.
As far as I remember. And after that, they're free to go to their normal civilian lives. But Russia usually
normally we won't do like videos this technical, but the reporting on this is going to be
young
so
soldiers were staying in the place,
few and far between.
They were
because it's like this is like it's covert shit's going on, you know.
Yeah.
So
no, this is the most.
This is the most recent one. How old is this one?
20 hours.
Yeah, well, that was the joke. Is like it's like time for your monthly suicide mission, and then like everyone was criticizing it. Like I retweeted a lot of people criticizing it because I saw a lot of criticism of that. Like they don't think this is effective for Ukraine to do these suicide missions. Well, apparently Ukraine must have agreed because they launched a whole new thing.
Yeah, they changed their strategies.
Well, they could have been probing the defenses this whole time.
True.
Installing complacency.
True. That's I mean that's a pretty good run in theory.
Battalion. And Ahmad Battalion was the first one to leave the positions of the border. Yes, they left conscripts behind to fight against the prevailing forces and left their positions. This information is not coming from Ukrainian propaganda or something. No, this information is shared by the Russians and military bloggers. And actually it is true. So the Allied forces encircled many of the positions, and now the Russian forces are being encircled in Oleshna, as we know. So many of the Russian conscripts were eliminated or captured in custody. Some of them even gave the short interviews about their service, and they all claimed that they were abandoned by their commanders. And here we have the screenshot from the drone, how the Russian soldiers being convoyed by Ukrainian soldiers from the Sudzha region to Ukrainian positions. Later on, obviously, they will be exchanged. And here are those conscripts who agreed to give the interview to Ukrainian or maybe Allied forces. But in this interview, they told that they were captured by Ukrainian armed forces. The interviewer asked who took you in custody, and they respond, Ukraine. And it is not the Russian video, so probably regular Ukrainian armed forces are taking part in this operation. Not probably, but 100%. There was the information that
that is very good propaganda
he's
for
censoring
Ukraine.
the gun because he doesn't want to show guns because you get in trouble.
It's very good propaganda for Ukraine, having Russian conscripts be like, they abandoned us. Like that's really good if they can spread that.
Well, the Russian bloggers themselves are saying it. It's Russian sources are reporting it, is what he said.
Well,
so he's seen that when you see the same reports from the Russian reports and the Ukrainian reports, that's how you can verify things. So he's just using two sources to verify the same information when he's coming up with conclusions.
Okay, so
when
the
he says
Russian
100%, when he says 100%, I don't know if he's using the same like intelligence scale that we see other people like Ryan McBath use, but there is at least two sources.
captured just local civilians. They were not wearing uniform, but no, those are the Russian army conscripts. And for example, the Astra source found a photo of one of the guys who is wearing the Russian uniform, and basically, yes, he's the Russian soldier, as the other one too. What they did out there after attack, they dropped out their uniform, their weaponry, and they tried to hide as locals, but Ukraine found them. And you see that the new marking was used on the vehicles which were coming from the Ukrainian side. Some saw the triangles to identify the friendly vehicles. And here on the striker, you may see the same sign. This particular one is equipped with the mining plug. So is there the huge resistance by the Russian armed forces? Well, yes, they sent some of the reinforcements, they use aviation, and definitely they cause losses for allies, I may confirm that, but also they suffer tremendous losses themselves. Russians tried to send some of the tanks to the positions, and there are two of the tow trucks with the tanks, but both of them were ambushed by Ukrainian drones, as you may see. The vehicles were abandoned, and those Russians who survived went to the local woods. Also, Russia lost its K-52 helicopter, which was shot down by allies during this operation. And the Russian official military groups already said about the event. By the way, before, Russian officials stated that they repelled all of the Ukrainian attacks, but now they deleted that post and corrected it, saying that the fight is still ongoing. And also, Russia lost its Mi-28 attack helicopter. This is the last image from the FPV drone taking. Yes, this is the helicopter. So this is the main rotor. Those are the blades. This is the tail. This is the horizontal stabilizer, vertical stabilizer. This is the aft rotor. Here the tail goes back, the pylons for the weaponry from both of the sides, and there is the cockpit somewhere. So hopefully you understand that it was filmed from the aft perspective. So Russia for sure lost at least 2 of the helicopters today. And not the ordinary helicopters, no, those are rare, especially this one, Mi-28. My friends, if you like the job that I do daily on YouTube, you may also support me on Patreon. The link for my page is available in the video description just below. Thank you so much for your motivation.
Want to see who else? Oh, he's still doing more. This isn't the end. Okay.
Okay, this is the Ahmad Battalion commander, and he makes excuses about the Ahmad Battalion retreatment.
Oh, no,
Ahmad Battalion is definitely located at the border.
It was not. It's one of these ones. It's like their Apache ripoff. This is what got taken out by a fucking drone. Get wrecked. They're actually pretty fucking cool, honestly.
Of Belgorod Oblast and Kursk Oblast. He said that they are still fighting out there, but they cannot control 400 kilometers. No, with a single battalion, it's not possible. So, Ahmad, if you have the breakthrough in one point, like, for example, in Suja district, just send your reinforcements out there. You don't need to control all of the
Iraq has some of those helicopters. Uganda has some of those helicopters.
400 kilometers, you need to take the actual fight while you're staying a few kilometers away from the very important hotspot. Controlling the border for what? Your border has already been broken by Ukrainian army or maybe by the Russian volunteer corps, so you need to take the fight. But yeah, definitely someone is pussy out here. But he called pussies those who tell that Ahmad definitely left the positions. They did it, 100%. It's confirmed by the Russian Z bloggers. And here he says that those Russians who write those messages should go and protect the border themselves. So again, Ahmad TikTok army just losing its reputation. They're mostly able to fight just against their own civilians. For the civilians in Ukraine, that's what they do. It's behind the frontline army. I remember how before the full-scale war in Russia especially, everyone was scared of Ahmad, of Kadyrovites, but after they dig down their own reputation, no one is scared of them any longer. Now even the Russians call them the TikTok army and TikTok battalion. Remember how they were...
Damn, this company that made that helicopter makes all the cool Russian helicopters. I think they I don't know. I think Russian helicopters might be cooler than American ones.
Trying to fight against the Prigozhin army in Rostov-on-Don. Yes, they basically hit the traffic jam and weren't able to get to the place at the proper moment. Previously, the same individual said that Ukraine will use the rest of...
They look so cool.
Looks like a fish.
They're so fucking ugly.
It looks like a fish.
Why?
Fish.
But that's so cool.
Of its forces in Kursk region, and after it, Russia will be more successful on the front lines, occupying more of the Ukrainian territories. Isn't he trying to say that what is happening in the Russian Kursk region is good for Russia? Well, in that case, Ukraine should strike even more, maybe even Moscow region. Who knows? That would be a jackpot for the Russian army, according to his logic. The Russian governor of the Kursk region, with a very sad face, said about the difficult situation in Suja district, and he called people to evacuate. That's the only help locals have from their authorities. evacuate on your own. How would people do that? Come on. Well, in the latest statement, the Russian officials say that Sudzha was evacuated fully and there is no one out there, which is total nonsense. It's impossible to evacuate the town in such a short period of time. Even with organized evacuation, it would be impossible. So civilians are still in Sudzha and they're in local villages too, but they may not have communication tools like mobile network or internet. So why do the Russian officials say that Sudzha now is a ghost?
This is a great sentence. The aircraft was operated extensively during the Soviet-Afghan War, mainly for bombing Mujahideen fighters. When the US supplied heat-seeking Stinger missiles for the Mujahideen, the Soviet Mi-8 and Mi-24 helicopters provided favorite targets for the rebels.
Yeah, they would wait for them to come back to land.
Yep. And then didn't the helicopters start hovering so high out of their range?
Yeah,
that they
yeah,
became
but
basically ineffective.
well, it just made the bombings more indiscriminate.
Yeah.
They just changed how they use them, but they still would hit them when they're landing, not when they're like.
Yeah. Can only stay up there for so long.
Mm-hmm. Well, they
Down
would
with no
take the same
civilians.
fucking flight paths.
They understand that probably today the Allied forces will take that city under control. So Russian army wants to use
did.
aviation. So to make an excuse that they will bomb those
Taliban
cities,
saying
they
American
should say
weapons
that there are
suck.
no
Yeah,
any
meanwhile,
civilians
all their
left,
special
and they bomb
forces are
just
using them.
Ukrainian army. But definitely there will be civilians. If you go to this settlement here, you may see that it has lots of the houses here also. So definitely it's a big one. It is impossible to evacuate this place in a matter of one day. Yes, I agree that majority of locals left the place, but not everyone. And with 100% probability, their homes and households will be just grounded by the Russian Air Force.
Already
and here we
is.
have the video from the Kursk region. Yes, Russia is using their aviation. This is the Ho-25 attack airplane, which they could use against the ground forces of Ukraine or allies. More of those kind of the videos, guys, I publish on my Telegram channel. You may check it out in the video description just below, because most of those kind of the images and videos I cannot post on YouTube. That's why thanks for following me on Telegram as well. It's for free, guys. I just post all of the information initially out there. And this is the Russian map, so they confirm that Ukraine went on attack and now very close to Sudzha. They have a different view of the map, but they show kind of the similar details. They confirm the success of the Allied forces. By the way, Allies haven't used tanks so far. Those are the Striker and Humvee vehicles. Also, according to the latest information, as you can see, Russians show it over here, Ukraine was able to remotely demine the supply road for the Russian army, using the special artillery shells which drop the mines on the road, on the fields, whatever. So Russia is unable.
Like you tell me, right?
They mined the supply line.
Russian one?
Yeah.
American.
Well, that thing's old as fuck. First,
No, I know, but like,
what about the Cobra?
The Cobra?
Super
Is the Cobra a newer one?
Super Cobra. Super Cobra. And then do Super Cobra straight on. So you're looking directly at it.
Because they're super thin.
Yeah, it's cool as fuck. It's like a little stick.
Hold on. They're so small. That's my only problem with them. Because I'm talking about the big beefy boys. But I guess that would be the more modern one. Is there a more modern version of the Apache?
Super Cobra? No. Super Cobras are sick though.
No. Right on.
Nimble as fuck. The Apache doesn't actually get in there and shoot shit. You know, it hovers way off in the distance and fires way off in the distance. You know,
They're very thin.
Look at it. It's so cute. Look at that little thing.
Jets are in our sky, and officially today you see them, and it's good that they came and we can use them.
Ukrainian pilots.
well, I mean, that's well said, I guess. You know, man of just the basics.
The long-awaited fighter jets arrived more than 29 months after Russia's invasion. Zelensky said, however, the country still did not have enough jets or pilots. But he noted many soldiers are now undergoing training. It remains unclear how many jets Ukraine received and how much impact they will have on the battlefield. Kiev has long lobbied for the F-16s due to their destructive power and global availability. It currently has an aging fleet of Soviet-era warplanes.
We had hundreds of meetings and talks to strengthen the capabilities of our aviation, to strengthen the capabilities of our air defense system, of our defense forces. We often heard it is impossible as an answer, but we still made our ambition, our defensive need possible. Now this is reality, reality in our skies. F-16s are in Ukraine.
The new jets come equipped with a 20mm cannon and can carry bombs, rockets, and missiles. Russia has been targeting bases that may house the F-16s and vowed to shoot them down.
The bombs, rockets, and missiles. And I said, what kind?
All of them.
Before Russia's full-scale invasion in February of 2022, there was no fence in major parts of the border between Ukraine and Russia. But in the 2.5 years since then, Ukraine has tightened security, not to keep Russians out, but Ukrainian men in. In tonight's Prime Focus, ABC's Patrick Reeville is on the ground in Ukraine, reporting on the depletion of its most precious resource, manpower, and the dwindling numbers of enlisted personnel taking the fight to Russia.
Barbed wire on Ukraine's border. But the barriers aren't designed to keep Russians out, but rather Ukrainian men in. Since Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, Ukraine has barred most military-age men from leaving. As a result, the number of attempted illegal border crossings has soared.
We're on Ukraine's western border, and just over there is Romania, just on the other side of the river. People have been trying to make this crossing, and it's dangerous. People have died. The water is very fast-flowing. It's very cold.
This video showing guards pulling one man from the river, not moving. Recently, security here has tightened again because of a hard truth. Ukraine is short of soldiers. After more than 2 years of brutal warfare, Ukraine's forces are dangerously depleted. Soldiers on the front line are exhausted and in some places are now increasingly heavily outnumbered by Russia. Sometimes by 7 to 10 times, according to Ukraine's military. Even more than weapons, most analysts say Ukraine now needs more troops. At the start of the invasion, a gigantic wave of Ukrainians volunteered to fight, but that enthusiasm has faded. Now, conscription officers scour the streets trying to find draft-eligible men, many who are now in hiding. Videos like these have multiplied. Of officers grabbing men on the street, authorities saying they are investigating this incident. Local recruitment officials say this man resisted being sent to basic training after being conscripted in the city of Chernivtsi. Officers forcing him onto a bus. Scuffles breaking out, bystanders filming this incident in Kyiv where people tried to stop officers taking a man. Police insisting such incidents are rare, but the issue driving a painful wedge in Ukrainian society.
Because the young guys, by now, they're not motivated. The people want to protect our cities or homes. But by now, probably not all.
It's not that Ukraine doesn't have enough men, but for many months the government was reluctant to conduct a new mobilization, knowing it was unpopular. At the border, many men trying to cross illegally are not even yet subject to the draft.
Зараз більша кількість людей саме от цієї категорії. Молоді хлопці, які знову ж таки не мають роботи і намагаються піти в Європу, щоб якось покращити своє життя. Тобто ми не можемо говорити, що всі люди тікають, бо не хочуть воювати. І зараз я скажу.
But Ukraine's government is now finally calling up more men. In May, a new mobilization law came into force, tightening conscription rules and lowering the draft age from 27 to 25. Since then, more men have tried to leave the country. Ukraine's border service releasing this video recently, showing men it says were stopped trying to sneak out illegally. Some of those who leave say they fear being sent to fight without proper training. This man left Ukraine last year with his family.
That's fair, honestly.
We are disguising his identity over fears he could face repercussions for speaking.
To be honest, it's very hard. It's very hard, complicated and hard profession to be a soldier. You have to be trained for many years to be an efficient soldier, not just cannon fodder. I think that I almost have no chances to survive if I will be sent by soldier just in close combat.
Do you worry that Ukraine will lose the war because it doesn't have enough men to fight?
Well, of course I worry. I worry about it. Of course I do. I actually continue to pay taxes in Ukraine, and I make donations on a monthly basis to different funds.
I guess that's
I'm not
something.
Sure that I will be a good soldier, and I'm not sure if I die, as I said in the first 5 minutes, it can help to my country, for my country to win. Maybe. but I'm not sure about that.
But there are still those who are willing to volunteer to fight. These men are going off to war. From this train station in Kyiv, they're bound for 3 months of basic training with a well-known volunteer battalion, the Da Vinci Wolves.
You think you have no choice but to volunteer now?
I have choice, and that's my choice. I think it's like the choice everybody makes for themselves. Nobody like took me by my clothes and like dragged me here.
Most of the men have no military experience. They've joined this battalion in part because it's known to offer better training and command.
Час зараз всім громадянам прийняти таке рішення, зайняти своє місце в обороні. Хтось, кого вистачає сміливості, має йти воювати, кого не вистачає, має якнайбільше допомагати в тилу. Я от обрав, вирішив, що я буду тут.
Pavlo's.
Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing, isn't it? You volunteer when you know that conscription's coming, so you get a choice. That's a much better idea. It's volunteer or run, really.
Yeah, and also the young people are getting a lot more training and weapons compared to a lot of the like older people.
Yeah, like that's actually a fair point.
Being a young person and going in instead of running, if it's probably going to be your best odds of.
Yeah, you might actually get pretty decent training at this point. There's a lot of. I feel like there's a lot of training there from foreign powers too. Because I know that the French sent training groups, didn't they?
A lot of countries got them.
Wife Ludmila has come to see him off. Analysts say the new draft in Ukraine will likely begin to have an impact later this summer. But what's clear is Ukraine will need many more goodbyes like this before the war ends.
Such a difficult time for so many families there. Our thanks to Patrick.
An industrial park on the outskirts of London may seem like an unlikely scene for a Russian attack on Ukraine. But in March, say British police, that's what happened. They charged 2 British men with collaborating with Russian intelligence after a warehouse was allegedly set on fire, destroying it. The facility was owned by a company transporting aid to Ukraine. There has been no plea in the case. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has warned of an uptick in sabotage attacks by Russia across Europe.
The Kremlin's also been intensifying its hybrid attacks against frontline states, NATO members, setting fire and sabotaging supply warehouses, disregarding sea borders and demarcations in the Baltics, mounting more and more cyber attacks, continuing to spread disinformation.
Juliana Yashova fled her home in Ukraine and came to Britain in 2023. Upon visiting the site of the burned warehouse, she said she was shocked to see something like this on British soil.
And when we see that the result of it being burned to the ground, this is really, really painful. And I think to prevent it, to somehow control much better Russian intelligence in Europe, because it has such deep roots here, it has such long hands.
Similar incidents have been reported in Spain, Germany, which this social media footage purports to show.
That's better than deep roots. That's a really good
expression. From the
expression.
Netherlands and Lithuania have warned more attacks may be possible. Mark Hanna of the Institute
Have
for
you
Global
heard that
Affairs
expression
says
before?
incidents like these
never.
are
Yeah, I don't
consistent
think I
with
have
Russia's
either.
covert efforts to weaken
Well,
support
I don't know if
for
it's a
Ukraine.
British thing.
So if it thinks that these acts of arson and these acts of sabotage will somehow weaken the will of publics in these countries, that is, I think, one of the primary motivations for Russia for carrying out these acts.
German prosecutors have accused Russia of trying to weaken military support for Ukraine. As European governments look for answers, reports of the attacks are causing anguish among Ukrainian refugees who thought they had come to a safe space. At a Ukrainian social club in London, Ukrainian refugee Lyudmila Kazmiruk says the attacks are hitting in the most unexpected places. She says Ukrainian children in Britain are encountering Kremlin propaganda online. She feels traumatized.
I started to hate Russian language. When I hear Russian language, I just, something inside me, I'm just afraid of the person.
Russia calls the accusations of sabotage yet another unfounded accusation on the part of the West. For Ukrainians who thought they were fleeing to safety in Britain and elsewhere in Europe, the trauma caused by the often unexplained incidents is very real. Henry Wilkins, VOA.
Now, Thailand's constitutional court has ordered the dissolution of the opposition Move Forward Party. The court also banned
Thailand takes an L.
The party's leaders from political office for 10 years. This comes as the party pledged to amend the country's strict laws against insulting the royal family. Critics say the military-backed government used the law to clamp down on free speech. Let's go to Tony Cheng, who joins us from Bangkok. So, Tony, what's going to happen next? The party is dissolved, and one of the most popular politicians in the country, the party's former leader,
there literally isn't free speech. You literally cannot insult the king. That's not free speech.
Yeah. How can you crack down on something that never existed?
He is for 10 years, and he's just come out. We waited this long, lengthy verdict being read by the court. We heard it was a unanimous decision. And then at the end of this 45-minute reading, very quickly,
we got a new Schizo documentary out.
It's not posted yet. But
I
it
thought
will
you
be.
said you did post it.
No, it's posted on the Rumble, but it's still unlisted. I just got to post it to the Patreon.
Okay.
I was waiting for it to process, then I got very tired and I fell asleep.
Oh, okay. Well, next time
it also took an hour and a half to upload because it's a fucking 3 hours.
It's fucking long as shit.
It's 3 hours of people dying.
Because like it's more than just the Schizo documentary. We go through a whole history of beheading, and I think I'm eating oatmeal while I'm talking about it. Or like
that, yeah.
I'm eating oatmeal, and like this guy is like, you can hear his vocal cords being cut and like air come out of his throat while his throat's slashed. And I'm sitting here eating oatmeal, talking about it.
I did cut a small segment to advertise it, which does not show anything, so I can show it now.
No, bro, come on, you can't even show that right there. You got the live leak on screen. They'll definitely ban you.
Look, all right, look, hold on. Here, this one I don't really give a shit about. Boom. Right. Boom. Boom. Problem solved. Problem solved. Are these Russians on the ground or are they civilians?
They're Russian conscripts.
Okay.
This was actually one of the things. So like one of the things that Chechens did to get criticism of the war was these types of things. They would leave them. And so they would make sure they would do it.
I love the thing I haven't really got censored is the one dude who's like
dead,
his throat slit,
dead and bleeding out in the corner.
He's bleeding. He's breathing.
Here goes our entire YouTube channel.
At the end of this clip,
I swear to God. I swear to God, you cannot show shit like this.
At the end of this clip, no, the video does not play.
Yeah,
right.
I can still see what that is.
Look,
that's better.
Can't.
That's better. Conscripts and stuff, so it would have the maximum political impact on people.
I mean,
and that's one of the reasons why the war ended.
Yeah, well, seems like they were pretty fucking effective, doesn't it? We're so just nonchalant about this whole thing. It's very funny. And I was just clicking through, and I saw this bit, and the reason that I clipped this is because of how it ends.
Well, they lost, so I think like the first war they were still doing this or something, and then the second war it was even more jihadi.
Well, the second one was Putin's first genocide, right? Baby's first genocide. That was the second one, yeah.
I want to say he's involved in both, but he's the president under the second one.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, baby's first genocide.
Bro, I could hear the sound. I could hear the breathing through the slit throat there at the end.
This is why I covered it. I wasn't going to post this on YouTube. I was going to post it on Twitter.
Okay, first of all, I swear to God, if our fucking YouTube account disappears because of that,
it won't,
bro. That is a fucking hardcore video.
Nothing was playing. Relax.
The party was dissolved. The executive committee is banned. About 5 minutes
later,
later,
other guy was literally scribbling out a gun in a Russian soldier's picture.
Yeah, well,
because
that guy is probably a fucking lib. So
okay, listen. It's all fun and games until all our work in progress disappears overnight.
See, it was only people sleeping.
legal team came out of the building. They've just left in a huge scrum of Thai media. I did, however, get a question to ask him very briefly through the throngs of local journalists.
Very interesting.
No, there's a lot of like extra stuff. That's the thing besides the documentary. And we're like pausing and talking about it because we're like talking about the context of the history and like the distortion of the facts in it and stuff like that.
Yeah, because it's a Mondo film, so he like interjects. It's like an old school sort of best clips video, like an American Homes video of Iraqi clips. And then he like interjects in the middle of the story.
Yeah,
and gives a
basically
bit of,
about
like,
how
leading.
it's like Islam is just this is what it
Mhm.
is. If
Yeah,
you're
just-
Islamic, you support beheadings. Also,
sort of
Israel is
leading to a
great. Like it
conclusion.
suddenly shifts to a weird Israel thing. He
Mhm.
justifies Abu Ghraib in it.
It's very weird. But yeah, it's very interesting.
What he was planning to do next. He said it was a little early at this stage, that there would be more to come later on today, but he said the party was planning to move forward. And I think many people looking at this situation, guessing that...
Yeah, at the end of that video, you're like, we start talking about how you can hear him breathing, which is what we were referencing when we were watching the Sonia Massey video, right? When he goes over and finally renders aid, same sound, exact same sound.
The
we
court
also
would find
mentioned
move
in the
forward
movie
guilty.
after that, the
Will it
guy's dying.
Yeah, which will be uploaded soon.
expect that we will see once again the party reincarnated? This is its second incarnation. It used to be known as Future Forward. It's now
time for the ladyboys to
Right
take to
again.
the streets.
The last time the Thai rioted, it was pretty fucking sick.
When was that?
The rubber duck protests. Thailand.
What does that mean?
Listen, just Google Thailand rubber duck protest.
I don't want to Google.
I promise you that hard ass images will come up.
Ugh. I just want to go to the gym.
Hard ass images. Look,
Why are there rubber ducks? Why are there so many rubber ducks?
Well, that's good. That's the riot shield gear that they were able to get.
That's fucking awesome. So they had giant inflatable ducks.
Yeah, to counter water cannons.
That's fucking awesome.
So is the military in charge of
imagine they
Bangladesh?
will-
Yes, but they are moving forward with an interim government. So it's so far it looks good, but until things actually change, you don't know if things change.
Yeah.
use the same forward-looking theme and certainly the same progressive platform. And I think this is going to be the issue both for the party, but also for the conservative establishment that are so clearly opposed to them, that every time they come back, and it does make it very difficult for them, but they do come back in some form or another, their platform also survives. And I think this is going to be a problem we're going to see for some time to come. They've got rid of the party, but the party platform is going to exist for some time to come.
Okay, move forward. The party that came first in the last general election in Thailand dissolved just moments ago, with Tony Cheng reporting from the Constitutional Court in Bangkok. Thank you, Tony.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get latest news from Al Jazeera.
Next, let's turn to Thailand, where the Constitutional Court has dissolved the reformist political party that won last year's general election. The court ruled that the Move Forward Party's proposal to reform the ban on criticism of the monarchy was tantamount to overthrowing the entire state. Move Forward holds 1/3 of seats in Thailand's.
Yeah, I don't think Thailand could develop into like a Myanmar situation. I think it's too together for that to happen. But we've also seen countries go from together to gone pretty quickly. So who fucking knows?
A legislature.
Nothing ever happens.
But was blocked by conservative and military-backed parties from forming a government. The party's executives have also been banned from engaging in politics for 10 years, including their leader. Let's speak to Southeast Asia correspondent Jonathan Head, who's in Bangkok. Hi, Jonathan.
Also,
Was
Jack,
this move expected?
I already cut a preview.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, and I did it proper, where it's not going to show anything, right? So I said,
You filmed it on the phone.
The fact that I'm casually eating oatmeal while discussing the history of beheading videos is just so funny to me.
Yes. You would need to script it out almost if you were to do it. And more make
That's all it is. It's just me, just like a guy's literally getting executed. I'm just sitting here casually eating oatmeal.
Absolutely. This court has a long track record of doing.
I mostly clipped that part because of the baby's first genocide part. I thought that was funny. Yeah, baby's first genocide.
Doing this. This is the most serious issue under which you can be charged as a party for challenging the monarchy. I mean, there's a disconnect here between large numbers of Thais who want a discussion about the monarchy, or at least want the possibility of change. And they were the people who came out in huge numbers to vote for Move Forward. And it's a very broad reformist agenda, by most standards, very moderate. I mean, remember, the only part of the monarchy they wanted to touch was the law that criminalizes any kind of criticism of the monarchy. And all they really wanted to do there was to make the sentences less harsh. But the hardliners in the court and those supporting them on the conservative and royalist side are basically saying you cannot talk about the monarchy at all. You can't even talk about changing the laws surrounding the monarchy. And this verdict sends that message very clearly. It also shows that there are very severe limits to Thailand's democracy. I mean, this party won more seats and more votes than any other last year. There was a clear public swell of support behind it. And yet the establishment that backs these unelected courts and other institutions that are challenging it are willing to see the party dissolved. In effect, disenfranchising more than 14 million voters, although the MPs who have not been banned from politics will be allowed to reform under a new party name and continue their role in opposition in a smaller bloc. So they're not completely stopped from going forward. But it is, I think, for many Thais who believe in change, a very serious setback.
And Jonathan, just talk to us then about the political system, about what blocs actually hold power there.
You call New Zealanders
challenge to describe it. I mean, Thailand is on paper a constitutional monarchy. On paper, the monarchy is a symbolic monarch, much like Britain's monarchy. And there is a parliament that operates very similar to the one that you see in Britain. In practice, though, the monarchy is very wealthy. It's very powerful. It's quite unaccountable.
I reserve my opinions.
There's a lot we don't know about.
Everybody knows how I feel about monarchies.
And broadly speaking, if the palace or people around it want something, most Thais accept that that will get done. That's where real power lies. It also lies very much with a highly politicized army, which has launched 20 coups in modern history in Thailand and intervened relatively recently, only 10 years ago, and ran a government for 5 years. That, plus some very, very powerful businesses, is really where power lies. And what this verdict shows, Thais, is you can vote in elections, and Thailand has free elections and very...
The future of Thailand.
Did you know, is it Thailand that the Thai restaurants are a soft power?
Yes.
Yeah. Awesome. A Thai republic will be the strongest republic.
Its opposition Move Forward party hangs in the balance. The Constitutional Court set to decide tomorrow whether to dissolve the party over a campaign promise to amend a controversial royal defamation law. CNA's Satya Sambat looks at how we got here and what could happen.
It was a triumphant moment for Move Forward. The young opposition party, in existence for all of 4 years, unexpectedly won the most seats in the 2023 general elections, beating out more established rivals. Its leader, 43-year-old Pitalim Charanrat, was set to lead Thailand.
The people of Thailand have already spoken their wish, and I am ready to be the prime minister for all, whether you agree with me or you disagree with me.
But it was not to be. The joint parliament vote denied Pita the premiership and Move Forward the right to form the government. Instead, second-ranked Thai took over the reins, assembled a coalition with its former adversaries, and named property mogul Seta Thavisin as Thailand's 30th prime minister.
Awesome.
Move Forward was shafted to the opposition benches again. And now, a year later, in the same room where they announced their victory, their future looks even grimmer. They could very well cease to exist as they face down the threat of dissolution. All that stems from the party's election campaign promise to amend Thailand's controversial Les Majestés law, which criminalizes threats and insults to the monarchy with up to 15 years in prison per offense. The Constitutional Court found Move Forward's attempt to reform the law to be tantamount to high treason, a threat to the constitutional monarchy. And it could not only dissolve last year's election winner, but also ban Pita and party executives from politics for a whole decade, even if the party hadn't sent a single draft bill on this topic to parliament. It wouldn't be the first time a Thai party has been disbanded by a court. Since Thailand became a constitutional monarchy in 1932, a total of 33 political parties have been banned, a majority of them in the past 30 years. And many of them are being seen by the public as contentious and controversial. But party bans have also proven to be ineffective, as we've seen here from a few examples in recent history. In 2007, following a military coup...
What?
You can 10-second timeout people.
Okay, and?
And I was like, it gives me Andrew Yang energies. It's not helping that he's also Asian. I'm like, racist, 10 seconds.
Against then Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra. His Thai party has been found guilty of electoral fraud, and his executives have been banned from political office for 5 years. But the remaining politicians, they moved over to a new party, the People's Power Party. A year later, the exact same thing happened, though. They were also found guilty of electoral fraud, and dozens of politicians were also banned from office for 5 years. Third time's lucky, perhaps, because the Purtai party, which is the third incarnation, they are now leading the current government coalition, and many politicians from the Tairaktai era, they're now back in the fold. We could be seeing a similar story here with Move Forward as well. In 2020, the Liberal Progressive Future Forward party has been found guilty of violating campaign finance laws, and their politicians have been banned from office for 10 years.
They even have
the
like
remaining
the same
MPs, they moved
logo,
over to Move Forward. And if Move Forward has been
they just moved one line.
Banned, then their MPs have 60 days time to find a new political party, or what's most likely to happen, as we have seen from historic precedent, they would just move over to a new party that has been quietly set up in the background, and it's business as usual. Large-scale rallies that protested the dissolution of Future Forward unfolded into weeks of street protests aiming at far-reaching political reforms, targeting, among other things, Thailand's sacrosanct monarchy and an end of the Lèse Majesté law. But they didn't get very far. Over 260 activists have been charged with contravening the very same law that Move Forward was seeking to reform, and they're facing long prison sentences. The party's fate is in line, and
democracy salute that's adopted throughout South Asia and Southeast Asia and East Asia.
Self is facing political banishment for a decade, and yet there is a sense of stubborn defiance from him.
We will continue doing politics the way that we have done, and if we win this time and they reject us, going forward we'll win even more, to the point that they cannot reject us anymore. We are going to be the undisputed leader in democratic Thailand. But politics is a long game, and in a long game it requires patience and strategy, which we have both. So eventually we'll be able to win to the point that we are not denied anymore.
There is no guarantee that Move Forward or a potential successor will win the next election. But the constant push of the progressive reformist agenda by this camp remains a challenge to the status quo of Thailand's political landscape. The only question is whether someone new will pick up the baton to lead them even further forward.
It's how long the status quo can hold up the blocks. At this point, it feels like. I don't know. Earthquake.
All right, in case you're just joining us here, just want to recap kind of what happened in Kern County just a little over an hour ago. About 9:09 was the first earthquake which struck down there. It was a magnitude 5.2 earthquake on the Richter scale there, centered about 20 miles south of Bakersfield. So kind of on the way to the Grapevine there in that area. And it wasn't just one, there were numerous ones. We had the main shock there at 9:09. And then after that, we had a 4.6, I believe. And then there was also a 4.1 as well. So two earthquakes over 4.0. Here's a map of Bakersfield right here, and then a little bit south. It's kind of out in open farmland there towards the what was the Kern Lake bed out in that region there. Mettler, I believe, is over in this area here, and again Taft over there. So you kind of get an idea of where these earthquakes were. Again, 12 aftershocks over 3.0.
Yeah, I know. Weird voice.
Over 4.0, and the main shock was a 5.2 magnitude earthquake. This area is not a stranger to earthquakes. There have been earthquakes in this region before, notably back in, I believe, 1952, in July of 1952, they had a 7.5 magnitude earthquake which struck there. And I think there was another one, a 7.3 as well, and it caused major damage in Bakersfield down there way back in 1952. So this area, again, can be prone to earthquakes, apparently. In this region tonight, we had a 5.2 magnitude earthquake. It was felt, obviously, in Bakersfield, and I heard some people felt it in Fresno. I got the shake alert notification on my phone, but I didn't feel it, so go figure. Back to you.
Hi, I'm Monty Torres with Fox 26 News.
Back. Well, there are still aftershocks happening after last night's 5.2 quake. It was centered near Bakersfield, but people all over Southern California felt it.
And many of us received an alert before the shaking started. As KCAL News reporter Jeff Nguyen shows us, that warning can be a lifesaver.
A security camera recorded people bailing from the counter at a Bakersfield market right before bottles started to fall from the shelves. The earthquake was centered about 19 miles southwest of here. Traffic was backed up along the Grapevine after a magnitude 5.2 quake hit just after 9 Tuesday night when a boulder tumbled onto Interstate 5.
Then I scraped my knee really bad under the desk.
Like that boulder.
Heidi Van Otten skinned her knee as she ducked for cover in
Not
Fraser
your
Park with her dog
knee.
Louie.
These are
How will you ever survive, poor white woman?
running for me, and I started running for him.
The quake was widely felt across Southern California. The lights in our studio swayed for a bit.
It was rocking, so you know the light that was hanging from the ceiling was swaying.
It's likely that the number of alert deliveries to cell phones will be in the millions.
Dr. Robert DeGroot manages the Shake Alert system that sent out warnings to phones, but the system can do more. He says Metro can slow down trains based on the data it gets.
Their system was activated. They had situational awareness, but then they decided that the shaking levels were low enough where their tracks are located, where their systems are located, that it didn't require any action.
Metro says if there was a 6.0 earthquake or higher, Metro would stop the trains and inspect the rails to check for damage or items that might cause a derailment. DeGroote says Cedars-Sinai Medical Center sends out the alerts over its voice-activated fire alarms and over handheld radios. The goal here is simple.
If you feel shaking or if you get an alert, drop cover and hold on.
But for people in Fraser Park,
I got an alert about 3 seconds later. I think because
shown.
we were so close to the epicenter, because my aunt Van Nuys, she got
Why
the
did
notice before it.
Dr. DeGroote says people living
What?
Right? She got hurt because she fucking panicked and scraped her knee, right?
within 20 miles of the epicenter may feel the shaking before they get the phone alert. The system is able to send out the warnings with about 1 second's worth of earthquake data. In Fraser Park, Jeff Nguyen, KCOW News.
Well, I'm happy to say that it is not quite as hot out there today.
That's right.
Really just showing my strength through and through and just coming out on top each and every time. So I'm really proud.
Olympics things. I don't think I got much Olympics stuff. I did want to get the one thing, so just bear with me a second. Actually, I'll just play this.
They'll fuck you if you show anything but pictures. They'll bite you. They'll bite you right on your ass.
Oh, the Olympic. Yes, the Olympics.
They're brutal.
I know. They've been taking them down on Twitter. Have you been noticing that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That you can't watch them. Podium.
Didn't we cover the podium?
No, we did not cover the things.
Pretty sure we did.
A golden moment.
Because I looked up if she got a silver, and I said yes.
Maybe we did. Yeah, maybe we did. I don't know. Okay.
What about the people
who
concerts in Vienna because of a threat?
Oh yeah, Swifties versus ISIS.
Austria officials arrested 2 men today for the alleged plot. They found chemical substances during the arrest. Investigators say the men became radicalized online by ISIS and were planning to attack major events in Vienna.
We are continuing to follow breaking news in our world lead. 3 upcoming Taylor Swift concerts in Vienna, Austria have been canceled after Austrian authorities arrested 2 suspects who they say had plans to carry out a terrorist attack at the concert site. That's according to the promoter for the show. So let's bring in CNN security correspondent, former FBI counterterrorism agent Josh Campbell, as well as CNN senior national security analyst Julia Kayam. Josh, what do we know about these 2 suspects who were arrested and what kind of attack they were allegedly planning?
Yeah, Jake, so this reporting comes from our colleague Zahid Mahmoud in London. Essentially what police are saying is that these 2 individuals were arrested in connection with an alleged terror plot. Singer Taylor Swift obviously has her large-scale touring events that were scheduled to take place. 3 of those concerts have been canceled due to this potential threat. What we're learning from authorities is that one of these suspects is a 19-year-old man that authorities believe was radicalized online and had pledged some type of allegiance to the so-called Islamic State. And of course, all of us who've covered these terrorism cases over the last...
I was saying that it's all people who are under 21 in ISIS and shit.
Yeah.
19 radicalized. That's when you want to change the world at that age. Life hasn't punched you in the face. It shows how immature these people are, really.
Yeah.
And that's why the military preys on those children.
Mm-hmm.
Decade, 2 decades, know that this is the playbook that these terror groups often go to, is trying to find people online. It's much more difficult, much more risky for them to gather operatives to send places, a lot easier for them to try to use the internet to try to radicalize people. It looks as though, at least according to police, that is what is happening here. And finally, as we look at a concert venue, obviously that has itself a potential symbolic type of attribute to it. We've seen in the past that there have been large-scale concerts in Europe that were attacked. It was obviously back in May of 2017, a bombing at a concert where singer Ariana Grande was performing. Obviously in 2015 in Paris, there were a number of events there, including the stadium that was attacked as well.
Okay, I don't care.
But what kind of weapon?
They're not going to tell us. They're not going to tell us. They never tell us.
A team of researchers in Scotland is hoping to revolutionise data security by developing a potentially unhackable national quantum network. The Integrated Quantum Networks Hub, or IQN, will be led by a group from Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh. It is one of 5 hubs announced by the UK government as part of a $200 million government investment. The aim of the IQN is to boost cybersecurity by enhancing defences against hacking and connecting future quantum computers. Charlotte Dean, Executive Chair of the UK's Engineering and Physical Sciences Research Council, says programming...
You don't know anything about quantum computing?
Programming on a classical computer.
There is a property that we can use that allows us to program things in a different way, which means we can do things faster or we can solve different types of problems.
So what can a quantum internet do? Gerald Buller, who will lead the IQN Hub, explains.
Potentially, you can have ultra-secure system. Essentially, it gives a degree of security that is extremely high and potentially unhackable, but it would have to be used in certain ways to do that.
The quantum internet uses principles of quantum mechanics and artificial intelligence to create unbreakable encryption keys.
Okay. In other quantum technologies such as sense,
so like you know how I talk about in Death Stranding, how you do a quantum handshake when you fucking add people to the network.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Is like it's a perfect handshake.
Okay. The perfect computer.
To take the data and make it process it faster and get more believable results. So AI is already here with quantum technology. It remains to be seen just how big a part it will play in the quantum internet of the future.
The project also aims to tackle cybercrime, projected to cost the world about $9.5 trillion a year by the end of 2024, Authentic ID's State of Identity Fraud report says. Cybersecurity expert Andrew Patel cautions that no system will ever be impervious to the main weak link in the chain, people.
A quantum internet wouldn't prevent other common cyber attacks, such as social engineering, exploits, or malware. The weak link is often people, and people being tricked into doing things that they didn't want to.
The UK hopes these new quantum hubs will pave the way for the country to become a global leader in quantum innovation. The hubs are expected to drive entrepreneurship, workforce development, and regulatory input into the UK's rapidly emerging quantum industry.
This one first.
The family of a French
explorer
who
thing.
died when the Titan submersible imploded last year is suing the sub's operator for $50 million. Paul-Henri Narguillet was among 5 people killed during the implosion. He had taken part in 37 dives to the Titanic site and was known as Mr. Titanic. The lawsuit claims OceanGate designated him, I should say, to be a crew member, but purposely concealed key facts about the vessel's troubled history and its durability. OceanGate declined to comment on that.
Neat. Cool. All right, this will be the last one.
The first pandas to arrive in the U.S. in more than 2 decades are about to make their big debut in California. It's the latest development.
Hey, there's one of the pandas right there.
See. And as William Brangham reports,
there he is again, same guy.
In the U.S. are not always black and white.
Well, because pandas are more of a reddish tint.
Oh, look, it's a Panda Express.
That hasn't happened in over 20 years. 2 young pandas, 4-year-old male Yun Xuan and 3-year-old female Xin Bao, flew 7,000 miles from China's mountainous Sichuan province
Xin Bao is a badass name for
to
a
the San Diego Zoo. Few foreign dignitaries get such an enthusiastic welcome.
We know the pandas are here, and it's pandemonium. Panda season!
While these 2 are expected to draw big crowds, they're initially being kept out of sight for a few weeks to let them acclimate. Apart from Atlanta, San Diego is now the only zoo in the nation with these precious bears. San Diego Zoo received its first pair from China in 1996. Over the years, 6 more were born at the zoo, but under the agreement with China, all were returned to their native country in 2019.
We've learned so much about giant pandas.
Dr. Megan Owen is the Vice President of Wildlife Conservation Science at the San Diego Zoo.
The size of the habitat is, I believe it's quadrupled, maybe even quintupled. It's enormous. We integrated studies of behavior, physiology, and health to ensure we knew all we.
This is unacceptable.
What?
Hold on. I will continue.
Needed to know about their well-being.
But San Diego isn't the only zoo prepping for pandas.
It's official. The pandas are coming back to DC.
The National Zoo in Washington, D.C. will welcome a new pair by the end.
I need to open the mod tools, but I need to forget. I forget how to get there.
Because they picked Panda Express because it's racist, you see, because pandas are Chinese.
10-second timeout for
end of this year.
We know that there are going to be millions of people who want to see the pandas the day they're here. The entire planet is watching, and there's no margin for error.
So strange.
National Zoo and Conservation Biology Institute Director Brandy Smith.
The fact that the conversations went that quickly, that's the surprise. That was the exciting part for us. We've already sent some folks to China to meet our new pandas so they can start to get to know them.
What actually happens when I hit the timeout? Can you just not send messages? Like what actually happens? I'm curious.
We're having regular conversations with our colleagues in China. We find out more about them. They're such individuals.
Native just to China, giant pandas only travel abroad with Beijing's approval. Chinese panda diplomacy started in the 1940s, a way for China to bolster its image with the wider world and to help conservation efforts. In the 1970s, 2 pandas were sent to the U.S. during the Nixon administration, and they drew huge crowds to Washington's National Zoo. The practice has continued ever since, and with several other nations as well. The exchanges aren't always harmonious. In 2010, when President Barack Obama met with the Dalai Lama, who Beijing views as a Tibetan separatist, China recalled 2 pandas.
When pandas are withdrawn, China doesn't say this is a symbol of bad relations. Some other excuse is always given.
Susan Bromwell is Distinguished Professor of Anthropology at the University of Missouri, St. Louis, and a member of the National Committee on U.S.-China Relations.
There's been this whole furor about pandas being sent back to China and not renewed as a symbol of the deterioration in U.S.-China relations.
Yeah, how's that
Last year, amid heightened tensions between the U.S.
And who was it that came begging? Oh, it was China. Cool. And who did this? Biden did this, I guess. Biden got you pandas. You can't even vote for him.
And China, the National Zoo had to say farewell to its 3 bears. The Memphis Zoo sent home its last bear, Yaya, and Atlanta's 4 pandas are headed back in the fall.
Didn't we figure out they're not bears?
No, they're like a subtype of bear.
That's right. Yes, they're like a third subgroup of bear, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
And they don't they're not actually made to digest bamboo, and they're so stupid that they don't evolve to digest bamboo.
Yeah, it's like one of the dumbest evolution paths that an animal could ever take.
Idiotic.
With no new returnees on the horizon, it seemed the U.S. would be panda-free. But then last year, when President Biden and President Xi Jinping met...
Look at their wild territory. That's it. Is that in the mountains with the finger mountains, where it's just like sticks of rock?
Yeah, probably. Where does Kung Fu Panda fight?
I don't know.
Is that where Kung Fu Panda
China?
lives?
Maybe.
You've seen Kung Fu Panda?
Well, hello. Fudge is radicalized. ISIS now.
Bro, hang on. Have you seen Kung Fu Panda?
Yes, I've seen fucking
Love the movie Kung Fu Panda.
Mountains, Dick Rocks, China.
Dick Rocks. Did you say Dick Rocks?
Stick Rocks.
Phallic rocks.
I got it. I got it by typing in stick rocks. I typed in mountain stick rocks.
Do pandas live on the stick rock?
They're honestly insane formations. If China wasn't run by fuckwits, I'd love to go and see it. It would be cool. But we don't live in that timeline.
Long been envoys of friendship between China and the U.S. We are ready to continue our cooperation on panda protection with the U.S.
In addition to the duos in San Diego and those coming to D.C. next year...
Whoa, they got so close to that one.
But with less than 2,000 giant pandas in the wild, there are questions about whether captivity is humane. Jeanette Hemley is Senior Vice President of Wildlife Conservation at the World Wildlife Fund.
Populations in the wild are getting isolated. And so that
makes it difficult for pandas to breed, and that's why their numbers are recovering so slowly.
Unlike with other vulnerable species, Hemley says, conservation agreements helped upgrade giant pandas from endangered to just vulnerable. But breeding the bears is incredibly difficult. Despite their playful, gregarious reputation, the bears are naturally solitary. Females are only fertile once a year and only for about a day to a day and a half.
Efforts to breed pandas have improved. There are more and more that are being bred in captivity. These long-term programs are required to provide funding directly to conservation of pandas in the wild. So in that sense, the panda is unique.
This new duo in San Diego marks the first time in over 2 decades that Beijing agreed to send new bears to the U.S. And they're no longer considered gifts. The bears are officially leased, and they are not cheap. Each pair costs around $1 million.
They were never gifts. Ever.
I mean, they were
every year.
It's more of like a tributary type thing, you know?
They're basically diplomats.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Dan Ash.
The Statue of Liberty was supposedly a gift too, even though we built the base and paid for it, you know?
Is the president and CEO of the Association of Zoos and Aquariums.
It's expensive for them. And so, you think that, it brings a lot of visitors, but it brings a lot of responsibility. You have to have specialized staff. It's an honor because what it does is it shows that these are facilities that are really at the top of their game.
China's facilities aren't at the top of the game. What are you talking about?
In San Diego, Yun Xuan and Jin Bao will be officially unveiled to the public this week, getting Americans once again fired up for some much-needed pandemonium. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm William Brangham.
Concerns are growing in the U.S.
What are you doing? Okay, we're done. It reset. Okay, bye. Well, almost.
Kind of racist.
We are a superpower, but we do not have super patience.
Goodbye. And you definitely have a really, really large dick.